Paramahamsa Nithyananda, a rare living incarnation, is named among the world's 100 most spiritually influential personalities today. Paramahamsa Nithyananda has been placed alongside Dalai Lama, Nelson Mandela, Oprah Winfrey, Paulo Coelho and others by Mind, Body, Spirit, the world's top esoteric magazine from Watkins, London's oldest and largest bookstore. A yogi by birth, he has been expressing his power of enlightenment since birth. He has authored more than 500 books in Tamil and English. Translations of these books are available in 26 languages in Telugu, Kannada, Malayalam, Hindi, Sanskrit, Gujarati, Oriya, Bengali, Marathi, French, Malay, Polish, Portuguese, Italian, German, Danish, Spanish, Russian and Chinese. He is also an exemplary speaker with over 10,000 hours of profound life solutions through his discourses. Social services such as Annadan, free medical care, free educational services with ashrams, schools, temples, hospitals established in more than 140 places around the world, offering exceptional services. A powerful spiritual healer who has healed millions of people of diseases from migraine to cancer. A Kriya Yogi who has formulated Kriyas for physical health and mental well-being, benefiting thousands. A living master who offers practical solutions for our everyday problems. He is the founder and spiritual head of Nithyananda Dhyanapeetham, a spiritual powerhouse who has revived the sacred Vedic tradition by establishing Vedic temples in places like Los Angeles, San Jose, Seattle, Toronto, Ohio, Oklahoma, Phoenix, St. Louis, Malaysia, Brazil, Paris, Guadeloupe, Dallas, New York, New Jersey, Atlanta, Calgary, Vancouver, Singapore, and places in India like Bengaluru, Hyderabad, Tiruvannamalai. A spiritual guru for 10 million followers, an incarnation who transmits the highest spiritual energy through initiation, a contemporary yogi who has revived the Vedic science of yoga worldwide through thousands of yoga centers, an adept in Ashtamahasiddhis, mystical yogic powers, who has effortlessly awakened the Kundalini of thousands and graced them with spiritual powers, a dynamic young guru who is an inspiration for thousands of youngsters. India's most watched spiritual guru online, a beacon of spiritual light who has triumphed over the forces of religious terrorism and political persecution. Paramahamsa Nithyananda is an eternal Kalpataru, blessing the world with the boons of material abundance and spiritual enlightenment. He is the 293rd Pontiff of the world's most ancient Hindu organization, Madurai Adinam.
Nithyanandaya swagatam Anandanubhavaswadam Sarvaroga nivarakam Vande papa vinashaktam Nithyanandaya swagatam Nityamuktam nirvikalpam Dhyanaloka pradipakam Vande shantamayam bandham Nithyanandaya swagatam Anandagandha sancharam Sarvopati vinir.
The main frame of my teaching is these three ajapa, strong feeling connection and complete unclutching. That's all. Sada Shiva Samarambam Jnana Sambandhacharya Madhyamam Asmadacharya Paryantam Vande Guru Paramparam.
This teaching or this technique is the product, outcome of 5,000 years of research and development done by 1 million scientists, inner scientists, the inner world scientists, in more than 10 million inner science laboratories. And the technology itself is followed by 1 billion people around the globe. So the unclutching is the technology, or it is the product of the great spiritual tradition, what we call Vedic tradition. It is the essence of the inner science. It is the essence of eternal wisdom, eternal truths. This unclutching or be unclutched is one of the great technology, one of the great technique created by these mystics, the inner scientists. All the masters who appeared on the planet Earth agree on one point. That one point is, by your very nature, you are bliss. By your very nature, you are in bliss. Your nature is eternal bliss. Somehow, in this one point, every master, every mystic agrees. Then it must be a basic truth. It must be the eternal truth. So it must be the Sanatana, means eternal, ever present. Ever present. That must be the reason why all the mystics and masters agree on this one message. When I say be unclutched, I mean experience the true nature of your being, which is eternal bliss. As on now, all our difficulties, all our problems are just because of our clutching. The basic truth is the identity which you are showing to the outer world and the identity which you are showing to the inner world. Identity which you project to the outer world and make others believe, and the identity which you project to yourself and what you believe as you. You are beyond these two identities. You are beyond the identity which you are showing to the outer world and the identity which you are showing to yourself. When you unclutch from these two identities, you start experiencing the eternal bliss. First thing we need to understand, the identity which we are showing to the outer world and the identity which we are carrying in the inside and believing as we, both are lies. The identity which you show to the outer world and the identity which you show to yourself, both are the thoughts selected randomly, illogically, unconnected way and clutched into a shaft. Understand? The identity which you are showing to the outer world, which will be always something more than what you are. Because from the beginning, your schools, colleges, universities and society teaches you how to sell yourself, how to market yourself. Constantly you are an utility. So naturally you have to show to the outer world something more than what is. So the ahamkar, that's what we call in Sanskrit, the identity which you show to the outer world, it will be always more than what you are. And the mamakar, the identity which you show to the inner world, to yourself, it will be always less than what you are. Constantly you carry a guilt, you carry low self-esteem, and you chisel, you work on yourself. We do not accept as we are. Constantly you carry a guilt, and constantly you carry a low self-esteem. Every self-esteem which you carry is low self-esteem. Whatever you believe as you is a lie. You are something more than, much more than what you project to the outer world and what you project to yourself. When you unclutch, you will realize the truth. What you thought as you, your identity, whatever you thought as you, is nothing but few thoughts randomly, illogically picked up from the huge thought waves which is raising in you and connected in a very illogical way, clutched in a illogical way, and you carry that identity and project to the outer world, sometime project to yourself and start believing it as you. For example, if you have 1 million thoughts in your mind, you just pick up a few thoughts in a very random way, clutch them and start believing in those thoughts. Start thinking you are that, your past is that, your life is that, and your identity is that. I can show few examples, few understanding. The sufferings, the pains which you had 10 years ago, pains which you had 9 years ago, the pains which you had 8 years ago, pains which you had 7 years ago, they are all independent, unconnected incidents. Happened due to different reason, a different situation, different purpose, different space, at different time. But mentally, for your reference sake, you archive all these experiences in one file. Usually you archive all these experiences in one file. Archiving is nothing wrong. But by and by, you start believing that they are all connected. First, you archive them for utility's sake, utility reason. When you start believing them, all these pains which has happened in your life is connected. You come to a decision, your life is pain. Your life is a suffering. The moment you come to a decision, my life is a pain, my life is a suffering, you have created hell for you. We have created hell for ourselves. One more thing, when you strongly start believing your last 10 years was filled with depression, filled with suffering, now you created a mental setup. Naturally, you will start believing your future is also going to be pain and depression. If you connect all the sufferings of your life and create a shaft of pain, my life is pain, my life is depression, you have created hell for you. You forget the beautiful, wonderful moments happened many times again and again between these sufferings. When you start believing in pain shaft, you forget the joyful moments which happened in your life. Like a million thought is there, 1 million thoughts. In that, you pick up only 10 thoughts, clutch them, create a shaft, and you start believing these small 10 thoughts or the clutch shaft is the representation of million thoughts. Your life is filled with millions of experiences. But when you pluck few painful experiences randomly, which is independent, illogical, unconnected, and clutch them and create a shaft, when you start believing this shaft is the representation of your past, my past is pain, my past is depression, my past is suffering, my past was suffering. When you start believing, you have created hell for you. Your faith, your belief, your understanding about your past plays a major role in designing and creating your future. If you strongly believe your life was pain, your life was suffering, naturally you will strongly believe your future is going to be pain, going to be suffering. As on now, we never trust we can run our life without fear or greed, without the identity which we are carrying. The identity which you show to the outer world will be always based on fear. That is why you project always more than what is. And the identity which you carry in the inner world is based on greed. That is why you always try to develop the identity which you are carrying in you. The identity which you carry in you and believe as you, it will be based on greed. You will be constantly chiseling, working on it. The identity which you show to the outer world will be based on fear. Constantly you will be trying to keep it alive, keep it as you want. But both identities are myth. Both are lies. You are something beyond these two identities. When you understand, both identities are not needed to live your life, to run your life, to run, protect and expand your life, you suddenly realize the tremendous freedom. You can be alive without these two identities. Freedom from these two identities is what I call liberation, enlightenment, moksha and nirvana. Whatever word you may use, it is nothing but liberation from these two identities. These two identities are the bondage.
Nitya Kriya, restoring Hatha Yoga to the world. A series of healing yogic processes revealed by Paramahamsa Nithyananda to care and cure for diseases and disorders. Practice Nitya Kriya and awaken your Kundalini energy. To find out more, visit www.nithyananda.org/nitya-kriyas.
Any thought rises in your inner space, decide you are not going to support that thought, you are not going to destroy that thought, you are not going to encourage that thought, you are not going to create a new thought without creating, maintaining, destroying. Sit. When you don't do the job of creation, maintenance and destruction, you become one with existence. Unclutch from every thought. Don't miss a single thought in your inner space. Don't be unconscious. Unclutch from every thought. When thought raises in you, just decide, I am not going to support it, encourage it. I'll just unclutch from it. I'll just distance myself from it. Just a simple will. I will unclutch is enough. The thought will lose power over you. After a few seconds, again some other thought may come. Unclutch from that thought also. Slowly, 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 after a few minutes, except the thought of unclutching, nothing else will be there. Unclutch from that thought also. Unclutch even from the technique of unclutching. When you unclutch honestly, authentically, automatically your Kundalini energy raises, your Kundalini is awakened, and your body may levitate. Whatever happens, let it happen. Unclutch from everything. Just be unclutched. I sincerely recommend all of you, if you are a beginner, at least spend 20 minutes per day in unclutching. If you already tasted unclutching, intensify the quality of unclutching and increase the time of unclutching in your life. Unclutching is the purest form of meditation. Unclutching is the purest samadhi. When you are unclutching, you save yourself from thousands of problems, self-created sufferings, and you save the country from the crime caste. When you unclutch, you are neither violent towards yourself nor violent towards others. When you are not violent towards yourself, you bring peace and bliss to you. When you are not violent to others, you save crime caste of the country. When you unclutch, you bring the best things to your life, and you bring the best things to your country. You bring the best things to your society. You bring the best things to the whole humanity. So I invite all of you to meditate, unclutch, save the planet Earth.
By your very nature, you are unconnected, illogical, independent, unclutched thoughts. If you just do a simple experiment, very simple experiment, just 10 minutes, sit and pen down whatever thoughts goes on in your mind. When you are alone, just sit, do not edit. There is no need to edit, it is just for you. It's an experiment for you. Just pen down for 10 minutes whatever goes on in your head. As it goes on, it's like a visualize, as if a transcribing software is connected to you. How the transcribing software will transcribe everything. Just like that, 10 minutes, transcribe whatever is going on in your mind. And read that paper only once, you will understand what I meant. You are nothing but unconnected, illogical, independent, unclutched thoughts. For example, if you see a dog in the street, suddenly you will remember the dogs about which you used to be afraid or with which you used to play when you were young. Your pet dog or about the dogs which you used to be afraid of. You will remember the dogs with which you lived when you were young. The next thought will be thoughts about your childhood days. Third, the teacher under whom you studied when you were a child. Fourth, the place where the teacher used to stay. You can see the thoughts flowing. There is no logical connection between the dog which you saw in the street and the teacher under whom you studied. But in few seconds, you just drifted away. The whatever shaft you created, the life is a pain or life is a joy, that shaft is not the representation or the representative of your past. That is not totality of you. That is not the totality of you. Let you understand. You pick up thoughts in a very random way and connect them, clutch them and create a shaft. Let me give you a small diagram. Then you will understand how we clutch and create and suffer with our shafts. It's a simple diagram to understand how the thoughts flow in our being and how we connect them. It's like each thought is a one square or a rectangle. They don't even have to be in a proper shape because thoughts are not in proper shape. Like these thoughts are flowing in you. Just thoughts are moving. Maybe this thought is related to pain, painful experience. This thought may be related to joy, joyful experience. This may be joy, but which you will be naming as pain. You can call it as JP, joy pain. This you can call it as PJ, which is pain, but you think as joy. Many times you name pain as joy and joy as pain. Something goes on in you. Maybe this is again joy. This is again pain. This is the way the thoughts are flowing in you. Understand, they are all completely unclutched, illogical, independent and unconnected. But for your understanding, archival purpose, you connect all the painful thoughts and create an idea. You pick up all these painful thoughts and create an idea. My life was depression. My life was pain. You create a pain shaft. Pain shaft is created. The moment you create a pain shaft, your life is hell. Because after the pain shaft is created, whatever goes on in the conveyor belt, you will not bother. You will pick up only the painful incidents and again confirm what you believe. Please understand, we do not listen to the arguments and pass judgment. We collect arguments to support our judgment. Our life is not collecting arguments and passing judgment. Our life is, we have already ready-made judgment. We just collect arguments to support our judgment. So if you decide, if you already decided, pass the judgment, your life is a pain. your life is suffering, your life is depression, then you will be just waiting to get more and more arguments to strengthen the judgment which you have made, which you already created. Sometime, rarely, you may create the joy shaft, connecting all these joyful thoughts. You may create joy shaft, means you may start believing life is a joy. Again, even if you create a shaft, life is a joy, you will create an idea that there is some object which gives you the joy. There is some object which is reason for the joy, and you will try to hang around that object or a person or an incident or a space. You may identify your joy with an object or a person or a space, with something. Now you will try again and again to bring that back in your life, to bring that person or to bring that space, to bring that same incident, to bring that same in your life again and again. Anything when you try to bring it again and again will not give you the same excitement as it gave you the first time. So all your identity which you show to the outer world and the identity which you show to yourself, both are nothing but clutched thoughts. If you believe and create the pain shaft, naturally you will be trying to break the pain shaft, because who wants to live in pain? Or if you believe and created the joy shaft in your life, naturally you will try to elongate, extend that shaft, because everybody wants joy to be there. But understand one thing, you can neither break a shaft nor elongate a shaft, because the shaft does not exist. It is purely your myth, the myth created by you. The mind which you carry is a myth created by you. Mind is a myth. That is the ultimate truth. Whatever you think as you and whatever you project as you, the identity which you show to the outer world and the identity which you show to yourself. One more thing, both will be always in conflict with each other. The identity which you show to the outer world and the identity which you carry as you, both will be constantly fighting. More the gap between these two, the more tension will be in you. More the gap between these two, the more the tension. Tension is nothing but the gap between the identity which you are showing to the outer world and the identity which you are showing to yourself. The uneasiness or the diseasiness between these two identities is disease. The diseasiness between these two identities is what I call disease. All we need to understand is, by our very nature, we are unconnected, illogical, independent, unclutched thoughts. The more you understand this truth, the more you will experience the moksha, liberation. When you understand the identity which you are carrying is lie, suddenly you will realize the truth that you are beyond these two identities. The identity which you show to the outer world and the identity which you show to yourself. You are beyond these two. One more thing. The beauty of this truth, you don't even have to do anything. Just understand, you are already unclutched. You do not have to achieve this truth. All you need to do is understanding you are already unclutched and stop creating new shafts. That's all. By your very nature, you are unclutched. Like a bubbles, water bubbles from the fish tank. If you see the water bubbles from the fish tank, because the gap is too small, you think all the bubbles are connected to each other, but they are not. Each bubble is an individual, unconnected, illogical, independent and unclutched bubbles. Because the gap is too small, you think all those bubbles are connected. Same way, in our mind, the thoughts, every thought is independent, illogical, unconnected and unclutched. Because the gap between two thoughts is too small, the neutral space between the two thoughts is too small, you think all the thoughts are connected and it is in the shaft form. Between every thought you experience a neutral space. You experience a neutral space between every thoughts. Between every thought. That neutral space, that silence is what I call peace or bliss. When you understand you are unconnected, independent, illogical and unclutched, by your very nature, you will start experiencing the neutral space in you, neutral space which exists in you. You will start living from moment to moment in spontaneity. We need to understand one more thing. This technique of be unclutched, it does miracles in your being. In the body level, or in the mental level, or in the being level. In every level, when you understand the truth, by your very nature, you are unclutched. The tremendous quantum transformation. You take a quantum jump. The transformation happens in quantum, not step by step. Just on jump. You take a quantum jump and experience the truth awakening in you.
Dial the Avatar. Paramahamsa Nithyananda answers your questions live during the daily morning satsang every day at 7:30 a.m. Indian Standard Time. We invite you to directly talk to Swamiji and receive his blessings for your life to be filled with bliss and all the auspiciousness. Dial the Avatar at 918027279999 extension 129.
Few basic truths about life. Few basic sacred secrets about life. What is life? What for life? More and more you try to seek answers for these questions. You become seeker. More and more you try to answer these questions for others. You become philosopher. But these questions remain untouched forever. Because each one has to discover the answer inside them for these questions. For the outer world comforts, You don't need to reinvent whatever is already invented. You can use the same thing. But for the inner world enlightenment, you need to discover your religion individually and independently. These questions, what for life is, what is life, what for life, these questions raise the intensity of life in you, brings authenticity to your living. I discovered answers to these questions inside me. But I will not do the mistake of giving you answer. I'll give you the process through which you can discover the answer within yourself. Please understand, if I give you the answer, it will not be your own answer. Any philosophy given ready-made, like a teaspoon feeding, is not going to become part of you, is not going to be enlightening you. It may be a philosophy, it may be a bookish knowledge, maybe you can be like a librarian sitting with it, but it is not going to become part of your life. My answer to this question, what is life, what for life, will no way be useful for you. You need to find your own answer. I can only give you the process. The process I am offering to all of you to find answers for the basic questions of life is unclutching. One day early morning, like intuition, suddenly this word has flowered in me as a Mahavagya. Mahavagya means the ultimate truth, the ultimate statement. Please understand, this word, unclutching, is the ultimate spiritual truth. This process, unclutching, can directly upgrade your very consciousness. I'll present unclutching as a technique, method to upgrade your consciousness, raising your inner space. When you upgrade your consciousness, raise your inner space, become more authentic, hundreds of good side effects happen, like you become healthy, you become wealthy, you become a leader, you become more intelligent, you become more balanced. Thousands of things happen in you as a side effect of upgrading your consciousness. Understand these three words, then you will be able to catch the truth of unclutching. Clutching, disclutching, unclutching. Clutching, disclutching, unclutching. Clutching means, holding, getting attached. Disclutching means completely getting disconnected, breaking. Unclutching means moving back to clutch any time when it is needed. Understand? When you shift your gears, you need to unclutch. Disclutching won't work. Disclutching means it can be breaking. Even if the gearbox breaks, if the gears break, if the shaft breaks, disclutching can happen. But after the disclutching, the possibility for clutching again may not exist. Here, with unclutching, you move out. But to unite again whenever is required. Continuously, you are clutched to your body, to your mind, to your emotions, with so many things. Now, I can say even with your Facebook identity, Twitter identity, even with your Twitter name, you identify yourself, clutch yourself. With Facebook identity, you clutch yourself. You clutch yourself with thousands of things. The ideas your mind creates, the idea of joy, idea of pain, idea of pleasure, with so many things, you clutch. Unclutching, even if it is practiced sincerely in a very small level, brings so much of awakening in you. Please understand, even very little level, if you can practice unclutching, it brings so much of awakening. Now I will give you a very simple, straight process of unclutching. When a thought rises in you, without supporting it, encouraging it, entertaining it, or being entertained by it, relaxing from it. Please understand. When a thought rises in you, without entertaining it and without being entertained by it, without encouraging it, without being excited by it, just relaxing. If you start relaxing from the thoughts which are rising, you will experience freedom from the identity which you created. Please understand. Experiencing freedom from the identity you created means healing thousands of wounds you are carrying inside. Millions of possibility for pain, suffering you are carrying inside. Constantly you create shaft of thoughts with thoughts of pain, joy, pleasure, shaft of thoughts. Please understand. The center, each block is an independent thought. Mind as it happens is already unclutched. But unfortunately, you pick up from the independent thoughts and create your own short view about yourself. Very narrow idea about your life. You don't look at your mind as it is happening. You don't look at your life as it is happening. One of the biggest achievement I feel pride and happy is whenever I look back about my past, I don't have any idea about it. I neither feel it was always joyful, nor feel it was always painful, and no feeling at all. Please understand, gift of not feeling your past as a chain of joy or chain of pain. Because I do not feel my past as a chain of pain or chain of joy, I just know my future is also free, just like my past. But unfortunately, every human being tries to develop an idea about their past as pain or pleasure. Please understand, one of the biggest danger in the life is when you believe something and repeat it again and again, that becomes your reality. Please understand, whatever you repeat again and again and again becomes your reality. That is why again and again I am insisting, don't repeat your life as a pain. Don't write your biography as a long pain shaft. No, because if you repeat your life as a long pain shaft, you will project the same pain shaft on the future also. When you look deep, you will see each pain you claim happened in your life is an individual incident. When you connect all of them and see, you create tremendous suffering for yourself. Unclutching is a powerful, self-sufficient guide to your enlightenment, to upgrade your consciousness. Please understand, unclutching can be self-sufficient guide to your enlightenment, to upgrade your consciousness. Unclutching not only changes the way you perceive the reality, it transforms the reality itself. Please understand, not only it changes the way you perceive reality, it changes reality itself, because it is a very powerful process, touches the source where the perceiver and perceived both come out. There are many methods, techniques which works only on the seer, not the seen. Unclutching, it's a technique which works on the source from which seer and seen both comes out. Unclutching is the ultimate meditation technique. It can directly upgrade your consciousness. Please understand, purpose of the human life is to upgrade your consciousness. Temples, rituals, religions, sacred books, everything is just for upgrading your consciousness, raising your consciousness. The very reason of your human body, existence of your human body, is to raise your consciousness. See, when your consciousness raises, automatically you become leader of your life, Lord of your life. You become God for yourself, Ishvara for your life. Becoming Ishvara of your own life is the basic necessity for every human being. You need to become Lord of your life. You need to raise your consciousness. Unclutching liberates you instantaneously. Immediately. This one process is enough. It is self-sufficient for whether you are a beginner or professional seeker or about to get enlightened. Unclutching is a complete technique for you. If you have problems related to your health, unclutch. If you have problems related to your wealth, unclutch. If you have problems related to your mind and the mental health, unclutch. If you have problems related to your relationships, unclutch. If you have problems related to your emotions, unclutch. If you have problems related to your consciousness, again the solution is unclutch.
Pratyaksha Pada Puja. Offer your gratitude to the lotus feet of Paramahamsa Nithyananda. Pratyaksha Pada Puja is a rare opportunity in a lifetime to express your surrender and gratitude directly at the feet of the Master, daily at 7 a.m. Indian Standard Time. You can register for e-Pada Puja online and you can receive individual darshan and blessings after the puja. You can send your blessings request at ntv.nithyananda.org or call 91-97422-03311. Make the best use of this rare opportunity to be in the space of the living enlightened Master.
Two important things to understand how the unclutching brings better health or the healing effect in our body. Not only the yoga, even the medical science says constantly your body not only rejuvenates, replaces itself. Biology says once in a year, your liver is replaced. Not a single cell is the old same cell. Every cell is replaced. Your intestine is constantly replaced. Your blood is constantly replaced. Your bones are constantly replaced. Your bone marrows are constantly replaced. You are constantly replacing you. This is the first truth. The second truth, which is important truth, again proved not only by yoga, even by biology, medical science, your mind creates your body. Your mind creates your body. In the modern day, many scientific studies are proving your mind is creating your body. The other day I was reading a beautiful book, Biology of Belief. The author is a great doctor and does a lot of scientific research. He says Your body is not just controlled by DNA or cells as you are taught. It is controlled. Even the DNA and cells are controlled by your beliefs, faiths, and positive and negative emotions. You are created by your mind. Understand these two truths. You are created by your mind. Your body is created by your mind, and your body constantly replaces itself. If you carry the same mind, you will carry the same disease and reproduce it in your new body also. If you understand these two statements, your mind creates your body. The second truth, your body constantly replaces itself. Now you can understand the third statement. If you carry the same mind, same shaft, you will reproduce the same disease or the same problem in the new body also. So be very clear. If you understand you are unclutched, if you realize the truth that you are unclutched, unconnected, independent, illogical thoughts, you will stop carrying the same old identity and mind within you. When you stop carrying the same identity, the same mind, you will stop reproducing the same disease in the new body. You will stop reproducing the same pains, same depression, same difficulty, same disease in the new bodies which your nature is creating. If you are unclutched, you will allow your body to heal from the disease which you are already having, and you will create a new body, new system which will be more immune, energetic, alive. Constantly, by bringing the same old mind, by clutching ourselves with our past, we are bringing the same diseases into the body. We are not allowing the body to heal itself. We are not encouraging the body to rejuvenate and replace itself. The body, by its very nature, constantly replacing itself. We are stopping the healing process by clutching, connecting to our past. Almost all mental problems related to desires, related to guilt, related to addiction, related to fear, related to depression, every mental problem can be addressed with this single truth that you are unclutched. All the depression is nothing but carrying, clutching all those low moods and creating the shaft of depression. For example, the low mood which you suffered 10 years ago, the low mood which you suffered 8 years ago, the low mood which you suffered 9 years ago, the low mood which you suffered 7 years ago, the low mood which you suffered 6 years ago, they are all unconnected, independent, illogical, unclutched experiences happened in your life. When you connect all of them, clutch and see them as a shaft. Oh, my life was depression. You created hell for you. The moment you start believing you are depressed being, you will create more and more incidents, more and more arguments, more and more data to prove your judgment, to prove your understanding. Then naturally you will label yourself as a depressed being. Understand? All our mental problems, whether it is related to addiction or depression or low mood, everything is directly connected to this clutching. If you understand this single truth, the ultimate technique, by your very nature, you are unclutched.
I've seen in Indian forests, hunters catching birds. They'll catch the birds. There will be one small stick hanging in a rope. The stick will be very balanced, just like this, equal, this side and that side, the same weight and length the stick will be. Like, there will be rope like this tied and the stick will be hanging. When birds come, they'll try to sit one side. The moment they sit one side, suddenly the tip and the stick will become topsy-turvy, upside down, because of one side weight. It will become just upside down. It will just become topsy-turvy. Understand, the moment the stick has become upside down, the bird which is holding will completely get imbalanced and shaken. Now this guy starts thinking, if I leave, I'll fall and break my head and die. If I let go the stick now, I'll fall and break my head and die. He will be just hanging, trying to flutter his wings, trying to shake, trying to move, trying to bring that stick to balance, trying to straighten that stick. No. Nothing will happen. Never it will happen. All our practice, trying to create silence and balance through wealth, or peace and balance through some other practice, everything is equal to the trials and the things which this bird is trying to do. Fluttering the wing, balancing. The fluttering the wing can be having more cars and houses. Trying to balance the stick can be more like some japa or meditation or some spiritual practice, some techniques. Trying its best, nothing will happen. This guy will be hanging. Slowly that hunter will come and catch the bird very slowly and put it in the cage and go. All you need to understand is you are never in bondage, you will never fall and die, just let go. If the bird just opens, it can fly. It can just fly. The hunter is death. Till death comes, you are hanging, swinging and trying to balance the stick. All your fluttering, you always think, if I let go and become so easy, I may die, means I may fall and break my head, means I may lose my wealth, I may lose my mind, I may lose my balanced life, I may lose this, I may lose that. No! There is no history anytime a bird falling and dying. Same way, there will never be a history if you relax from all the things you are holding, you will lose your wealth or health or life or miss anything. You won't miss anything, whatever you have. At the most, when that bird lets go that stick, it takes 2-3 seconds for the bird to balance and start flying. At the most, you may need 2-3 months to balance and start flying. That 2-3 months, having the patience and balancing is what I call tapas. That is what I call tapas. Living enlightenment. Understand, we are all hanging. Just open up. Let go. Whatever you are holding,
in your mind as bondage and whatever thought you think as bondage. Whatever you think is associated with bondage or suffering, as you think, let go. Let go. You may think, I may have to let go my job. Don't bother. Let go. You will never miss your wealth. The moment you are balanced, you will start working out of your creativity. You will start expressing out of your strength. You will start expressing out of your joy. It is not that the person who is flying is not working. No. Paramahamsas are not lazy. They express the honest freedom and creativity. Having the trust that you can express that creativity and strength is what I call bhakti. You need only Atma Bhakti. Means having the trust towards yourself that you can also express that creativity. You can also express that freedom. That is bhakti. And opening, letting go the stick is tyaga, and balancing and flying is courage. That's all need to happen in our system. Anything, if you feel there is nothing really I am holding on, then wonderful, listen to these words. It will go deep and do the work of awakening the non-mechanical parts of your brain. If you still able to find out you are holding on to something, then relax. If you are holding on to something, relax. If you have nothing to hold on, then imbibe, listen to these words, let the process happen. Understand, all you need to do is just let go and fly. You will be a Paramahamsa.
Sacred Art Store. Nithyananda's Sacred Art Store. A storehouse of spiritual products from Vedic culture. Find all your needs for yogic body, Vedic mind and N living. A one-stop shop for spiritual products and gifts. www.sacredartsstore.com or email us sales@ngalleria.com.
Nine different levels of unclutching. First, unclutching from your outer world means when you have problems related to name, fame, money, if you unclutch, please understand, I am not saying you need to lose that money, name and fame. No. You will lose the problems and suffocations and stress, sufferings created in you because of money, name and fame. When the problems, suffocation, stress is removed, suddenly you have a pure inner space where you can create whatever you want in the outer world. Understand? Biggest asset any human being can have is free inner space, extra inner space. Whenever I give energy darshan to people, I just give them few hundred more acres of inner space, that's all. Extra inner space. Extra inner space is the ultimate wealth. Wealth is not the billions of dollars you have, or the relationships you have, or the bungalows, properties you have. The real wealth is extra inner space you have. The space you have inside, free space, in which you can do your creativity, you can do your creation. That extra free inner space is the real wealth. When you unclutch from the difficulties, stress, sufferings, suffocation created by money, name and fame, you achieve that ultimate wealth, extra free inner space. Second, unclutch from the outer world identities. The identities you carry, social identity, professional identity, racial identity, national identity. Sometimes you think you identify yourself based on your religion, your country, your race, your caste, your community, your creed. Please understand, this racial identity, national identity is responsible for millions of people dying every year in the planet Earth. World's worst terrorist on the planet Earth is racial and national identity. Please understand, largest number of deaths on the planet Earth is caused by racial and national identity. The moment you feel you belong to certain geography, you are ready to sacrifice your life for that geography. People die, especially youngsters. Millions die in the war fields. And without any guilt, without any even second thought, people kill people just because their national identity. Identity you create because of your geography. I tell you, most uncivilized act is killing people because of your racial and national identity. It is so unfortunate still human beings have not evolved from that low conscious of killing people, destroying people because of racial and national identity. Same way, the racial identity is responsible for all religious and communal terrorism. Unclutch from social, professional, racial, national identities, you will see so much of peace, joy, bliss happening in you. Universal intelligence awakens in you the moment you unclutch from low-level identities. The moment you unclutch from racial, national identities, immediately the universal intelligence awakens in you. Third, unclutching. Unclutching from thoughts, verbalization and visualization happening inside. Please understand, unclutching from thoughts means the verbalization and visualization happening inside. When you look in, the verbalization happening, the visualization happening in you are all thoughts. Unclutch from both. Continuously try to unclutch from both. You will see extraordinary powers expressing in you when you start unclutching from your verbalization and visualization. You will become yogi. Understand, living as a yogi is life. Unclutch from verbalization and visualization. Whenever you remember, the verbalization happening in you constantly, the words moving, or the visualization happening in you, the ideas happening in you, unclutch from that. Even the boredom, feeling bored, restless, is also one more thought, one more verbalization, one more visualization. Unclutch even from that. And fourth level of unclutching. Unclutch from your emotions, pain and pleasure. Let me tell you from my own experience. When I fell from the horse during the horse riding and fractured my hand, just all I need to do is unclutching from that pain. I could see very clearly body was healing at least 5 times more faster than normal speed of healing. When you unclutch from pain and pleasures, not only you are free from it, even your health improves drastically. Fifth, unclutching. Unclutching from the inner world identities like parental conditioning, ahankara and mamakara. Ahankara means the idea you project about yourself to others. Mamakara means the idea you believe about you as you inside you. See, always the idea you project to others about you will be more than what you are. Mamakara, the idea you believe about you in the inner self is always lower than you. Idea you project on others, an idea you project on yourself. This ahamkara and mamakara, your whole life is nothing but the fight between the ahankara and mamakara. Means the identity you project in the outer world and the identity you believe as you in the inner world. Unclutch from inner world identities, both the identities. Unclutch from the identity you project to the outer world, unclutch from the identity you believe as you in the inner world. Sixth level of unclutching. Unclutch from the biomemories. Means the very patterns you are carrying. Pattern of depression, pattern of pain, pattern of irritation, patterns of suffering, patterns of your own ideas. If you unclutch from the patterns to the extent till you realize there is no patterns in reality. In reality, you are alone. In reality, you are just existing. Kevala. Next, unclutch from body. Unclutch from body itself. Please understand. When you unclutch from your body, thousands of disorders you create by yourself, like arthritis, blood pressure, all this completely disappears. The seventh level of unclutching is unclutching from body. And eighth level of unclutching, unclutching from the idea of time. Unclutch day, night, morning, evening, midnight. Go on unclutching. Unclutch from the idea of boredom, feeling restless. Unclutch from the idea of time. I tell you, time is the greatest myth you are carrying in your life. That is the worst conditioning you are carrying. Actually, there is no such thing as time. Sun rises and sets, moon rises and sets, stars move, planet moves, life moves. That's all. Where is time? You rise, live, disappear. That's all. Where is time? Time is one of the myths like a clothes. You forget human body does not come with clothes. How many of you remember? I tell you, none of us remember. Human body comes to planet Earth without clothes, goes out without clothes. We think human body comes with clothes and goes with clothes. Just like a cloth, class is the illusion which has become part of your biomemory. Time is an illusion which has become part of your very consciousness itself. So unclutch from the idea of time. Ultimately, the 9th level of unclutching, unclutching from the very idea I. Unclutch from that very idea I. In every level of unclutching, in every aspect of unclutching, you will experience some new free dimension of you. You will experience some extraordinary experiences or expressions. I tell you, all the auspicious things of life and beyond life is achieved just by this one process, unclutching. Just by this one technique, unclutching. Just this one technique, unclutching. These 9 levels of unclutching. The 9th level is unclutching from the very idea I. The I. The very idea I is the source of everything you experience, you perceive. Unclutching from that very source, the idea of I. You can start in these 9 levels, any one level. Just like 9 levels of unclutching, I wanted to introduce 3 kinds of unclutching. Unclutching from the luxury activities, like activities may not be required for your life, which you do as a luxury, playing video games, luxury activities. Second, unclutching from existential activities. Means for your existence, you start doing many activities like going to your office, your profession. When I say unclutch, I don't mean you will stop those activities. Your body will be performing those activities. The sufferings and the stress caused by those activities will not be there in your body. That's all. In your being. Third, unclutching from the survival activities. Even the basic survival activity like a food, eating, sleeping, unclutching, even from those things. When you unclutch from the survival activities, please understand, I am not saying you will stop eating, you will stop drinking. No. All I am telling you is, you will live in unclutched space. Your body may continue the activities necessary for survival. Unclutching is the greatest life solution. Unclutching liberates you from all types of addictions. Unclutching is the most simple and ultimate technique. How much ever you hear about unclutching, unless you experience it, you will not know about it. I sincerely urge, inspire, encourage all of you to experience unclutching at least 20 minutes a day in the beginning level. From today, sit unclutched at least 20 minutes a day. You will see within next few days, unclutching helps you so much. It frees you from so many sufferings. It makes you matured so many ways. It upgrades your consciousness so much. You will start spending more and more time in unclutched space. Ultimately, your whole life will be in unclutched space. Unclutching makes you a leader, because when you unclutch, trillions of cells in your brain are awakened. Your highest inner potential energy, dormant cosmic energy, awakens to its peak. Unclutching is inner awakening. Unclutching is samadhi. Unclutching is meditation. Unclutching is inner guru. Unclutching is God itself. Unclutching is a subject. Subject need to experience this subject. In ordinary life, objects are experiencing the subject. In unclutching, subject need to experience the subject objectively. Without bringing peace to you, which is foundation of your world, you try to bring peace to everything. Being peaceful within means being in completely unclutched space of the restful awareness, space internally, and taking more and more responsibility and being productive externally. Please understand. Let me define peace. Understand? I am defining peace. Peace means being at ease internally and responding to the world in a most efficient way and being most productive to the humanity. If you wish to authentically make a difference and bring peace to the world, you must first bring peace yourself within. Being peaceful within means being in completely unclutched space, or the restful awareness space, internally, and taking more and more responsibility and being productive externally. Responding to yourself and to the world most efficiently is peace. When you are not transferring the stress and load created by one thought to the other thought and carrying that load constantly. Please understand, usually you transfer the load and the stress you create by one thought to the other thought, and when you are constantly transferring those emotions to the next thought, your inner space becomes insensitive, loaded with so much of emotions, it naturally sinks into depression, restlessness, boredom, all the negative emotions. When you can unclutching is not connecting one thought and the other thought and carrying the same stress and emotions. When you unclutch, you stop carrying the stress and negative emotions from one thought to the other thought. And when you don't carry that stress, suffering, negativity, pressure, restlessness from one thought to the other thought, naturally you experience peace inside. There are different levels of peace. Peace at the level of self, being in the restful awareness zone at all times, being unclutched within, is peace at the level of self. Please understand, every human being has a birthright for the peace within. The peace at the level of self is a birthright of every human being, and everyone should do it. Everyone should have this peace to experience life while you are living. Please understand. Experience peace while you are living. Having peace at the level of self is your responsibility. Not only your right, your responsibility. Second, peace at the level of family. Being unclutched and matured in your relationships and executing your responsibility towards your family and relationships. Understand, peace at the level of family, I am defining. Being unclutched in your relationships and executing your responsibility towards your family and relationships. Every householder, person who has a family, is responsible for his family's peace. Even if you are not the head of the family, please understand, it is not that always only head of the family is responsible for the peace of the family. No. every person who is part of the family is responsible for the peace of the family. Third, peace at the level of community. Being unclutched in the way you relate with your community, taking up the responsibility towards your community, and performing actions that radiate responsibility. Understand? I am defining peace at the level of community. Being unclutched in the way you relate with your community, taking up responsibility towards your community, and performing actions that radiate responsibility. I tell you, when you unclutch, so much of your inner space will be freely available to you. You will have so much of inner space freely available to you. You will be able to do so many creative things, radiating responsibility. When each individual is established in being unclutched at the level of self, naturally he will create the peace at the level of family, then at the level of community, and it will expand to the level of society. Naturally, peace has to start happening at the level of nation and the whole civilization itself. If you do this unclutching as a continuous practice, not only you will be successful, you will not have any conflict. Don't bother at all. Don't worry at all. Only when you don't unclutch, there will be so much of conflict. See, conflict is nothing but too many thoughts trying to get connected to one source at the same time. Unclutching is nothing but connecting too many thoughts to the same source one by one. Unclutching works on time. When it works on time, all your thoughts will be connected to same source, but there will be time gap, so that the emotion from one thought to the other thought is not carried as it is without getting nullified. Please understand, when you unclutch, the emotion is not transferred from one thought to the other thought in the same vigor. It is like you don't inherit the diseases and karmas of your parents. See, every thought, your earlier thought is the parent for this thought. If this receives the karmas, the loaded emotions and diseases of the earlier thought, it inherits the same old sufferings and karmas and diseases. Here, when you are doing the unclutching, it's like you doing inner awakening. The moment you go through inner awakening, your inherited karmas and DNA setup or the disease, everything is broken, destroyed. Same way, every moment when you go through the unclutching, your every thought goes through inner awakening. It does not inherit the load of the past, the suffering of the past, DNA, the mental setup, karma, patterns of the past. It doesn't inherit. So I tell you, every moment you unclutch, you are awakened to the fresh energy. You are awakened. to the fresh being. Every moment of unclutching, your mind goes through an inner awakening. Please understand, while you are unclutching, the complete balancing of prana happens in you. You may need more exhaling for your prana balancing. Sometimes you need more prana inside. If there is more exhaling, then more prana will be naturally inhaled, pumped inside. Unfortunately, because your exhaling is shallow, your inhaling also becomes shallow. When your inhaling is shallow, the quantity and the quality of prana comes in, reduces. That reduces the awareness and the vital actions of the brain comes down. That is why I insist so much on this long breath. Long breath is ajapa-japa, long breath is unclutching, long breath is yoga, long breath is pranayama, long breath is enlightenment, long breath is God Himself. When you are unclutching, if the breath goes out on its own and leading to a stage of gasping for breath, don't worry. It's perfect. Your prana and samana is getting balanced. Samana or prana getting balanced never happens without pranayama other than unclutching. Unclutching is the only key which can balance samana, prana, everything. It can create the physiology and psychology for you to achieve enlightenment and make sure you reach enlightenment.
The whole thing, whatever problem you have, can be solved with this one key. Because your whole thing, whatever problem you have, everything is just because of one reason. That interpreting based on past conditioning leads to misconception or wrong understanding. Please understand. All your fear, all your greed, all the things which you think as your identity, all your worries, whatever you think as disturbance, misfortune in your life can be sorted out with this one understanding. If you look with a little sympathy, little compassion, little sympathy and compassion towards this moment will completely open a new door. You will have a new understanding. When you don't have compassion to this moment, you always judge this moment with your past experience. Please understand. I am giving you a new key. Have compassion towards this moment. Have compassion towards sympathy, towards present moment. We never have a compassion towards present moment. We are always violent with the present moment. That is why we kill it with the past. We kill the present moment with the past. We are constantly waiting for present moment to come so that you can kill it with your past. You can destroy it with your past. You can abuse it with your past. Abusing the present with the past is what I call hell. Continuously we torture, we disturb the existence by killing the present moment. Please understand. The eternity comes in front of you, presents itself to you in the present moment. You can touch the eternity only by touching the present moment. You can see very clearly, you can't touch the past, you can't touch the future. You can touch the eternity only by touching the present moment. The present moment is the only way you can connect with the eternity. But when you don't connect with the present moment, If you are constantly torturing it with your past, you are creating misconception, wrong understanding. Sometimes we are strongly stuck with the wrong understanding, with the wrong concepts. Unclutched from what is outer world, feeling connected with what is inner. Sit. That is what I can say as Upanishad, the ultimate sitting. Just unclutching or just feeling connected is only two different parts. Unclutching from the unnecessary things, feeling connected to the highest possibility. This is what I call Upanishad. Upanishad is more deeper than Zazen. In Zazen, you sit unclutched. In Upanishad, you melt also with the feeling connection.
Ingenious! Your child learns and experiences the true science of Vedic tradition. Notice a measurable increase in your child's performance. Daily yoga and powerful meditations. Innovative art processes based on life solutions. Activities that bring Vedic culture to life. For more information and registration, email us at ngenius@nithyananda.org or visit www.innerawakening.org.
Constantly, we are struggling, we are suffering with memory. When it comes to outer world, knowing how to handle more and more. When it comes to inner world, knowing how to unclutch more and more. I can say from my own experience, the more you unclutch, more memories are available to you without disturbance. When you learn the technique of unclutching, the quantity of memory available to you, the quality to retrieve, both are just, I can say, increased, not few persons, not in the percentage level. It just explodes, maybe few hundred times. In your hard disk, in your computer, if you store high resolution pictures, you can store only few pictures, and retrieving also takes too much of time. You will have to be sitting with the clock, wait. Retrieving is also too difficult. Only you can store only few, and retrieving is also difficult. It takes time. But if everything is Word document in your hard disk, you can store a lot. Retrieving also will be very easy. How to make high resolution pictures which are there in your hard disk into a Word document? That is the whole technique. See, what is high resolution picture? Inside your hard disk, the pictures which are too much affecting you, disturbing you emotionally, which are stored inside you with a lot of emotional connections. That is what is high resolution picture. High resolution picture means which are taking too much of your inner space. For example, your relationships, even remembering once a strong emotional connection, love or hatred. So much of your inner space is occupied by that person's picture. The moment you remember the person, you can see 1,000 thoughts about that person will come up. Whether love or hatred, 1,000 thoughts will come up. Means high resolution picture. If you can store files without emotional attachment, the ability to store and ability to retrieve both are tremendously increased. That is what I am saying. If you can constantly unclutch from memories, everything is converted into a Word document. All high-res pictures are in the form of Word document. If you are constantly clutched, even Word documents become high-resolution pictures. Even Word document becomes high-resolution picture. Your hard disk is full just with few documents. See your life. That is what is happening. If you have lot of clutched memories, even little memory is enough to bring pain, suffering, torture to your life. A normal middle class man is tired just by handling 10-12 relationships. If he handles just 10-12 relationships in a day, he is tired. You can see, morning 9 o'clock you go and sit in the office, by 11, if you handle 10-12 people, you have shoulder pain, you are stressed out. And another one big problem, we have all these negative words inside us as a strong high-res pictures. I am burnt out. Too much is in my plate. I can't do further. The whole secret is how to convert high-res pictures into Word document. The secret is unclutch. Whenever high-res pictures are getting downloaded, whenever you are stressed, you see that wait time is what I call stressed moments. High-res pictures are getting flooded inside your system. Use those moments to unclutch. Again and again, unclutch. Whenever the pain or pleasures related to emotions, related to memories are happening, unclutch, unclutch, unclutch. If you actually unclutch more and more from the memories inside, the essence, juice of those memories will become part of you. People ask me mainly, if we don't remember our past mistakes, how are we going to develop ourselves? Please understand. By constantly remembering your past mistakes, you will only create guilt. You will not develop yourself. But by unclutching from your past memories, you will assimilate the essence, experience of the mistakes. Please understand. Learning from the past means assimilating. Experience does not mean the number of incidents you go through in your life. It means number of lessons you learned from those incidents. That learning, assimilation itself happens only when you unclutch. Otherwise, you yourself will suspect about you. You may remember, may not trust if you are clutched with your memories. Unclutching assimilates. See, there are so many things goes on in your life. So many mistakes you do in your life. Remembering those mistakes are no way going to make you rich. It's only going to create more and more guilt. More and more guilt. No, that is no way going to help you. But unclutching from those memories, suddenly you will see the lessons which you need to learn are assimilated inside you. You are fresh. The juice is already part of become your life. The juice which you need to learn from that incident is digested. It has become part of your life by unclutching. You don't have to remember the incident itself. Only thing you need to happen is you need to update yourself from the lessons. You need to upgrade yourself from the lessons. That happens only if you can look into the memory face to face. Many times, you don't want to look into the past incidents or mistakes face to face because it creates so much of pain. Then you try to remember that incident, but unconsciously you are trying to forget the same incident. It's a struggle. It's a struggle. One part of you want to remember the incident so that you will not do the same mistake. The other part of your mind says it doesn't want to remember the incident. So in that struggle you are caught. When you remember the incident itself, you may not be able to update yourself because the incident itself may have joy or memory, joy or pain associated with it. If it is joy, you will start rejoicing. You will just start mentally fantasizing. So whether you want, even if you remember with joy or remember with pain, it is not going to add to you. But unclutching, please understand, unclutching from both memories is going to add juice to you. It is going to add juice to you. Each memory, when you unclutch from it, when you relax from it, what needs to happen automatically happens inside you. The classification automatically happens inside you. Please understand. If you want to remember something, all you need to do is just for a few moments unclutch. If you are not unclutched, if you are clutched, any simple memory can lead to more and more suffering, more and more torture, more and more disturbance and distraction. The essence I wanted to share with you when it comes to external world, memory is perfectly all right. It pays your bills. It brings you paycheck. It makes you productive. It makes you part of civilization. It makes you feel comfortable with outer world. Perfectly all right. But when it comes to the inner world, constantly try to unclutch. Try to be in the zone of beyond memory. Please understand, not below memory. I am not asking you to be absent-minded. No. I am not asking you to be absent-minded. Many times we start being in the level of absent-mindedness and we think that is the solution. No. Many times being absent-minded we think as unclutching. No. That is not solution. You may get used to be there, but that is not going to be solution. Being above mind. Unclutching will put you above the mind. Unclutching will put you above the mind. With unclutching, two things will happen. You will remember whatever need to remember, and you will be able to forget whatever need not be remembered. The big problem with our life, very big problem with our life is whenever solution is told, one part of you feel good, yes, great solution. One part of you says, no, I don't think it is going to work out for me. I don't think it is going to work out for me. We always have this confusion. If you have the confusion, it may not work out for me. Just experiment for next few days. All I am asking you is experiment with this idea of next 10 days. Constantly try to unclutch. Try to unclutch. Unclutch means not connecting with your memory. Not connecting with your memory. Whenever thoughts rise, remember to unclutch and relax. Remember to unclutch and relax. Then naturally your mind will say, I am unclutching, unclutching, unclutching. Unclutch from that idea also. And relax. You may say that, what should I do? Unclutch from that idea also. You may feel bored. Unclutch from that idea. Again and again come back to the silence which is inside you. First time when you unclutch, 2 minutes, 2 seconds you may be silent. Then again a thought will rise. Again unclutch. Then 3-4 seconds you may be silent. Again a thought will rise. Again unclutch. Then few more seconds you may be silent. Again unclutch. By more and more time you unclutch, the number of times you are unclutching is increased. The gap between the thoughts will increase. After 25-30 times of unclutching, suddenly you will see the gap between one thought and the other thought will become 10-20 seconds. Relax into that gaps is what I call living enlightenment. Living enlightenment. Relaxing into that gap. Resting into that gap. Living inside that gap. Not being affected by the memory. Not being disturbed by the memory. Not being disturbed by the good news and the bad news which is brought to your inner space. See, your inner space is such, constantly your memory tells some good news and bad news. That's your life. Your life is nothing but a chain of good news and bad news you receive from your memory. Nothing else. So unclutch from your good news and bad news. The good news and bad news which constantly comes up, unclutch from it. See what happens to your system. See the intelligence awakening in your system. You will see the ultimate intelligence gets awakened in your system. The ultimate pure energy starts flowing inside your inner consciousness.
Books by Paramahamsa Nithyananda. In the true spirit of Vedic tradition, more than 250 books of Paramahamsa Nithyananda are now available online for free. Access free library at lifeblissprograms.org/books.
Ability to convince your inner space you are going to do this forever is what you need to learn. Committed and intense practice of unclutching makes one firmly established in a higher state of awareness. Decide you are going to be unclutching forever. The moment you decide you are going to be unclutching forever, you will be unclutched this moment. Because your mind knows this is going to be its routine. See, your mind thrives with changes and hope for a change. In the world there are different kinds of knowledge. There are some kind, just by listening to that knowledge, you will have benefit of it. There are some kind of knowledge, if you have access to it whenever you need, you will have benefit out of it. Some knowledge, just by listening, once understanding, you will have benefit. Some, you need to again and again work with it. You need access to that knowledge to have benefit. There are some knowledge, only when you practice, you will have benefit. Spiritual knowledge is the third type. You need to practice, live, practice, no other way. People come and ask me, is there any shortcut, Swamiji? I tell them the one and only shortcut is practice, practice, practice. The shortest distance between 2 points is a straight line. The shortest way is being straight. Practice, nothing else. If you want the transformation, practice is the only way. How much ever you hear, how much ever you talk, how much ever you discuss, nothing can be done. Only one way, practice. And clearly telling your mind, you are going to practice eternally. With unclutching. As long as you have a hope, you can stop unclutching at certain point. Your mind will continue to exist, waiting for that point. The moment you decide, no, I am going to unclutch forever, suddenly your mind disappears. It loses its power over you. Actually, when you decide the practice is eternal, suddenly the whole thing gets unclutched and practice ends there. When practice ends, there will be nobody to practice. As long as there is somebody inside you to practice, practice. Till then, unclutching continues. So, continue your unclutching till the unclutcher disappears into unclutching. Let you all achieve, experience, live, express, radiate, share and explode in eternal bliss. Nithyananda.
Nithyananda Dhyanapitham, Nithyananda Nagar, off Mysore Road, Bidadi, Bangalore, 562109. Contact 097422033311. www.nithyananda.org. www.youtube.com/lifeblissfoundation.
Welcome to Inner Awakening, the most powerful personal transformation retreat you could ever experience. In just 21 days, thousands are already experiencing the shortest route to constantly high energy levels, visible anti-aging, healing of chronic diseases, fulfilling relationships, and higher states of consciousness. What is the secret behind this transformation?
Kundalini means the inner potential energy. Once it is awakened, opens the different doors for the conscious experience in you. I can say which is a master key for all extraordinary spiritual experiences.
This extraordinary program is conducted personally by Paramahamsa Nithyananda in the vibrant atmosphere of Nithyananda Dhyanapitham Ashram. Open yourself to the benefits of Nitya Yoga and practical meditation. Experience physical and mental healing. Discover simple ways to handle life with success. Above all, enjoy individual darshan and blessings from Paramahamsa Nithyananda every day. Take 21 days for yourself and carry home the transformation of a lifetime.
Successfully, hundreds of participants have completed Nirahara Samyama level 2, 4th batch today. Understand? This instruction is only for ashramites and the Samyama participants. All the ashramites and the Samyama participants, please understand, eat when you feel like. Do not have a law not to eat or to have a regular diet pattern. No. Do not have both. Don't have the habit that I will eat in time, regularly, 2 meals or 3 meals a day. No. Same way, don't have a law, I will not eat at all. The real samyama happens when you don't even have the vow of samyama and feel like I'm not eating at all and move with the flow. I tell you, I don't feel like eating at all. Only when I see the body becomes too hot and needs something, I pour some juice. So, you don't even need to restrict yourself only to juice. You can even eat solid food whenever you feel like. But make sure neither the visualization of the food or the smell of the food or your mind interferes in the samyama and asks you to eat. Only like a casually, all right, today some temple prasadam has come. Come on, let me put it in the mouth. Try to learn to live like a god. Gods do not have vow not to eat. They just do not feel like. So live like a gods on the planet Earth. I think now, especially these Samyama participants have been really trained. So now, from today, all the ashramites who are doing Nirahara Samyama and Disamyama, all the Disamyama participants, all of you will end the vow. You will not have this vow anymore. Feel like? Have it. Don't feel like? Leave it. So the Samyama out of freedom, Samyama out of joy, not out of vow. I tell you, then body just jumps into a new kind of wellness. It jumps into a new kind of that feeling well. So today onwards, you will do something called unique free Samyama. The Samyama without the vow. So, from today, you will have Samyama without vow. And today I have something unique from our Siddha products release. Officially, Dhyanapidam's Kadakai Podi and Kadakai tablets. It's a Sarvaroga Nivarani. I am very happy to release this too. This is the only thing which I take regularly. I think I don't need to introduce about Kadaka Pudi anymore. All of you know the power of it. It increases the oxygen flow in the blood 300%. And we call it in Sanskrit Haritaki. And the exact meaning of the word Haritaki means the drop of the nectar fell from Indra's cup and that drop is Haritaki. I can say it's 100% true. It is nectar. It is nectar. I tell you guys, this is the most powerful spiritual cleanser. I wanted to give the title. Not just body cleanser. Because when the oxygen level in the body increases 300%, it directly works on your non-mechanical parts of the brain. When the non-mechanical parts of the brain gets awakened, then all the spiritual truths are understood. You will be able to grasp all the spiritual truths and live. So, not only that, from now, in all Akashic reading sessions, Kalabhairava Darshans, Haritaki will be given as a prasadam. Haritaki is the Kalabhairava's prasada. Kalabhairava should be offered Haritaki, and this should be shared as a prasadam of Kalabhairava among the devotees. And all our devotees, every month, on Chitra Nakshatram, on Ashtami, should do. Ashtami is the Tithi for Kalabhairava, and the Tithi in which Swamiji was born. We should have Kalabhairava Puja, Kalabhairava's worship, and should have this Haritaki as prasadam, share with everybody. I am doing some more research. Is there a food item cooked adding Haritaki? If that is there, we will make that as a compulsory in our Anna Mandir. Nothing like Haritaki. That is the really nectar from Devaloka. Let's start today morning satsang in Bhagavad Gita, 6th chapter, Dhyana Yoga, 23rd verse.
तं विद्या दुःखसंयोग वियोगं योगसंज्ञितं स निश्चयेन योक्तव्यः योगो निर्विण्णचेतसा.
Tam vidya dukkha samyoga viyogam yoga sanyitam sanischayena yoktavyaha yogaha anirvinna chetasa. The translation: understand that separation from being absorbed with suffering is termed as feeling connection, and this has to be practiced with a conviction, with an insight that does not pull you down. Understand? Do not deviate from your spiritual practice. Let me give you the sacred secrets Bhagavan Sri Krishna reveals from this verse. First, separating yourself from the suffering is sadhana. Second, the separation happens only when you have the feeling connection towards something which never brings suffering to you. What we call in Sanskrit bhakti, feeling connection. Third, do not deviate from that bhakti and feeling connection, otherwise you will be pulled down. These three basic secrets, sacred secrets, is revealed by Bhagavan in this verse. Tam vidya dukkha samyogaha viyogam yoga sanchitam sanischayena yoktavyaha yogaha anirvinna chetasaha. Actually, this is the right message from Bhagavan for all the NSP participants, because today is the 4th day. The program will end. From tomorrow, whether you are going to meditate or not, who knows? Whether you are going to continue your spiritual practice or not, who knows? So this is the farewell message from Bhagavan. Let you not disconnect yourself from the sacred spiritual practices, sadhana. Let the sadhana not be the choice. Let sadhana be the survival need. Do not break the regular spiritual practice of unclutching yourself from suffering. Please understand. One of the biggest mistake many of the devotees do is they think, oh, why unnecessarily sit and unclutch? I'll just remember Swamiji and he's there all the time in my heart. But if you don't do sadhana, even your feeling connection with me, the bhakti towards me will naturally be destroyed. It is only by sadhana the feeling connection is strengthened and you grow. I tell you, if you stop the habit of unclutching from the suffering without doing the regular practice, then the layers and layers of the suffering increases. Suddenly one day you are completely disconnected and you are not able to relate with the master at all. Even the strong remembrance does not put you into that joy and ecstasy, does not put you into enlightenment, does not put you into that feeling connection. Then you see, I think I lost my spiritual strength and life, and you succumb. Succumbing to the injuries and dying is the right example I'll give for succumbing to the sufferings and falling into depression. I have seen hundreds of people, just because did not do the spiritual practice regularly, every day, lose the ability to unclutch from suffering and ability to retain the spiritual connection and succumb to the worldly patterns and destroy themselves. That is what Bhagavan calls Uttared Atmanatmanam Atmanam Avasadayet. Your own self should be the friend. If not, your own self will be your enemy. So continuously practice the presence of God and ability to unclutch from the sufferings, from the things which pulls you down. It is unfortunate, many times you enjoy sufferings, you like them, because that gives you a kind of a feeling that you can always put the blame on somebody else. Why do people like suffering? Just to say their inability. But when suffering becomes pattern, life is destroyed. I have seen many times, people don't unclutch from suffering just to blame everybody else in their life. See, I am suffering because of this fellow, this fellow, this fellow, this fellow, this fellow. By the time you finish pointing the fingers, the suffering has already become pattern in you. When the suffering becomes pattern in you, your life is destroyed. Essence of this verse: continuously practice the ability to unclutch from sufferings. Let your practice from unclutching the sufferings not stop. Let it not get disturbed. Let it not be broken. Let it not pull you down. The broken spiritual practice means you are allowing your patterns to pull you down. That's it. Meditate on this one verse continuously for next 24 hours. Tam vidya dukkha samyoga viyogam yoga sanjitam sanischayena yoktavyaha yogo nirvinna chetasaha. Meditate on this one concept. Gaudapada, a great master, the Shankara's Paramaguru, Adi Shankara's Paramaguru, maybe who is a contemporary of Nithyananda Sambandar, in his Karika beautifully describes a concept. Just as the ocean can be emptied with the help of the tip of the blade, which can hold just a drop, so also can the control of the mind be brought about by absence of depression. Utsheka udater yatvat kushagre naika binduna manaso nigrahastatvat bhavet apariketataha. Gaudapata very beautifully says, by the practice anything is possible. You can even empty the ocean with the kusa grass, a small grass, with a continuous effort for years. Same way, even if that can be possible, why not conquering the mind by the absence of depression? It is possible.
Paramahamsa Nithyananda, a rare living incarnation, is named among the world's 100 most spiritually influential personalities today. Paramahamsa Nithyananda has been placed alongside Dalai Lama, Nelson Mandela, Oprah Winfrey, Paulo Coelho and others by Mind, Body, Spirit, the world's top esoteric magazine from Watkins, London's oldest and largest bookstore. A yogi by birth, he has been expressing his power of enlightenment since birth. He has authored more than 500 books in Tamil and English. Translations of these books are available in 26 languages in Telugu, Kannada, Malayalam, Hindi, Sanskrit, Gujarati, Oriya, Bengali, Marathi, French, Malay, Polish, Portuguese, Italian, German, Danish, Spanish, Russian and Chinese. He is also an exemplary speaker with over 10,000 hours of profound life solutions through his discourses. Social services such as Annadan, free medical care, free educational services with ashrams, schools, temples, hospitals established in more than 140 places around the world, offering exceptional services. A powerful spiritual healer who has healed millions of people of diseases from migraine to cancer. A Kriya Yogi who has formulated Kriyas for physical health and mental well-being, benefiting thousands. A living master who offers practical solutions for our everyday problems. He is the founder and spiritual head of Nithyananda Dhyanapeetham, a spiritual powerhouse who has revived the sacred Vedic tradition by establishing Vedic temples in places like Los Angeles, San Jose, Seattle, Toronto, Ohio, Oklahoma, Phoenix, St. Louis, Malaysia, Brazil, Paris, Guadeloupe, Dallas, New York, New Jersey, Atlanta, Calgary, Vancouver, Singapore, and places in India like Bengaluru, Hyderabad, Tiruvannamalai. A spiritual guru for 10 million followers, an incarnation who transmits the highest spiritual energy through initiation, a contemporary yogi who has revived the Vedic science of yoga worldwide through thousands of yoga centers, an adept in Ashtamahasiddhis, mystical yogic powers, who has effortlessly awakened the Kundalini of thousands and graced them with spiritual powers, a dynamic young guru who is an inspiration for thousands of youngsters. India's most watched spiritual guru online, a beacon of spiritual light who has triumphed over the forces of religious terrorism and political persecution. Paramahamsa Nithyananda is an eternal Kalpataru, blessing the world with the boons of material abundance and spiritual enlightenment. He is the 293rd pontiff of the world's most ancient Hindu organization, Madurai Adinam.
Nithyanandaya swagatam Anandanubhavaswadam Sarvaroga nivarakam Vande papa vinashaktam Nithyanandaya swagatam Nityamuktam nirvikalpam Dhyanaloka pradipakam Vande शान्तमयं बन्धं नित्यानन्दाय स्वागतम् आनन्दगन्धसञ्चारं सर्वोपाधिविनिर्मुक्तं वन्दे ज्ञानालयं नाथं नित्यानन्दाय स्वागतम्
மனித மூளையே உடல் உறுப்புகள் அனைத்தையும் கட்டுப்படுத்துகிறது. மூளை தனது சமநிலையை இழக்கும் போது அந்நிலை நமது உடல் முழுவதும் பரவுகிறது. எண்ண ஓட்டங்கள் என்பது ஒரு தூய சக்தி. அதற்கு மனிதர்களின் வாழ்வில் தினமும் நடக்கும் செயல்களின் மீது விளைவுகளை உருவாக்கும் சக்தி உண்டு. விஞ்ஞானிகள் மனித மூளை மின்காந்த புலத்தை உருவாக்குவதாகவும் அதனை என்செஃபலோகிராஃப் மூலம் அளந்திட இயலும் என்றும் சொல்கின்றனர். நம்முள் எண்ணங்கள் உருவாகும் போதெல்லாம் இந்த மின்காந்த புலம் நமது மூளையால் உருவாக்கப்படுகிறது. நமது மனம் எப்போதுமே அமைதியின்றி இருப்பதால் நம்மை தொடர்ந்து சக்தியை உருவாக்கிக் கொண்டே இருக்கும் கருவிக்கு ஒப்பிட்டுக் கொள்ளலாம். பயம் நரம்பு தளர்ச்சியை உருவாக்குகிறது. கோபம் தலைவலியையும் வன்முறையையும் உருவாக்குகிறது. குழப்பமான எண்ணங்கள் உறுப்புகளில் தளர்ச்சி மற்றும் உடல்நல கோளாறுகளை ஏற்படுத்துகிறது. மன அழுத்தம் புற்றுநோய் கட்டிகள் மற்றும் மனவியாதிகளை உருவாக்குகிறது. இவற்றால் நாமே நம்மை இறப்பை நோக்கி அழைத்துச் செல்கின்றோம். நமது எண்ணங்கள் சிக்கலான சக்தி அமைப்பினை உருவாக்குகிறது. இதனை சக்தி வாய்ந்த உபகரணங்களால் கண்டுபிடிக்க கூடும். மேலும் ஞானமடைந்த ஞானிகளால் உணர இயலும். இந்த சக்தி அமைப்புகளே எண்ண உருவங்களாக அறியப்படுகிறது. ஆச்சரியப்படும் வகையில் நமது எண்ணங்களே உருவங்களை உருவாக்குகிறது. நாம் ஒவ்வொருவரும் நூற்றுக்கணக்கான எண்ணங்களையும் உருவங்களையும் தொடர்ந்து நம்மை சுற்றி வெளிப்படுத்திக் கொண்டிருக்கின்றோம். நம்மால் அவற்றை பார்க்க இயலாத போதும் மற்ற சக்தி வடிவங்களைப் போல அவை தொடர்ந்து இருக்கின்றன. நிறைய மனிதர்களுக்கு அடுத்தவர்களின் எண்ண உருவங்களை உணர முடியும். ஆனாலும் அவர்களுக்கிடையே சக்தி பரிமாற்றமானது விழிப்புணர்வு இன்றியே நடந்து கொண்டிருக்கிறது. நாம் சிலரை முதலாக சந்திக்கும் பொழுது சில சமயம் விரும்புகிறோம், சில சமயம் விரும்புவதில்லை. இதற்கு காரணம் மேற்கண்ட சக்தி பரிமாற்றமே. அன்கிளச்சிங் ஞான நிலையை அடையும் வழி. எண்ணங்கள் மீன் தொட்டியில் உள்ள நீர்க்குமிழி போன்றது. மீன் தொட்டியில் நீர்க்குமிழிகள் அடியிலிருந்து மேல் நோக்கி எழுவது போல்தான் நம்முள் எண்ணங்கள் உருவாகின்றன. ஒரு நீர்க்குமிழி தண்ணீரின் மேற்பரப்பை அடையும் போது அடுத்த குமிழி ஆரம்பிக்கிறது. பிறகு மூன்றாவது குமிழி உருவாகின்றது. நீர்க்குமிழிகள் வேகமாக உருவாவதால் அவை ஒன்றோடு ஒன்று தொடர்புடையது போல் தெரிகிறது. ஆனால் நம் மனம் ஓர் தொடர் ஓட்டம் அல்ல. இரண்டு எண்ணங்களுக்கிடையே இடைவெளி உள்ளது. ஆனால் நீர்க்குமிழிகள் போல எண்ணங்களுக்கு இடையே இடைவெளி இல்லாதது போல் நாம் உணர்கின்றோம். இரண்டு எண்ணங்களுக்கு இடையே உள்ள இடைவெளியே நமது உண்மை நிலை. அதுவே சுத்தமான உண்மையும் அமைதியும் ஆகும். இதுவே உண்மையான விழிப்பு நிலை. அதுவே கடவுள் நிலை. இரண்டு எண்ணங்களுக்கு இடையே உள்ள இடைவெளி மிகச் சிறியது. ஆதனால் நாம் எண்ணங்கள் ஒன்றுக்கொன்று இணைக்கப்பெற்று தண்டுபோல் இருப்பதாக நினைக்கின்றோம். ஆனால் எப்பொழுதும் இரண்டு எண்ணங்களுக்கிடையே இடைவெளி இருந்து கொண்டுதான் இருக்கின்றது. வட இந்திய காடுகளில் வேடுவர்கள் ஒரு வலை மூலம் பறவைகளை பிடிப்பார்கள். ஓர் கயிற்றை இரு மரங்களுக்கு இடையே கட்டிவிடுவார்கள். அந்த கயிறே இரண்டு எண்ணங்களை இணைக்க நாம் உருவாக்கிக் கொள்ளும் தண்டு. அந்த கயிற்றின் நடுவில் ஓர் குச்சியை கட்டிவிடுவார்கள். அந்த குச்சியே நம் மனம். குச்சியின் நடுவில் கயிறு கட்டப்பட்டிருக்கும். ஒரு பறவை வந்து அந்த குச்சியில் அமரும் பொழுது அதன் எடையின் காரணமாக அந்த குச்சி தலைகீழாக தொங்கும். இப்போது அந்த பறவையும் குச்சியில் தலைகீழாக தொங்கும். குச்சி தலைகீழானதும் அதை பிடித்துக் கொண்டிருக்கும் பறவை தனது நிதானத்தை இழந்து குச்சியை கெட்டியாக பிடித்துக் கொள்ளும். தன் உயிரே அதில் இருப்பதாக கருதி அந்த குச்சியை வலுவாக பற்றி கொண்டு தலைகீழாக தொங்கும். அதுபோலவே நாமும் எண்ணங்களை இணைத்து மனத்தை உருவாக்கி மனத்தை விட்டுவிட்டால் நமது அடையாளத்தை இழந்து விடுவோம் என்ற பயத்தில் வாழ்ந்து கொண்டிருக்கின்றோம். அந்த பறவை தலைகீழாக தொங்குவதால் அந்த பறவை குச்சியை விட்டால் கீழே விழுந்து இறந்து விடுவோம் என்று நினைக்கிறது. அதுபோல்தான் நாமும் நமது எண்ணங்களை ஒன்றுக்கொன்று தொடர்பில்லாதது என்பதையும் சுதந்திரமானவை என்பதையும் நாம் அன்கிளச்சிங் நிலையில் உள்ளோம் என்பதையும் உணர அஞ்சுகின்றோம். நமது அடையாளத்தை இழந்து விடுவோம் என்று பயப்படுகின்றோம். அந்த பறவை பிடியை தளரவிட்டு ஓரிரு நொடிகளில் நிதானத்தை அடைந்தால் அதனால் பறந்து செல்ல முடியும். அதுபோலவே நம் கல்வி, நம் மனம், நம் உறவுகள் அல்லது வங்கி கையிருப்பு ஆகியவற்றை நமது அடையாளமாகவும் பாதுகாப்பாகவும் நினைக்கின்றோம். அவற்றை கெட்டியாக பிடித்துக் கொண்டிருக்கின்றோம். அந்த பறவையைப் போல நமது மனதை கைவிட்டால் நாமும் பரமஹம்சமாக மாறிவிடலாம். அந்த நிமிடமே சுதந்திரம் அடைந்து விடலாம் என்பதை உணர மறுக்கின்றோம். முண்டக உபநிடதத்தில் ஒரு அழகான கதை. ஓர் உயர்ந்த பெரிய மரம். அந்த மரத்தின் உயரமான கிளையின் மீது ஓர் பொன்னிறப் பறவை எல்லாவற்றிலிருந்தும் விடுபட்டு தட்சிணாமூர்த்தியை போன்ற ஞான நிலையில் அமர்ந்திருக்கிறது. சமாதியில் பேரானந்த நிலையில் இருக்கிறது. கீழே உள்ள கிளையில் இருந்த சிறிய பறவை கிளைக்கு கிளை தாவி பழங்களை சுவைத்தது. கசக்கும் பழத்தை சாப்பிடும் போதெல்லாம் அந்த சிறிய பறவை சமாதியில் ஞான நிலையில் அமர்ந்திருக்கும் பெரிய பொன்னிறப் பறவையை பார்க்கும். கசப்பான பழத்தை சுவைக்கும் போது அமைதியாக அமர்ந்திருக்கும் அந்த பொன்னிற பறவையை பார்த்து நாமும் அதுபோல் ஏன் இருக்கக்கூடாது என்று நினைக்கும். ஆனால் இனிப்பான சுவையான பழத்தை உண்ணும் பொழுது அந்த பறவையை மறந்துவிடும். ஆனால் மீண்டும் கசப்பான பழத்தை சுவைத்து விட்டால் மேலே அமைதியாக உள்ள பொன்னிறப் பறவையை பார்க்கும். அதுபோல மாறிவிடலாம் என்று மீண்டும் நினைக்கும். இப்படி கிளைக்கு கிளை தாவி கசப்பான மற்றும் இனிப்பான பழங்களை சுவைக்கும் அந்த சிறிய பறவை ஒரு நாள் உயர பறந்து பொன்னிறப் பறவை அருகே சென்றது. அப்பொழுதுதான் தானும் அந்த பெரிய பறவையின் பிரதிபலிப்புதான் என்பதை உணர்ந்தது. அந்த சிறிய பறவை தானும் அந்த பொன்னிறப் பறவையும் ஒன்றே என்பதை உணர்ந்த அந்த கணமே பரமஹம்சமானது. இந்த பறவையைப் போல் நீங்களும் உங்களை நம்புங்கள். உங்கள் அடையாளத்தை இழப்பதை பற்றி கவலைப்படாதீர்கள். உங்களின் உண்மை நிலையை நம்பி உங்களின் அடையாளத்தை கைவிடுங்கள். அந்த கணமே சுதந்திரத்தை உணர்ந்து பரமஹம்சராவீர்கள். நீங்கள் செய்ய வேண்டியதெல்லாம் நீங்கள் ஏற்கனவே அன்கிளட்ச்டு நிலையில்தான் உள்ளீர்கள் என்பதை உணர்வதே.
Nithyananda, my name is Steffi. I'm from Vancouver, Canada. I am a full-time human resource manager at an international bank, and in addition I also manage my own real estate business. I chose to come to Inner Awakening just to be in the living, breathing space of the Master for 21 days. The venue, the place did not matter to me. All that mattered was the space. And I'm glad I made that decision because the program is designed in such a beautiful way. Every day was just revealing a new dimension of me. I didn't realize while I was having fun and enjoying the program and all the exercises we did together along with the yoga, I was actually transforming slowly and steadily within, and each day was bringing out a new revelation to me. One of the things I would like to point out was the unclutching, which I experienced in a very strong way. Before I came to Inner Awakening, unclutching was just a term to me. Every time I did something and was attached to the results of my action, I would hear Swamiji's voice telling me, unclutch. And I would try to, in some cases I did, in some I didn't. And when I didn't, I would say, well, Swamiji, if I unclutched here, I'm not going to do anything and no one else is going to do. So, that question always came up in my mind. After coming to Inner Awakening, even that question has disappeared. There is no thought. And one thing I've realized, that unclutching is no longer a thought, it's no longer an action. It's just a beautiful space to be within. You just work out of that space and everything just unfolds to you. The whole world is at your fingertips. Everything, you can just tap anything you want out of this universe, just with that power of unclutching. And that is something I've really gained out of Inner Awakening. My advice to anybody who's even contemplating on coming to Inner Awakening or even planning a vacation, believe me, trust me, come to Inner Awakening. It's a vacation which will not end when your flight touches your city airport, but will continue not for a lifetime, but for lifetimes. Nithyananda.
El cerebro es el órgano que controla nuestro ser físico. Cuando nuestro cerebro se desequilibra, transmite ese desequilibrio a través de todo el cuerpo. Las formas de pensamiento son solo energía que tiene la capacidad de influir en la gente y en los acontecimientos de la vida diaria. Según la ciencia, nuestros cerebros generan un campo electromagnético que puede ser medido por determinados medios como el encefalograma. Este campo electromagnético lo genera el cerebro cada vez que pensamos, y como nuestra mente nunca está quieta, se nos puede comparar con perpetuos generadores de energía. El miedo provoca desórdenes nerviosos, la ira provoca dolores de cabeza y violencia. Los pensamientos confusos provocan congestión y mala salud. La depresión provoca cáncer, tumores, trastornos mentales y descenso de las defensas en el sistema inmunológico, causando la muerte a través de nuestro propio poder de voluntad. Nuestros pensamientos generan intrincados patrones de energía que pueden ser detectados mediante aparatos específicos y vistos por personas clarividentes. A estos patrones de energía se les conoce como formas de pensamiento. Sorprendentemente, las formas de pensamiento son moldeadas por los pensamientos mismos. Cada uno de nosotros crea cientos de formas de pensamiento cada hora y los lanza al entorno. Aunque no podamos verlas, las formas de pensamiento tienen una existencia tan real como cualquier otra forma de energía. La mayoría de la gente puede sentir las formas de pensamiento de los demás y el continuo intercambio energético que ocurre entre la gente, del que normalmente no somos conscientes. Esto explica también el por qué al encontrarnos directamente con determinada persona nos gusta o disgusta de forma inmediata. Simplemente captamos su vibración. El Unclutching es una guía para la ecuanimidad y la iluminación. Los pensamientos son como burbujas en una pecera. De la misma forma que suben las burbujas desde el fondo, así también ascienden nuestros pensamientos. Cuando una burbuja llega a la superficie, otra empieza a subir y una tercera más aparece. Como las burbujas se mueven rápidamente, dan la sensación de ser una línea continua. Pero nuestra mente no es una línea continua. Siempre hay un hueco entre dos pensamientos. Al igual que las burbujas, nosotros también experimentamos un espacio neutro entre dos pensamientos. Este espacio neutro entre dos pensamientos es nuestro estado original, el silencio puro, el estado de pura conciencia, el estado de Dios. Como el hueco o espacio neutral entre dos pensamientos es tan pequeño, creemos que los pensamientos están conectados y que forman una hilera o cadena, pero siempre hay un hueco entre dos pensamientos. En los bosques del norte de India, los cazadores atrapan pájaros usando trampas. Atan una cuerda entre dos árboles. Esta cuerda es la hilera o cadena que creamos al conectar nuestros pensamientos. En medio de la cuerda colocan un palo de madera. Ese palo es nuestra mente. El palo se ata por su punto medio a la cuerda. Cuando llega un pájaro y se posa en el palo, su propio peso hace que el palo se dé la vuelta y que el pájaro se desestabilice y pierda el sentido de equilibrio, asustándose y aferrándose con fuerza al palo como si su vida dependiese de eso. De forma similar, nosotros conectamos los pensamientos y construimos una hilera o cadena con ellos y vivimos con el temor de que si soltásemos nuestra mente estaríamos perdidos, que podríamos perder nuestra identidad. Como está colgado boca abajo, piensa, si me suelto de este palo me caeré y me mataré. Es un temor similar al de cuando empezamos a creer que si los pensamientos estuvieran sueltos o fueran inconexos e ilógicos, estaríamos perdidos. Si el pájaro se relaja y se suelta, puede que tenga que aletear por un momento para recuperar el equilibrio. Cuando suelte el palo, quizá caiga durante un par de segundos, pero se recuperará y empezará a volar. De igual manera, nosotros nos agarramos a cualquier cosa que pensamos que es nuestra identidad y seguridad. Nuestra educación, nuestra mente, nuestras relaciones o nuestra cuenta bancaria. Al final, nuestra muerte viene a quitarnos el palo que es nuestra identidad. Como el pájaro, no nos damos cuenta de que si simplemente soltamos la mente, en ese mismo instante nos podemos liberar. Podemos convertirnos en Paramahamsa. Cuenta una historia que hay un árbol enorme y que en su rama más alta está posado un pájaro de oro, en completa dicha, anclach de todo como Dakshinamurti. Un poco más abajo un pequeño pájaro va saltando de aquí para allá, por distintas ramas comiendo frutas. Cuando come una fruta amarga se siente mal. Cada vez que toma una fruta amarga, mira hacia el pájaro que está por encima de él, en silencio como Shiva, como Dakshinamurti, y piensa, ¿no debería ser yo como ese pájaro? Pero desafortunadamente, cuando ese mismo pájaro come una fruta sabrosa, se olvida del pájaro que está posado en lo alto y sigue igual, batallando entre las ramas, comiendo frutos sabrosos y amargos una y otra vez. Un día, el pequeño pájaro vuela hacia arriba y llega al lado del pájaro de oro. Y se da cuenta de que el pájaro de oro y él son iguales. No hay diferencia entre ellos y así toma conciencia de su naturaleza original. El pequeño pájaro comprende que también puede estar en el mismo estado que el pájaro de oro y se convierte en Paramahansa. En este momento confía en ti. No te preocupes por perder tu identidad. Simplemente confía en ti y suelta tu identidad. Inmediatamente te convertirás en Paramahansa y te liberarás. Todo lo que tienes que hacer es confiar en que eres Unclutch. Unclutch es abandonar la conclusión de que no puedes transformarte.
Welcome to Inner Awakening, the most powerful personal transformation retreat you could ever experience. In just 21 days, thousands are already experiencing the shortest route to constantly high energy levels, visible anti-aging, healing of chronic diseases, fulfilling relationships, and higher states of consciousness. What is the secret behind this transformation?
Kundalini means the inner potential energy. Once it is awakened, opens the different doors for the conscious experience in you. I can say which is a master key for all extraordinary spiritual experiences.
This extraordinary program is conducted personally by Paramahamsa Nithyananda in the vibrant atmosphere of Nithyananda Dhyanapitham Ashram. Open yourself to the benefits of Nitya Yoga and practical meditation. Experience physical and mental healing. Discover simple ways to handle life with success. Above all, enjoy individual darshan and blessings from Paramahamsa Nithyananda every day. Take 21 days for yourself and carry home the transformation of a lifetime.
Let's start the satsang. First question.
The first question is from Lata Manocha, IA ID number 80. She's asking Nithyanandam Swamiji, with your grace and compassion, I am able to constantly connect with you as the formless. I experience you as the very existential energy that runs the entire cosmos and me. However, Swamiji, how can I also be equally connected to you in the form? I am not able to do so. What do I need to do for that? Please guide me and bless me to have this. Lata Manocha, IA ID number 80.
Lata Manocha, if you are able to connect me as a formless, that is enough. Why do you want to connect me with the form? There is no need. Actually, if you connect me with the form, only then I need to push you to the formless. If you are already able to connect as a formless, you are on the right track, or you are achieving what needs to be achieved. So you don't need to worry that you are not able to connect through form. But one thing I can tell you, I smell little hypocrisy in the whole whatever you call as connection. If it is authentic, as you say, as you claim, connection with my formless, you will not even have this craving. You want to connect with form also. Because my form is not out of my formlessness. My form is part of my formlessness. If you are connecting with the formlessness as you claim, you will not even have the feeling you are not connecting with my form. So please understand, in me, my formlessness is form of my part. My formlessness is part of my form. My form is part of my formlessness. So if you connected to any one, you will not feel you are not connected to the other one. My form is part of my formlessness. My formlessness is part of my form. So if you connect even with one, you will automatically connect with the other also. There won't be any problem, any disturbance. The moment you say you are connected to one and you are not able to connect to the other one, I think there is something fishy, some hypocrisy. Look into that and correct that hypocrisy. That's all you need to know. You need to only correct those hypocrisy, nothing else. Next question.
The next question is from Rajiv Ramnath, IA ID number 57. He's asking, my dear Swamiji, thank you for the out-of-the-world unclutching initiation. I have a question about practically unclutching every moment. The industry I work in thrives on showing the logical connection between two thoughts and ideas. Every moment I'm at work, I am trying to establish this rather convoluted yet connected thought flow. Given this situation, how can I unclutch on the inside, mamakara, but project connected thoughts on the outside, ahankara? Even if I do this successfully, will it create a conflict in me? Thank you. Rajiv Ramnath, IA ID number 57.
Rajiv Ramnath, please be seated. Even if you are working in Microsoft, please understand, this question comes before you start practicing. Start practicing, you will understand. I only wanted to ask you one question. In your experience, you would have seen thousands of people from your birth. Have you seen anybody more coherent, logical, connecting the thoughts and ideas than me? I tell you, I am resting in the ultimate unclutching. So I am the living example that somebody can be resting in the ultimate unclutching, constantly connect thoughts, ideas, logically, coherently, without any convolution, go on presenting it to the world, but go on living in a complete unclutched space. Understand? See me and be inspired and be encouraged, be assured it is possible. Logically, I cannot give you answer for this question. Only experientially I can give you inspiration for this question. You would have heard, I don't know, hundreds or thousands of hours of my discourses. I may go different parts, areas, zones during the discourse. But you will see exactly, I'll bring it back and connect the whole thing. Very logically. Sometime you will feel, I will start with one idea, suddenly I would have gone somewhere else. Only when I bring back, you will think, oh God, he left from here, na? You would not have remembered from where I left, but I remember and bring you back and connect to it. This is because complete restful awareness and unclutching. Rajiv Ramnath, if you do this unclutching as a continuous practice, not only you will be successful, you will not have any conflict. Don't bother at all. Don't worry at all. Only when you don't unclutch, there will be so much of conflict. See, conflict is nothing but too many thoughts trying to get connected to one source at the same time. Unclutching is nothing but connecting too many thoughts to the same source one by one. Unclutching works on time. When it works on time, all your thoughts will be connected to same source, but there will be time gap, so that the emotion from one thought to the other thought is not carried as it is without getting nullified. Please understand, when you unclutch, the emotion is not transferred from one thought to the other thought in the same vigor. It is like you don't inherit the diseases and karmas of your parents. See, every thought, your earlier thought is the parent for this thought. If this receives the karmas, the loaded emotions and diseases of the earlier thought, it inherits the same old sufferings and karmas and diseases. Here, when you are doing the unclutching, it's like you doing inner awakening. The moment you go through inner awakening, your inherited karmas and DNA setup or the disease, everything is broken, destroyed. Same way, every moment when you go through the unclutching, your every thought goes through inner awakening. It does not inherit the load of the past, the suffering of the past, DNA, the mental setup, karma, patterns of the past. It doesn't inherit. So I tell you, every moment you unclutch, you are awakened to the fresh energy. You are awakened to the fresh being. Every moment of unclutching, your mind goes through an inner awakening. Next question.
The next question is from Rajesh VM, IA number 72. Swamiji, while unclutching, breath goes out on its own and leading to a stage of gasping for breath. Please advise how the situation is to be handled.
Rajesh, please understand, while you are unclutching, the complete balancing of prana happens in you. You may need more exhaling for your prana balancing. Sometime you need more prana inside. If there is more exhaling, then more prana will be naturally inhaled, pumped inside. Unfortunately, because your exhaling is shallow, your inhaling also becomes shallow. When your inhaling is shallow, the quantity and the quality of prana comes in, reduces. That reduces the awareness and the vital actions of the brain comes down. Please understand. If the quantity and quality of prana intake reduces, the awareness of your brain and the vital functions of your brain comes down. That is why I insist so much on this long breath. Long breath is ajapa, long breath is unclutching, long breath is yoga, long breath is pranayama, long breath is enlightenment, long breath is God Himself. The long breath, when I say long breath, breathing up to your knee, not while you are sitting, while you are standing. Breathing up to your knees. That long breath does so much to your physiology and psychology. That is why when your Kundalini is awakened, you go through such a silence, restful awareness inside, but outside such long breath will be happening. When you are unclutching, if the breath goes out on its own and leading to a stage of gasping for breath, don't worry, it is perfect. Your prana and samana is getting balanced. Samana or prana getting balanced never happens without pranayama other than unclutching. Unclutching is the only key which can balance samana, prana, everything. It can create the physiology and psychology for you to achieve enlightenment and make sure you reach enlightenment. So you are on the right track. Please continue. Next.
The next question is from KAILASA, IA number 1. She is asking Nithyanandam Swamiji, Swamiji, how do I know if I am a devotee or a disciple? Also, Swami, how do I reduce the strength of the mind? Thank you.
KAILASA, please understand, disciple and devotee. To tell you honestly, I don't even want to separate these two anymore. In those days where I was not expressing so vividly these extraordinary experiences and energies, we could have had the two categories, devotee and disciple. Disciple means a person who completely dedicates the eye and mind with a strong experience that I am his life's goal. Devotee means more a person who uses my teachings and me and the feeling connection, everything to enrich his life. All these classifications was meaningful in those days. Now, especially after I started making people experience the Kundalini awakening and the levitation and materialization, all the extraordinary experiences and powers have become so visible. I think the line between devotee and disciple is disappearing. I can see very clearly, even people who are living in their houses, in their places, have started building a strong feeling connection and started raising themselves to the level much more than a disciple. So now that border, people who are inside the ashram as a disciple, outside the campus as a devotee, all this has disappeared. The devotee, disciple and all, it is just your ability to feel connect and experience these truths and radiate it in your life. That's it. Nothing else. It is no way related to. That is the reason I think even these two words should be abandoned. It should not be used anymore. This disciple, devotee, difference and all that. Anybody can be a disciple wherever they are. Anybody can be a devotee wherever they are. I also discovered one more thing. For some years you can be disciple and go back to the state of devotee. You can fall. It is getting out of the impractical pseudo-mental setup. As I said, in course of time you allow the laziness and boredom to settle down in you, which becomes the RCC of depression, after which you will never be able to break it. You go on, cry, hit your head on it, but it is not going to break. Take care, it doesn't form at all. That is the only way. Next question.
The next question is from Ramya, IA number 58. She's asking, Dear Swamiji, Namaste. You have said that we have to love a person for what he is, not for what he means to us. So how do we achieve such love and detachment at the same time? Please explain. Nithyanandam, Ramya, IA number 58.
Ramya, you are asking, Dear Swamiji, Namaste, you said that we have to love a person for what he is. No, you heard it. I have not said it. Understand? You are asking the question. Let me read the question. You said that we have to love a person for what he is, not for what he means to us. No. I only made a statement, you love a person for what he means to you. But I never made the second statement, you should love a person what he is. No. Understand, your love is hypocrisy. I stop there. I am not saying you should love a person for what he is. No. I never made that statement. You come to your own conclusion based on my first statement. Again, the mistake of convoluted logic. See, there are two different logics. For example, one statement, all human beings have one head. Rama is a human being. Then third statement, you can naturally come to the conclusion, Rama has one head. This is okay. But there are some other situation, there is a different logic, where I say, Chitsabha has a two-door. One door is open. First statement, Chitsabha has a two-door. Second statement, one door is open. Third statement, I never said the other door is closed, but you come to the conclusion, other door is closed. I only made the statement, one door is open. You should have seen before coming to the third statement whether it is closed or not. But you say, because Swamiji said a statement, the Chitsabha has a two-door, one door is open, immediately you come to the conclusion, second door is closed. No, I never made that statement. You are asking, how do we achieve such love and detachment at the same time? Understand? Just understand this much. Your love is only based on what the other person means to you. Just this understanding will take care. The right love and right detachment will happen in you. But don't make that second statement. We are supposed to love the person as he is. No. I never told you. I tell you, I don't believe in your love unless your frequency raises Your love is pseudo. See, your love is like the child's love for the toy, or the puppy love, where this 14-year-old boy feels the love for the 12-year-old girl. The school puppy love. But don't you understand that love is not stable love? All your love is puppy love and puppet love. All your love, including your love for me, is a puppy love. The other day I was telling one of my disciples, see me in the Akashic reading, all your love will disappear. I told her, see me in the Akashic reading, all your love will disappear. You only know he is an ocean living inside this body. He can be revered, can't be loved. He can be respected. He can be worshipped. Not anything more. So even your love is puppy love. Understand? Even your love for me is puppy love. Then what about your love for others? I don't believe in your love at all. I believe in making you more and more matured. It's not like, see, a 14-year-old child is telling the 12-year-old girl that I love you, I wanted to marry you. Will you go and help that child to get married? The real help for the child is make him matured. Then even after that, if he wants, that is up to him. Then he will take the responsibility for it. I am not here to teach law. All this pseudo nonsense. No. I neither believe in love nor believe in your love. I only wanted you to understand the hypocrisy of your love. But I never said you need to love the person for what he is. No. If you want to hear this kind of pseudo statements, go somewhere else. I can give you the direction. Not here. Understand the hypocrisy of your love. You will achieve the ultimate love and detachment at the same time. That is why it is so difficult to be a disciple of Nithyananda. Because I don't do tinkering, polishing and all. I just completely overhaul you. I won't let you hide yourself anywhere behind any concept. First get matured to be. Then you can do all that. They use all these shields and escape from enlightenment. The pseudo gurus who go on exploiting your weak emotions. Pseudo guru is a person who tells you, when you are in puppy love, tell, yes, please get married, I will arrange for all the marriage and everything. You will feel, wow, what a guru. Helps me to give my love. After 2 years, you will understand what he did to you. Naturally, if you come to me, I will tell, keep quiet, tie the lion cloth tightly, and first get matured. Not just physically, mentally. You say, no. Nithyananda is a very difficult teacher. He tells us all the truth directly. One day you have to know the reality. You have to know the truth. Yesterday, one of my ashramites wrote a big letter to me and saying that I feel my confidence is going away, I am losing the confidence. I told exactly, the confidence which can be lost should be lost as early as possible. You must be having the confidence based on fantasy and ideas about you. That should be broken. Confidence which you build on your real performance can never be shaken or broken. It can never be shaken or broken by anybody. If your confidence is getting shaken or broken, it is built on fantasy. Understand? Pseudo confidence. It is good for IT industry, not for spiritual life, not for life. Anything which is useless for life is useful in IT industry. Now really, because that is where you learn all these words. My confidence, courage. All these pseudo words you learn. I tell you, the first step to learn love is go through identity crisis. You should be completely in the crisis of not knowing what your identity is. Literally going through acid wash. All the ideas you carry will be broken to pieces, including the idea about you. It's like only after going through the surgery, you can be out of tumor. Only after going through the identity crisis, you know what is being and loving and life itself. The best place to go through the surgery is hospital. Best place to go through the identity crisis is Jnanapeetham. You can go through the surgery on your own also in the house. You can just cut and try to take the tumor. But you don't know whether you will be alive after that. Same way, if you try to go through this identity crisis outer world on your own, you don't know whether you will stand up after that or not. Identity crisis is a basic requirement for you to flower as a new being. If you are in Dhyanapitham for more than 1 year and you did not have identity crisis problem, something is seriously wrong with you. Means you are not connecting rightly with me and the spiritual process happening here. Identity crisis is the initiation into Agori. You just don't know. All your ideas about love, compassion, heaven, life, everything will be broken to pieces. Yesterday, that ashramite has written one letter, one line. I feel outside people are much better than the ashramites, the unfriendliness I experience. I said, exactly, you are right. Outside people will show you pseudo love. Love. But here my ashramites are just reflecting you to you. You are standing just with bones as a skeleton, but you expect the other person should have a lot of flesh and be a cushion for you. No. If you are a skeleton, these guys are going to be a skeleton for you. My ashramites are going to be just a mirror for you. See, here I am raising everybody to such a high level of frequency. All their energy, mind, everything goes into getting matured. Nobody has a free time and energy to give you consolation and lullaby for you. Sing lullaby song for you. Only if you have extra time and energy and attention, which you have spare, you can go around and give Lola, how are you? Doing well? The so-called idiotic friendliness. But here, people are very authentic and clear. You can't tolerate that because you lived in pseudo-love society. Society is pseudo-love. That is why I always tell people. Ramakrishna tells, if a worm from the filth is put in the rice pot, it will die. This place is a pot of rice. Society is from filth, dung. Go through the identity crisis because you are building the new identity. I tell you, anything you brought inside with you is useless. Whether your so-called efficiency, intelligence, knowledge, ideas, personality, you yourself is not useful here anymore. Daksha's bed, cot, pearls, jewels, AC machine, blanket, all this will not be useful in Kailash. Daksha gives all the gifts to Shiva, saying, this all my daughter will need in Kailash. Shiva laughs and says, no, she doesn't need anything. It means what? I am not going to take any of this. Nothing from Daksha's palace will be useful in Kailash. Whatever you are bringing, whether external or internal, ideas or concepts, everything is from Daksha's palace. This is Kailash, don't bring it in. I can't let that in. Go through the identity crisis.
Paramahamsa Nithyananda, a rare living incarnation, is named among the world's 100 most spiritually influential personalities today. Paramahamsa Nithyananda has been placed alongside Dalai Lama, Nelson Mandela, Oprah Winfrey, Paulo Coelho and others by Mind, Body, Spirit, the world's top esoteric magazine from Watkins, London's oldest and largest bookstore. A yogi by birth, he has been expressing his power of enlightenment since birth. He has authored more than 500 books in Tamil and English. Translations of these books are available in 26 languages in Telugu, Kannada, Malayalam, Hindi, Sanskrit, Gujarati, Oriya, Bengali, Marathi, French, Malay, Polish, Portuguese, Italian, German, Danish, Spanish, Russian and Chinese. He is also an exemplary speaker with over 10,000 hours of profound life solutions through his discourses. Social services such as Annadan, free medical care, free educational services with ashrams, schools, temples, hospitals established in more than 140 places around the world, offering exceptional services. A powerful spiritual healer who has healed millions of people of diseases from migraine to cancer. A Kriya Yogi who has formulated Kriyas for physical health and mental well-being, benefiting thousands. A living master who offers practical solutions for our everyday problems. He is the founder and spiritual head of Nithyananda Dhanapeetham, a spiritual powerhouse who has revived the sacred Vedic tradition by establishing Vedic temples in places like Los Angeles, San Jose, Seattle, Toronto, Ohio, Oklahoma, Phoenix, St. Louis, Malaysia, Brazil, Paris, Guadeloupe, Dallas, New York, New Jersey, Atlanta, Calgary, Vancouver, Singapore, and places in India like Bengaluru, Hyderabad, Tiruvannamalai. A spiritual guru for 10 million followers, an incarnation who transmits the highest spiritual energy through initiation, a contemporary yogi who has revived the Vedic science of yoga worldwide through thousands of yoga centers, an adept in Ashtamahasiddhis, mystical yogic powers, who has effortlessly awakened the Kundalini of thousands and graced them with spiritual powers, a dynamic young guru who is an inspiration for thousands of youngsters, India's most watched spiritual guru online, a beacon of spiritual light who has triumphed over the forces of religious terrorism and political persecution. Paramahamsa Nithyananda is an eternal Kalpataru, blessing the world with the boons of material abundance and spiritual enlightenment.
स्वागतम् आनन्दानुभवास्वादं सर्वरोगनिवारकं वन्दे पापविनाशक्तं नित्यानन्दाय स्वागतं नित्यमुक्तं निर्विकल्पं ध्यानलोकप्रदीपकं वन्दे शान्तमयं बन्धं नित्यानन्दाय स्वागतम् आनन्दगन्धसञ्चारं सर्वोपाधिविनिर्मुक्तं वन्दे ज्ञानालयं नाथं नित्यानन्दाय स्वागतम्.
Let you all achieve, experience, live, express, radiate, share and explode in eternal bliss. Nithyananda.
Nithyananda Dhyanapitham, Nithyananda Nagar off Mysore Road, Bidadi, Bangalore 562109. Contact 097422033311. www.nithyananda.org. www.youtube.com/lifeblissfoundation.
जीवन्मुक्तिप्रदं देवं क्षमापूर्णं जगद्गुरुं वन्दे परमहंसाख्यं नित्यानन्दाय स्वागतं. जीवन्मुक्तिप्रदं देवं क्षमापूर्णं जगद्गुरुं वन्दे परमहंसाख्यं नित्यानन्दाय स्वागतम्. आनन्दानुभवास्वादं सर्वरोगनिवारकं वन्दे पापविनाशक्तं नित्यानन्दाय स्वागतम्. आनन्दानुभवास्वादं सर्वरोगनिवारकं निर्विकल्पं वन्दे पापविनाशकं नित्यानन्दाय स्वागतं नित्यमुक्तं निर्विकल्पं ध्यानलोकप्रदीपकं
పరమహంస నిత్యానంద ఈ శతాబ్దపు మరువలేని పోలికలేని ఒక ఆధ్యాత్మిక శక్తి, ఒక అంతర్జాతీయ సాంఘిక ఆధ్యాత్మిక ప్రభంజనాన్ని స్థాపించిన ఒక అద్భుత శక్తి, వైదిక ధర్మాన్ని పునరుద్ధరించడానికి ఉద్భవించిన ఒక చైతన్య శక్తి. ఆయన అతి పవిత్రమైన తిరువణ్ణామలై క్షేత్రంలో జన్మించారు. ఒక యోగిగా జన్మించి తనలో సహజంగానే పొంగి పొర్లే ఆధ్యాత్మికతను కోట్ల మందికి పంచుతూ స్ఫూర్తినిచ్చే ఒక అమోఘ శక్తి. అతి పురాతనమైన యోగా విద్యలో ప్రావీణ్యం కలిగి ఆధ్యాత్మిక శాస్త్రాన్ని క్షుణ్ణంగా పరిశోధన చేసిన ఒక మహాద్భుతమైన అంతఃప్రపంచపు పరిశోధకులు, ఆత్మజ్ఞానాన్ని ప్రసాదించే గురువులు. ప్రతి సంవత్సరం పరమహంస నిత్యానంద ఆయన జ్ఞానామృతాన్ని, ఆనందం వెదజల్లే ఆయన చిరునవ్వుని, తిరుగులేని ఆయన దీక్ష యొక్క శక్తిని 1 కోటికి పైగా ఉన్న ఆయన శిష్యులకు పంచుతున్నారు. ఇప్పుడు పరమహంస నిత్యానంద మీరు జీవన్ముక్తులుగా జీవించడానికి తోడ్పడే పరిష్కారాలను మీకు అందజేస్తున్నారు. ఒక మరువలేని ఆధ్యాత్మిక అనుభవం కొరకు మమ్మల్ని వెంటనే సంప్రదించండి.
వందే సనాతనం పుణ్యం నిత్యానందాయ స్వాగతం సర్వధర్మ ప్రణేతారం సచ్చిదానందరూపిణం వందే సనాతనం పుణ్యం నిత్యానందాయ స్వాగతం వేద వేదాంత సంవేద్యం దేవదేవీ స్వరూపిణం వందే వటపలాశిస్థం.
Today is talking about the Kshatriya Dharma, the political ethics. King Janaka and others ascended to the space of perfection through performance, considering the welfare of the world alone. Its selfless performance deserves to be undertaken. As I said, Krishna is exactly moving with our spirit, or we are moving with Krishna. See, today is talking about the Kshatriya Dharma, the political ethics. He says, even King Janaka and others ascended to the space of perfection, to the highest space, Paramapnodi, through performance, considering the welfare of the world alone. It deserves to be undertaken. Even in the lifestyle of a king like Janaka, live, go on performing without getting clutched. Unclutched performance of action leads to the ultimate. That is the one and only way for the ultimate. The ultimate which can be achieved by human being can be achieved just by this one truth, unclutched action. Go on performing in unclutched way. Whatever field you want perfection, whether it is the field of personal physical health or mental health, or internal fulfillment, or enlightenment, or politics, economics, any field, the ultimate can be achieved by unclutched action. Just for protesting the ban on Bhagavad Gita, we need to develop the spirit of standing up for what we believe. Let us tell this to the world. We may be small in number, don't worry. Let this spirit and intensity be built. We stand for what we believe. Missed this spirit. That is why we have faced such a big torture and suffering and religious persecution. Powerful, highest universal truth who can give any other spiritual truth other than this to the world? If somebody is even considering banning this great book, this great wisdom, he may have to read the right translation. That's it. Otherwise, you will not even consider the idea of banning this great book. It's a powerful source of wisdom. Sri Krishna is the ultimate teacher who neither reduced the strength of the teachings nor taught only to a small group. Without reducing the strength of the teachings, he took this to the whole world. He took it to the whole world. Whole world, to the whole universe, without reducing the strength of the truth. Bhagavad Gita is truth as it is. Unclutched way. Go on performing. Performing is the only way you will achieve the ultimate. Paramapnodi Purushaha. Bhagavan is giving the reference of Janaka, his father-in-law in the earlier birth. Janaka was father-in-law of Sri Rama. Janaka's adopted daughter was given in marriage to Sri Ramachandra, Sita. Sita is adopted daughter of Janaka. Bhagavan is mentioning, referring to Janaka, saying that even the people like Janaka achieved the supreme Paramapnodi, which can be achieved by human beings by the unclutched performance. So let the unclutched performance be the center of your life. Not only we should protest the ban on Bhagavad Gita, we should also take the responsibility of spreading the Bhagavad Gita. Spreading Bhagavad Gita means spread this one truth, unclutched performance. Go on performing in unclutched way.
కల్పతరు అద్భుతమైన ఆరోగ్యాన్ని ప్రసాదించే దీవెనలను అందుకోండి. అన్ని రకాల అనారోగ్యాలకు గల మూల కారణాలను తొలగించండి. మీలోని శక్తిని 1300% పెంచండి. కల్పతరు అనే ఈ ఒక్కరోజు కార్యక్రమం మీ అనారోగ్యాన్ని తొలగించే శక్తివంతమైన కార్యక్రమం. ఈ కార్యక్రమంలో పాల్గొని ధ్యానం మరియు దీక్ష యొక్క శక్తిని పొందండి. మీలోని కుండలిని శక్తిని మేల్కొల్పి మీ శారీరక మానసిక ఆరోగ్యాన్ని మెరుగుపరిచే అమోఘమైన కార్యక్రమం కల్పతరు. ప్రతి వారాంతములో కల్పతరు కార్యక్రమం బిడిది ఆశ్రమంలో నిర్వహించబడును. మమ్మల్ని సంప్రదించవలసిన చిరునామా నిత్యానంద ధ్యానపీఠం, నిత్యానంద నగర్, బిడది 562109, బెంగళూరు. ఫోన్ చేయవలసిన నంబరు 095000000550 లేదా 096185190701. మా వెబ్సైట్ www.nithyananda.org.
You need to catch. Don't avoid becoming a leader. Don't escape from the leadership responsibility. Bhagavan says very clearly, go on performing in unclutched way. Whenever you try to become preeminent in a team or in an institution or in a society or in a state or in a country, learn this truth. Now you are responsible for the whole team or the group for which you are trying to become preeminent, because your behavior is going to be the trendsetter. Your behavior is going to be the scale. Bhagavan is using a word, pramanam, the scale, and that becomes a standard for the people. This should be the important lesson for all the people who are leaders and who are trying to become leaders. Now, your body, your mind cannot express anymore your ordinary, mundane, personal, vested interest, actions and desires. It is already now sacrificed. See, the moment you try to become a leader for 10 people, your body, your mind, your behavior is sacrificed to the 10 people. Now, whatever is good for the 10 people, that trend only has to be set through your body and mind. Same way, if you are trying to become a leader for a state, now your whole body and mind is sacrificed to that state. Now, only whatever trend your body and mind need to set for the whole state, only that can express through your body and mind. Responsibility is supposed to fill your body and mind. It cannot go with its own vested interests. There are different rules, regulations, ethics for a person when he is in different standards of life. When he is an ordinary man, Shudra, where nobody else is following him, he is just a follower by himself to somebody else. He has no responsibility. He can do 10 bad things and one good thing if he does, that's enough. That itself he gets the credit. But when you are a preeminent person, as Bhagavan describes here, when you are trying to be a leader for some group or for some team or for some state or for some country or for anybody, even if you do 1,000 good actions, that does not give you the right to do one bad action. For example, some devotee gives me one meal. For that itself he is blessed. He is a follower. One good food he gave, he is blessed forever. But the person who is taking care of me, he cannot say, I gave 1,000 good meal to Swamiji, so only one poisonous meal I gave. You have no right. All the good actions you did does not give you the right to do bad actions. All the good actions you do does not give any right for you to do bad actions. The law, the regulation, the ethics of the Sreshtaha is totally different. When you try to take the power in your hand, when you try to be a preeminent person, when you try to enjoy all the things comes along with being a leader, being a preeminent person, you are bound to take the responsibility.
ఒక అవతార పురుషుని దివ్య సలహాను నేరుగా పొందాలనుకుంటున్నారా? ఇప్పుడు మీకు పరమహంసతో ముఖాముఖి.
Nithyananda here.
పరమహంస నిత్యానంద మరొక్కసారి పోలిక లేని ఒక విభిన్నమైన కానుకను ప్రపంచానికి అందచేస్తున్నారు. ఆయన ఇప్పుడు ప్రతిరోజు ఉదయం ప్రత్యక్ష ప్రసారమయ్యే సత్సంగంలో మీ ప్రశ్నలకి జవాబు ఇవ్వడానికి సిద్ధముగా ఉన్నారు.
మీకు న్యాయం అవుతుంది, న్యాయం అవుతుంది. చూసుకుంటాను. No, you ask anything you want in your life. Ask me any boon you want.
ఉదయం 8 గంటలకు మా నంబరు 08027279999కి ఫోన్ చేసే అదృష్టవంతులకు ఆయనతో నేరుగా మాట్లాడే దివ్యమైన అవకాశం దక్కుతుంది. మరియు ఉదయం ప్రత్యక్ష ప్రసారమయ్యే సత్సంగం ntv.nithyananda.org చూడగలరు.
Whatsoever behavior is expressed by a preeminent person, the rest of the population follows it, because the rest of the population looks up, expects the trend, wants to know the scale. That which he sets as a scale is the standard for the people. When you try to be preeminent, when you try to be a sreshtaha, Bhagavan is using the word, beautiful word, acharati sreshtaha. When you try to be a sreshta, what you do, way you think, way you behave, the acharati, whatever you do, influences, affects, makes or breaks the remaining population, the rest of the population. A follower, an ordinary person, even if he does 10 bad things and 1 good thing, he is recognized, praised, respected for it. But a person who is trying to become a leader, the person who is trying to be a responsible, that people, even if you do 100 good things and 1 bad thing, that cannot be tolerated, that should not be tolerated, that will not be tolerated. Because you are setting a trend for the rest of the population. Whatsoever behavior is expressed by a preeminent person, the rest of the population follows it. That which he sets as a scale is the standard for the people. Why do you think I am putting so much of my time and energy and concern in refining all of you in every inch? Every single pattern I am removing from all of you. So much of purity I am bringing into all of you. So much of honesty I am expecting from all of you. Because I know you guys are going to be the Jagat Gurus. You guys are going to be guiding the world. You guys are going to be what Bhagavan says as Sreshtaha, the great. The behavior expressed by you all, the words you utter, the way you talk, the way you live, the way you think, the way you do everything is going to be setting a trend for the rest of the population. So 100 good thing you do does not give you the right for doing even 1 bad thing. Karma is a linear, means 1 by 1 by 1. They are not cutting each other. They do not nullify each other. The good karma you did does not nullify the bad karma you do. No. Good comes, bad comes, all of them express their result in your life. You live the good for the good you did. You live the bad for the bad you did. They don't nullify each other. They don't logically cancel each other. No, this much quantity good, this much quantity bad, both is nullified. No. whatever action is performed by the preeminent person, Sreshtaha, or who is trying to be preeminent or trying to be preeminent, rest of the population follows it. That which he sets as a scale is the standard for the people. This should be the lesson. All the people who are leaders, who are trying to become leaders, who think they are leaders, for everybody. This is the standard Bhagavan Sri Krishna is setting. Karma is quantity. Whatever is done follows next one by one. Sacred secret from this sutra you need to catch.
కల్పతరు మీలోని కుండలిని శక్తిని తెలుసుకోగల ఒక ప్రత్యేక కార్యక్రమము కల్పతరు. పూర్తిగా ఒకరోజు జరిగే ఈ కార్యక్రమములో ఆరోగ్యకరమైన అద్భుతమైన మార్పును పొందగలరు. అవతారమూర్తి పరమహంస నిత్యానంద స్వామివారి ఆశీస్సులను ప్రత్యేకంగా పొందగల కార్యక్రమం కల్పతరు. కుండలిని అంటే ఏమిటి? కుండలిని అంటే ప్రతి ఒక్కరిలోనూ దాగి ఉన్న అద్భుత శక్తి. కుండలిని శక్తి ఒక ధ్యానోదయమైన గురుదేవుల దీక్షతో చైతన్యపరచవచ్చు. ఈ కుండలిని శక్తి మీ జీవితంలో అన్ని దశలలోనూ అభివృద్ధికరమైన మార్పులను తేగలిగే శక్తి. అది మీలో ఆరోగ్యాన్ని, ఐశ్వర్యాన్ని, విజయాన్ని, ఆనందాన్ని, ఆధ్యాత్మిక ధ్యానోదయాన్ని కలిగిస్తుంది. ప్రతి వారాంతములో కల్పతరు కార్యక్రమం బిడది ఆశ్రమంలో నిర్వహించబడును. మమ్మల్ని సంప్రదించవలసిన చిరునామా నిత్యానంద ధ్యానపీఠం, నిత్యానంద నగర్, బిడది 562109, బెంగళూరు. ఫోన్ చేయవలసిన నంబరు 095100000550 లేదా 098185190701. మా వెబ్సైట్ www.nithyananda.org.
ब्रह्ममुरारिसुरार्चितलिङ्गं निर्मलभाषितशोभितलिङ्गं जन्मजदुःखविनाशकलिङ्गं तत्प्रणमामि नित्यानन्दलिङ्गम्.
ॐ नमो भगवते रुद्राय नमस्ते रुद्रमन्यवकुतोत इषवे नमः नमस्ते अस्तु धन्वने बाहुभ्यामुदते नमः या च यशः शिवतमा शिवं बभूव ते धनुः शिवा शरव्याया तवतया नो रुद्रमृडय या ते रुद्र शिवा तनोरघोर पापकाशिनी तया नस्तनुहा शन्तमया गिरिशन्ताभिजागशीः या विशुं गिरिशन्तहस्ते विभष्ट्यस्तवे शिवाङ्गिरिक्रतां गुरुमाहि पुंसेः पुरुषं जगते शिवेन वचसा त्वा गिरिशाच्छा वदामसि यथा नः सर्वमिज्जगदयक्ष्मगुं सुमना असत् अद्य वोचदधिभक्ता प्रथमो दैव्यो वृषगे अहेहश्च सर्वान् जम्बयन् सर्वाश्च यादुत्राण्यः असौ यस्ताम्रो अरुणपुत भभ्रस्व मङ्गलः ये चेमागुं रुद्रा अभितो दिक्षु श्रुता सहस्रशो वै शागुं भेडयीमहे असव्यो वसर्पति नीलग्रीवो विलोहितः उदैनं गोपा
Don't avoid becoming a leader. Don't escape from the leadership responsibility. Bhagavan says very clearly, go on performing in unclutched way. Means raise the level of your behavior, transform the level of your thinking, raise your consciousness and decide, I will neither give up being a preeminent person nor be irresponsible. If you just be irresponsible, that is sin. If you just give up being a leader, that is again failure. Each one of you who are going to be Jagat Gurus, so decide strongly that we are going to be setting a trend. The sacred secret from the sutra is be a responsible leader. Be a responsible head. Be responsible trendsetters. You guys are going to be the trendsetter for millions of people in the future, maybe billions in the future. Even if you don't want, just because of my charisma, you guys are going to be, are already for some few thousand, but going to be trendsetter for billions. As Bhagavan says here, you are going to be Sreshtaha for billions. So purify yourself with responsibility, because lokaha tat anuvartade, world follows that footsteps. Lokaha tat anuvartate means the world follows their footsteps. What he does, what they do becomes the pramana, trend setting. So the essence from this sutra, the sacred secret from this sutra is transform yourself, take the responsibility of becoming a leader, set a responsible trend, set a responsible behavior as the trend.
Unclutching dramatically improves your health and brings the healing effect in you. Second, mental problems. Almost all mental problems related to desires, related to guilt, related to addiction, related to fear, related to depression, every mental problem can be addressed with this single truth that you are unclutched. all the depression is nothing but carrying, clutching all those low moods and creating the shaft of depression. For example, the low mood which you suffered 10 years ago, the low mood which you suffered 8 years ago, the low mood which you suffered 9 years ago, the low mood which you suffered 7 years ago, the low mood which you suffered 6 years ago, they are all unconnected, independent, illogical, unclutched experiences happened in your life. When you connect all of them, clutch and see them as a shaft. Oh, my life was depression. You created hell for you. The moment you start believing you are depressed being, you will create more and more incidents, more and more arguments, more and more data to prove your judgment, to prove your understanding. Then naturally you will label yourself as a depressed being. I am depressed. Understand? All our mental problems, whether it is related to addiction or depression or low mood, everything is directly connected to this clutching. If you understand this single truth, the ultimate technique, by your very nature you are unclutched. By your very nature you are beyond the clutching. Suddenly you will see so many mental problems disappears by itself. You do not have to do anything. It will disappear by itself. So many things. Whatever you think as your problem is nothing but connecting and seeing. Even the physical pains and aches can be healed. You can work on them when you understand you are unclutched. For example, the knee pain which you had 10 days ago, the knee pain which you experienced 9 days ago, the knee pain which you experienced 8 days ago, are all unconnected, independent experiences. When you connect all of them and put a label, I have a knee pain, you created a shaft. Any of you have a pain in any part of your body, just try this simple experiment. You will see miracles happening in you. Just sit in a relaxed way, stop creating the shaft that you have a pain, and look into that area where you have pain without using the label, it is pain. Do not use the label, it is pain, I have knee pain. Do not create the shaft. Just look into it. What is happening at this moment in that area? Just look like a curious child. When a curious child looks at something new, how he looks, how he or she looks, the same way, look at the pain with all curiosity, without labeling it as a pain. Just see, what is it? What is this experience? What is going on? Just see, without labeling it as a pain, without creating a shaft that I am having knee pain for last 10 years, without creating the shaft of pain. If you just look at that, you will see suddenly the space in which you experience pain slowly disappears, and at one moment you will see the pain is not there. Pain is a pain because you call that as a pain. Depression is a depression because you create a shaft of depression. by your very nature, you are unclutched, like a bubbles, water bubbles from the fish tank. If you see the water bubbles from the fish tank, because the cap is too small, you think all the bubbles are connected to each other, but they are not. Each bubble is an individual, unconnected, illogical, independent and unclutched bubbles. Because the cap is too small, you think all those bubbles are connected. Same way, in our mind, the thoughts, every thought is independent, illogical, unconnected and unclutched, because the gap between two thoughts is too small. The neutral space between the two thoughts is too small. You think all the thoughts are connected and it is in the shaft form. It is not. By your very nature, every thought is independent, illogical, unconnected and unclutched. Between every thought you experience a neutral space. When you change the gear, whether you go from neutral to 1 or 1 to 2 or 2 to 3 or 3 to 4 or 4 to whatever gears you may change, but every time you have to come to the neutral space. Only then you can go to the next gear. Even if you want to go from 2 to 3, you have to come to the neutral space. Only then you can go to 3. Same way, between every thought you experience a neutral space. You experience a neutral space between every thoughts. Between every thought. That neutral space, that silence is what I call peace or bliss. The peace which exists, the bliss which exists already in you, between every thought, the gap of the thought, the gap between the thoughts, that neutral space is the peace, is the bliss. When you understand you are unconnected, independent, illogical and unclutched, by your very nature, you will start experiencing the neutral space in you, neutral space which exists in you. You will start living from moment to moment in spontaneity. We need to understand one more thing. This technique of be unclutched, it does miracles in your being. In the body level, or in the mental level, or in the being level. In every level, when you understand the truth, by your very nature, you are unclutched. The tremendous quantum transformation. You take a quantum jump. The transformation happens in quantum, not step by step. Just on jump. You take a quantum jump and experience the truth awakening in you.
See, your thinking is not a big problem for you. It just comes and goes. But when you start thinking, oh, I am constantly thinking, I am not able to stop thinking, that is where you start creating problem. When you start creating some shaft, see, all your problems, when I say all, capital letter A-L-L, all your problems are just because you create shaft. You create a shaft which does not exist. Which does not exist. If you just understand, you are unclutched by your very nature, you can see. Even if you try to clutch, you can't clutch. Try your best to connect your thoughts. Try to be on same subject. Try to concentrate your mind. You can't concentrate because God saves you constantly. God is protecting you. That is why you are not able to concentrate. People come and ask me, Swamiji, how to concentrate my mind? They don't understand what they are asking. Be very clear. The more you concentrate your mind, more you will start suffering. As on now, concentration will bring you only suffering because when you concentrate, naturally on what you will concentrate? Whatever is there only you will concentrate. In your mind you have only sufferings. If you start creating the concentration power, your suffering will become more and more. People come and ask me, Swamiji, I forget things. Please give me the power to remember. I tell them, you don't know what big blessing it is. No, because you forget things, you soon get healed of your mental pains, mental wounds. You heal yourself. If you can't forget things, be very clear. You will be constantly suffering. Because all you know is only one thing, suffering. You do not know how to be in bliss. You do not know how to be in joy. You do not know how to connect the gaps and create the shaft of gap. All you know is how to connect thoughts and create the shafts of thought. Any thought will create only suffering for you. As on now, you not having concentration is a big blessing for you. According to Tantra, one of the great work of Shiva is Trodana. They say Trodana means making you forget things or making you move away from the past. If you start trying to have more concentration power, be very clear, you will bring more and more misery and suffering for you. That is why the people who try to do this hypnotism, mesmerism, these yogic practices to concentrate their mind, you can see always they will be in tension. They will always be in tension. Attention means you are at tension. At tension means attention. When you start giving your attention, be very clear, you are at tension. Always they will be serious. You can see constantly they will have a headache. No, really, they will have a headache. Because constantly they are trying to think on one subject. Means they are trying to create a shaft. They are trying their best to create a shaft. One more thing, no doubt they will become schizophrenics. That is why I tell you, some of the yogic practices, without intelligence if you start doing, without maturity if you start doing, you will end up only in more problems. You will end up only creating more and more difficulties, more and more problems. Because in concentration, you exclude everything. In awareness, you include everything. In awareness, you are not aware of particular thing. You are purely aware. In front of you, anything can come. You will be aware. That's all. In awareness, you work on yourself. In concentration, you work on something outside. You concentrate on something. Your whole consciousness is centered on something. In concentration, you are working towards a different angle. In awareness, you are working towards different angle. Whole West is suffering so much of depression because they misunderstood awareness as concentration. They started thinking concentration is going to help. No. Concentration is no way going to help you. Concentration will bring you more and more suffering. You will create more and more shaft. You will create too many shafts and you will start fighting with those shafts.
All concentration is excluding something. For example, if you concentrate on this one line, you exclude everything else. In that one line, if you concentrate on one dot, again you exclude everything else. You are excluding. By excluding, you will not be able to achieve anything. But with awareness, you will be aware of the whole board. You will be aware of this whole scene. You will be aware of this whole space. You are aware of this whole universe. In awareness, you do not exclude anything. You only start including things. In concentration, you will be excluding things. When you start creating shaft, when you start thinking that you are thinking, be very clear, you become impure. Then it is difficult for you. Then you can't achieve this. Even you believing that you have a lot of impurity is nothing but a shaft. Let it be very clear, all your guilt, all your pain, everything is pure shaft. The mistake which you did 10 years ago, the mistake which you did 7 years ago, the mistake which you did 3 years ago, they are independent, unconnected incidents. But when you connect them and start thinking, naturally you will start creating guilt. Let it be very clear, you cannot be helped by creating guilt. Is there any single person who says, no, I changed myself, Swamiji, by creating guilt? Never. Be very clear. You might have stopped expressing that attitude. You might have stopped doing that act, but never think you are liberated from it. Never think you are liberated from it. Symptoms may change, but you are not cured. Doctor asks a patient, how do you feel after the medicine? You came to me with a complaint that you are hearing ringing sound in your ears. How do you feel now with your ringing sound? Patient says, oh, after the medicine, I get only engaged tone. I get only the busy signal. I am not getting the ring tone. You may get, the ring tone may change into busy signal, but you will not be healed. Let you be very clear, by creating guilt, you may just change the symptom, but not the healing itself will happen. Changing symptom is not liberation. Changing symptoms is not going to help you. Let you be clear about what you are supposed to do. Please listen. Friction with time, if it is experienced by your body, it is tiredness. If it is experienced by your mind, it is boredom. Friction with time is reason for tiredness and boredom. Ability to unclutch from time takes away tiredness and boredom from you. How many? Listen. Why you feel tired? Because your body says, I am repeating again and again the same life. Why you feel bored? Your mind says, no, this time, I don't know how to push this time, how to kill time. Clear? Tiredness and boredom, both are from not having right relationship with time.
सदाशिवसमारम्भां शङ्कराचार्यमध्यमाम् अस्मदाचार्यपर्यन्तां वन्दे गुरुपरम्पराम्. I welcome you all with my love and respects. Today's subject is unclutch from the mind mass, de-stress instantly. I will be speaking on the 8th sutra of Patanjali. Patanjali has given beautiful 199 sutras describing the whole science of yoga, uniting the individual consciousness to the universal consciousness, making yourself falling in tune with the ultimate. Today, we will enter into the 8th sutra. Unclutching. Science is explained in this one sutra. That is why this title we gave, Unclutch from the mind mass, de-stress instantly. This one sutra can completely turn the way in which you think, the way in which you act, the way in which you live. This one sutra can awaken new consciousness, new energy inside your being. Sometimes people tell me, for each sutra you say the same thing. How to take it, Swamiji? I tell them it is true for each sutra. For each sutra it is same. Patanjali is such a great master. I know for sure he would have worked with millions of disciples. Otherwise you cannot write such a great, highly mystical, just unimaginable work. I read a story. Bernard Shaw wrote a 100-page book. Somebody went and asked him, what happened? You didn't have time? You wrote only a 100-page book. He says, no, if I had time, I would have written only 40 pages. If I had time, I would have written only 40 pages. Means to write little and convey what needs to be conveyed needs more energy and time and intelligence. Here, Patanjali is so sharp, is making everything into just 2-3 words, just few words. Is putting everything together. Even to read the sutra, it's such a wonderful experience. I'll read the sutra. Viparyayo mitya jnananam atatrupa pratishtam. Viparyayo mitya jnananam atatrupa pratishtam. Let me get this sutra for the sake of recording. If
If you don't understand the English, it's okay. I'll give the translation. Interpreting based on past conditioning leads to misconception or wrong understanding. Let me repeat the translation. Interpreting based on past conditioning leads to misconception or wrong understanding. The Upanishads, Zen koans, Sufi mystics' poems, everything expressed by the enlightened masters are again and again repeating what is reality. Isha Vashyam Itam Sarvam, whatever is God. Again and again, even the Zen masters, they say, before enlightenment, mountain is a mountain, tree is a tree, river is a river. After enlightenment, mountain is a mountain, tree is a tree, river is a river. Then what the hell are we doing? Sorry, no, what the heaven are we doing? Working for enlightenment. Again and again, masters say what is. Buddha beautifully says, tatata. The word needs to be understood, the isness. Then what is the problem? Where problem starts? Problem starts with our wrong understanding, as Patanjali puts it here, viparyaya. Please understand, it's an important word. I can say the key. Just today morning, the press meet, one of our journalists asked me, Swamiji, how do you ask us to meditate? What are we supposed to do? You speak about meditation. Should we close our eyes and sit and meditate? What we should do? I replied him, in the initial level only you need a technique. You may need to close your eyes and sit for half an hour or 45 minutes, do something. But actually, the real essence of spiritual life is not even meditation. This one sutra, complete understanding, completely understanding, stopping the misunderstanding is real meditation. Please understand. Meditation is not just an activity you do for some 10 minutes or 15 minutes or half an hour per day, then you leave it. No. It's a quality of life. In the initial level, maybe it is necessary for you to create a concentration and center yourself. So half an hour sitting with closed eyes, okay. But that is not the end. Techniques are like boat. But this teaching, what Patanjali is giving in this sutra, is like a river. Boats are okay in the initial level, but boat is not life. That is not life. Life is river. Here, Patanjali is giving a very beautiful technique, amazing technique. I can say the essence of spiritual life. When I read each sutra, I feel like this is enough, nothing more is required. You don't need anything else. Any single sutra, if you take up one sutra and contemplate that, that's enough. Nothing else is required. Nothing else needs to be done. One sutra, if you can internalize, that seed is enough. It will bear its fruit. The fruit will be your enlightenment. Sometimes I feel you should not read more than one sutra per day. Because if you read too many sutras, your mind will skip from here to there, here to there, here to there, here to there, and you will not internalize. You will not meditate on them. But if you read only one sutra, your whole mind will be working on it, or that sutra will be working on your consciousness. Your whole being will be filled with that one sutra. You will see that sutra starts expressing itself inside you. It starts expressing itself inside you. Interpreting based on past conditioning leads to misconception or wrong understanding. The whole thing, whatever problem you have, can be solved with this one key. Because your whole thing, whatever problem you have, everything is just because of one reason. That interpreting based on past conditioning leads to misconception or wrong understanding. Please understand. All your fear, all your greed, all the things which you think as your identity, all your worries, whatever you think as disturbance, misfortune in your life, can be sorted out with this one understanding. If you look with a little sympathy, little compassion, little sympathy and compassion towards this moment will completely open a new door. You will have a new understanding. When you don't have compassion to this moment, you always judge this moment with your past experience. Please understand. I am giving you a new key. Have compassion towards this moment. Have compassion towards sympathy, towards present moment. We never have a compassion towards present moment. We are always violent with the present moment. That is why we kill it with the past. We kill the present moment with the past. We are constantly waiting for present moment to come so that you can kill it with your past. You can destroy it with your past. You can abuse it with your past. Abusing the present with the past is what I call hell. Continuously we torture, we disturb the existence by killing the present moment. Please understand. The eternity comes in front of you, presents itself to you in the present moment. You can touch the eternity only by touching the present moment. You can see very clearly, you can't touch the past, you can't touch the future. You can touch the eternity only by touching the present moment. The present moment is the only way you can connect with the eternity. But when you don't connect with the present moment, if you are constantly torturing it with your past, you are creating misconception, wrong understanding. Sometimes we are strongly stuck with the wrong understanding, with the wrong concepts. That is why Patanjali gives a very beautiful, actually just before the sutra, he has given wonderful concept. I wanted you to know that sutra also. You will understand. This 8th sutra, if you know the 7th sutra, actually both of them are in a way interrelated, interconnected. He says, he describes about knowledge, pratyaksha, anumana, agama. These three are right knowledge. In the 8th sutra, he speaks about wrong knowledge. In the 7th sutra, he speaks about right knowledge. Both are interconnected. That's why I wanted you to understand the 7th sutra also. If you understand the 7th aphorism, 7th sutra, you will understand the 8th sutra in much better way. In the 8th sutra, he says what should not be done. The 7th sutra, he says what should be done. What should be done? Please understand. He says, pratyaksha anumana agama pramanani means perception through senses, conclusion arrived at through that cognition, and the words of an enlightened master are the three ways to gain correct knowledge. That are the three things which gives you the right knowledge. The 8th sutra he says about the wrong knowledge. Wrong knowledge means interpreting based on past conditioning leads to misconception or wrong understanding. For example, if you are hurt in the past by somebody who is wearing a white dress, whenever you see a man with white dress, you will always have that fear, that sankata, means discomfort. You will always carry that. That man and this man is no way related. They are no way connected. No way even know each other. But you carry that. You pass a judgment. You carry your past. With that past, you try to constantly judge the present. With the past conditioning, when you try to judge, that leads to misconception. Please understand, that leads to misconception. The judgments we are passing about a particular race, the judgments we are passing about a particular religion, the judgment we are passing about particular state, the prejudice, bias we carry, all are related to this wrong knowledge. We have our own prejudice about particular race. Many times people come and tell me, especially when they come to India and see, Swamiji, we thought whole India will be always meditating. We don't see here like that. They think that whole Indians will be always constantly sitting with the closed eyes, silently, politely and meditating. The other day I read an article. Yoga became very popular in Mumbai because Madonna practiced it. Really, the power yoga has become very popular because Madonna practiced it. Please understand, do not carry concepts, do not carry assumptions. We pass judgments. For example, if you meet one person, based on your experience with him, you judge that whole country, you judge that whole race, you judge that whole religion. Poor religion, what it will do? Poor man, what he can do? No. You cannot pass judgment like that. You cannot just create ideas. Please understand. Creating this kind of ideas and adding, sometimes we think, yes, this guy misbehaved with me. I know it's not that all the people from his religion or from his country will misbehave with me, but even then I can have a casual opinion. What is the wrong? Nothing wrong. So when you casually chat with your friends you pass a comment. You know, that guys, they are very egoistic. Their whole country is arrogant. You make a comment. You think, what is the harm in this simple comment? Nothing wrong. After all, I am not going to believe this. You yourself think inside, no, it is not true. I am passing a judgment against one race or against this country. How can I pass a comment? It's not true. One side of your mind will say. The other side you will say, no, it's not wrong. After all, it's okay. Don't think. If you repeat some words again and again, you will start believing it. So be aware of the words you are repeating. Please understand. The other day I was reading autobiography of a yogi, Paramashivam autobiography. He says very beautifully, the power of words. The first few chapters, he describes few incidents where he uses particular words with a strong concentration. Just that words come true. He says he was having a conversation with his sister. Suddenly, for some reason, he said, the sister was trying to apply some medicine on her body. The Yogananda commented, that medicine will not work. You will have the boil twice tomorrow. She was trying to apply some medicine for boil. He says, you will have medicine, you will have the boil, 2 size, double size tomorrow. And he says, I will also have boil in my hand. The sister says, what are you talking? Why will you have? You don't have any problem. Why do you say these words? And he just makes this statement. And tomorrow it is there. He had the boil and the sister had double size. He says, I was shocked. Just the mere word, the power of mere word. Please understand, never utter words like, they are wrong, this race is wrong, that country is wrong, this religion is wrong, the more and more you utter, you will start believing the same words. You will start strongly feeling that same words. One more important thing. The world is too small. Don't think, oh, if I make a comment about that country, it's okay. Even if I think that country is bad, it's okay. I'm not going to go to that country. Don't think. You may not physically go to that country, but any news you hear about that country will start kindling different emotions in you. I have seen many people suffering with unnecessary lust, unnecessary anger. I always tell people, keep the lust which you need for your day-to-day life. Keep the anger which you need for your day-to-day life. That is okay. But we suffer with unnecessary lust, unnecessary anger. Unnecessary anger means the anger which is no way going to help you, or the anger which you can no way exhibit. For example, you read some news about some country's president. In some country you say, these guys are killing their citizens. You carry a strong anger. This fellow is doing all these things. You carry a strong anger. Will you be able to do anything against him? No, you can't. You can't directly interfere in his life. You have neither right nor power, nothing. You can't do anything in his life. What you will be doing? You will be just sitting with that anger. Whenever you hear that guy is suffering through some news, you think, this fellow needs. You feel your anger is fulfilled. Your violence is getting fulfilled. You go on cursing. Please understand, this is what I call excess anger. Carrying the anger which is no way directly related to your life. You have so many opinions, so many ideas, so many concepts you carry, and you suffer joy or pain based on the concepts. I have seen people sitting in front of TV and crying for no reason. No way they are affected. The news which is told, no way they are affected. Either they cry or jump. Means excess anger, excess greed, unnecessary anger, unnecessary greed. All these things are based on this wrong knowledge. What Patanjali says, the wrong knowledge. Interpretations, interpreting based on past conditioning leads to misconception. I have seen this enough in the life. Enough. I have seen, because I am traveling all over the world. I am seeing different race, different community, different culture, different religion, different nationality, different background, different kind of people. I can say if this one sutra of Patanjali, if this one teaching of Patanjali is propagated to all over the world, there won't be any wars. There won't be any wars. The world will become peaceful, blissful place. So much of peace will land on this world. The big problem is we quickly pass judgments about a particular race based on one person, about a particular group based on one experience. One experience is enough. You think, yes. My friend also told me, those guys are very arrogant. See, I realize he is arrogant. They are arrogant. You are just waiting. You are just waiting. Each country has jokes and comments about particular race or particular religion. Each country, they have jokes. In India, especially about Sardarjis. No, they have so much of jokes. And to tell you honestly, in my experience, they are the most devoted, spiritual and intelligent people. So deeply devoted, so deeply committed, giving nature. I wandered length and breadth of India, I tell you. I wandered length and breadth of India. I have seen so much that giving nature. The big problem is you pass comments easily. You pass comments easily. Not only that, after 2-3 times if you pass the comment, you start believing it. You start internalizing it. We need to understand an important truth. We are not that intelligent not to believe the lies which we are promoting. In the initial, you may start promoting some lies knowing that it is lies. After a few days, you yourself will forget it's a lie. So be very clear, do not start a lie. Do not start a rumor. You will be suffering with it. You will be suffering with it. A small story I read somewhere in a book. One journalist who writes all tabloids goes on, actually lies can be sold, rumors can be sold much easily. Negative news can be sold very easily. It sells like hotcake. Negative news sells like hotcake. Just write some 10 positive things. One enlightened master came, he did so many good things and he is doing so much service. Who will read? No. But write some news about the drug or some news about the murder, some news about some criminal activities, paper will sell. Negative things can always be sold. So this guy who lived his whole life by creating and maintaining rumors, creating and sustaining rumors. This guy dies and goes to the court for judgment, the upper court. There Saint Peter is standing. He says, oh, tabloid journalist, no. We don't let you inside heaven, go to hell. That guy says, no, give me just one day. I'll go around and come back. I'll just see the heaven only once. This guy says, no, you have no work here. You have no business here. Here no news comes. All saints are happily sitting in the cloud and singing hallelujah. There is no news. Everybody is completely settled. Here nothing happens. Go to hell, you will have a lot of news. All famous people are there. You will have enough news. This guy says, no, I wanted to just see one day. Saint Peter says, it is impossible. We can't allow you inside. Then this guy tempts Saint Peter. This guy is an intelligent guy. He says, give me 24-hour time. If I can convince any one of your journalists to go to hell, will you let me stay here? Saint Peter says, this is too much. How can you do that? He says, that and all you don't ask. If I can convince any one of your journalists to go to hell, will you let me stay here? He says, all right, I can try. Okay, deal. Come inside. This guy goes. They had only 10 journalists because nothing much happens. God comes and sits in the court in the morning and judgments are given. Evening he goes back. Nothing much is happening. All the saints are there enjoying. What is there? The same routine. And this guy, they have only 10 journalists. This guy goes to the heaven, goes round. By the end of the day, evening, he comes back to the pearly gates. Saint Peter says, no, now you cannot go back. You have to be here. This guy says, what happened? No, I have to go to the hell. Saint Peter asks, why? Why do you want to go? What this guy did, this guy created a rumor that in the hell they are starting a new magazine. They want editor. He spread a news and all the fellows fled. Because how many days, especially journalists, you can't be sitting without news. It's really boring. Even in the heaven, they want some news. And without news, even heaven looks like a hell for them. So they thought, better let us go to hell. They all ran away to hell. And this guy is also running. This guy who created the rumor, this guy is also running. Saint Peter stopped and said, what happened? You only created the rumor. All of them are already in the hell. Now you are the only journalist we have. We can't afford to lose you also. You have to be here. This guy says, no, I only started the news that is true. If so many people are believing, there must be some truth in it. If so many people are believing, there must be some truth in it. Understand? Don't start rumors. Don't start rumors, even in a jovial way. You will be caught by your own rumors. You will be caught by your own words. The words which you create, I have seen many times. People casually create simple words in the relationships. They very casually create simple words. He is bad. He is torturing me. Very simple words for no reason. For very simple incidents. But those words gets imbibed, engraved, and you start thinking that's the truth. Please understand, words can just stop your thinking. Words can just stop your perception. Words can just stop your conscious flow. For example, if you are in a particular situation, if you are open, fresh, alive, without the past conditioning words, you can handle that situation directly. You can live that situation directly. You can experiment with that situation directly. You can experience it directly. You don't do. You have some idea. You have some idea. You think, no, I know. I know. This is what is going to happen. I know. You see, I was telling you the other day, this guy is like this only. Your mind comes to a confirmation and immediately you jump and start taking actions. Look into yourself. All your suffering, I can say capital letter A-L-L. All your suffering is just with this one problem, carrying, interpreting based on the past conditioning leads to misconception or wrong understanding. Wrong understanding means wrong decisions, suffering. You can see in your life. You don't wait till the situation comes in front of you. You take your own decisions, your own ideas. Mind becomes chaos. Mind becomes chaos, completely confused. With the past engrams, you go on and on and on interpreting, create problems. Actually, many times you can see, by the time you create a whole problem in your imagination and be ready with all the weapons to attack the other person, he comes, when he starts talking to you, suddenly you realize, oh God, there is no problem at all. He did not even think about it as a problem. Here you are waiting with a high BP, with all the weapons. If he utters that word, I will utter this word. If he talks that word, I will talk this word. If he says that word, I will say this word. If he brings up that argument, I will bring this argument. You are ready with all the arguments, weapons. That guy makes the whole thing simple. Suddenly you feel empty. But now you feel, what is this? How can this be? I prepared so much. All this preparation has become waste. You start the fight. Because you don't want to feel that you wasted so much time preparing for the fight. You can see this many times in your life. With your spouse you can see. You can see by the time she or he comes back from the office, you are ready with all your arguments. Sometimes you even start taking notes on the refrigerator. There will be white paper and these guys take all the notes not to miss the points. You are ready with all the arguments. But when the other person comes back, he doesn't even remember the whole fight. Doesn't even remember the subject. But what to do now? It is too much for you. You cannot leave what you prepared. Now whatever you prepared, you have to express it. You start. That's the way life goes on. Understand? Our judgment based on generalization, we need to understand an important truth. We think in a generalized way, but we live in a localized way. Our day-to-day life is dealing with one person, one situation, But your mind always generalizes. Always generalizes. I have seen many times. People have their own weird ideas, weird opinions, weird concepts. It is just impossible. Small story. One guy goes to a psychiatrist. Psychiatrist sees his behavior and all those things. He says, I'll surely try to help you. I think you have a problem that you are thinking you are a dog. That guy says, yes, small dog with a black and brown patches. Don't you see me? Doctor says, don't worry. I'll try to help you. Can you first lie down first in that couch? I'll see and try to find out the root cause of the problem. That guy says, no, I cannot do that. Doctor asks, why? No, I am not allowed up in the furnitures. Understand? If you are convinced about something, you are too strong. Instead of going to the roots of the problem, you go on, hold on to the surface. You hold on to the surface. You know, if you go to the root, the problem may disappear. But the problem is your companion. You may feel lonely. If you don't have anything to worry, suddenly just think. Suddenly, if all the worry from you is taken away, what will happen to your life? You will feel empty, alone, lonely. I think that will become a big worry. That will become a big worry. So you don't want to look into the roots of the problem. Here Patanjali is analyzing very beautifully. With this one sutra, he describes all our problems. Just sit and contemplate on this one sutra. This one sutra can lead you to enlightenment. Nothing else is required. Nothing else is required. This one sutra can lead you to enlightenment. One incident, really it happened. It happened. One of my brahmachari is trained in all our traditional puja and all the other spiritual practices. One program, they invited him for to conduct a spiritual program in India. This guy went and attended the program. He was pronouncing those Sanskrit mantras so beautifully. The local temple priest, they thought he is a Brahmin. Local temple priest, they thought he is a Brahmin. He is a upper caste, the priest class boy. So when they saw him, he beautifully sits and his body language is very graceful. When he does the puja and rituals and chants the mantras, they thought he is a Brahmin. They gave him all the respects and touched his feet and did the namaskar and everything. All the program was over. They took him to the nearby temple, gave him all the honor. He finished everything and came back. Somebody who went to the temple next day told that priest that he is not a Brahmin. That's all. Till yesterday evening, this guy was honoring that brahmachari, feels blessed that he is able to receive him and touch the feet, all the things. Now this fellow suddenly is in depression. He is in depression. He is continuously taking bath for 3 days. 3 days he is taking bath. And 3 days he did not enter the temple. And 3 days he has to do all the rites to clean himself. I was shocked. If that inauspiciousness is supposed to come by touching that non-Brahmin, it should have come when you touched, not when you heard. Not when you hear the news. It should have come when you touched. When you touched, you don't have a problem. You felt blessed, auspicious, graceful, blissful. But when you hear the news, it means what? The concepts, the past conditioning. The past conditioning. That poor guy, he suffered so much, just that conditioning. I shouldn't have touched the feet of a non-Brahmin. Just that one conditioning. Many times We suffer with conditioning, not with situation. Please understand, 99.9% of our sufferings are not related to situation. It is related to conditioning. The 0.01% suffering is not a suffering at all. All our sufferings are related to conditioning, not related to situation. You have an idea. Your mind is programmed. Your biocomputer is programmed from the young age. What is desire? What is joy? What is pain? What is fear? You are programmed. You live based on that programs. You take decisions based on that programs. You walk based on that programs. You talk based on that programming. You do everything based on that programming. This is what Patanjali calls wrong knowledge. He says viparyaya. Viparyaya is the word. You can't translate in English. Wrong knowledge is also not a right word. Viparyaya means everything is wrong. I can say wrong cognition. The very intake is wrong. The way in which you process the data is wrong. The way in which you deliver your result is wrong. The word wrong knowledge does not give the right meaning of viparyaya. Viparyaya means every step is wrong. How you receive the data, how you internalize the data, and how you process it, how you take a decision. Whole thing is wrong. Please understand. Again and again, Upanishads are declaring. Again and again, all enlightened masters are declaring, whatever is divine, God. If you see anything other than the divine, any other experience other than bliss in the life, you are having this problem. You have this problem. You need this sutra. Contemplate on this sutra. You don't have to, I am not saying you need to by heart or you need to repeat. I am saying internalize this idea. Internalize this idea. Sometimes people start repeating this sutra. Viparyaha, viparyaha, mityaha, mityaha, viparyaha. Finally they do the wrong thing. I am not saying you need to repeat. I am saying internalize. Constantly contemplate on this mantra, on this sutra, on this idea. Interpreting based on past conditioning leads to misconception or wrong understanding. Do this as an exercise, homework. Just sit for 1 hour in the house today. Write at least 10 incidents. You can surely write 10 incidents. I can say 10, I am not even saying from your whole life. From morning till today, you can write 10 incidents. 10 incidents where you did the same mistake of interpreting with the past conditioning, bringing wrong understanding because of past conditioning. Just write 10 incidents. See how your mind is behaving, how your life is happening. You don't even have to bother or struggle to correct yourself. The big problem is, before even you understand the depth of the problem, you start correcting. That is where the problem starts. The problem never ends. Just understand the depth of the problem, that's enough. Suddenly you will see the transformation. Depth of the problem. Just today, sit, work for half an hour or 1 hour. Write 10 incidents where you came to the wrong conclusion because of the past conditioning, and understood when you looked into the whole thing with a restful awareness. This is the wrong knowledge. Beautifully, Patanjali describes about right knowledge. Perception through senses, conclusions arrived at through that cognition. The words of an enlightened master are the three ways to gain correct knowledge. Please understand. Patanjali is highly intelligent. He beautifully puts one by one. First level of knowledge. Second level of knowledge. Third, next level of knowledge. He beautifully puts, please understand, correct knowledge can never be at one level. Correct knowledge can never be at one level. There is a beautiful story in Vivekananda's life. When Ramakrishna gave the experience and the truth to Vivekananda, that whatever is Brahman, is divine. It's a right knowledge. Vivekananda started going and hitting his head on an iron rod to test whether that iron rod is also a Brahman. Whether that iron rod is also a Brahman. Please understand, the iron rod is a different level of knowledge. Whatever is Brahman is a different level of knowledge. You need to understand different levels of knowledge. There's another one beautiful story by Ramakrishna. One day the master was teaching in the monastery that whatever is God. So all the disciples heard the truth. They were in a high ecstasy. They went to take bath. When they finished the bath in the river and came back, on the way, one mad elephant was running here and there in the street, chasing people. So that Mahut, the elephant trainer, that guy was shouting, please run away, run away, run away, save yourself. This is a mad elephant. He was trying to control the elephant and he is shouting. All the disciples ran away, except one guy. One guy was standing in the road and saying, today morning only master said, everything is divine, everything is God. This elephant is also God, let me stand. The elephant straight away came and just lifted him, threw him to the corner and went away. The elephant, poor elephant, he doesn't know. This guy is a seeker, he is meditating. He just threw him to the corner and went away. Then all the disciples ran and brought him to the ashram. The master asked, what happened? Why did you stand on the way of the mad elephant? This guy says, you only said everything is Brahman, everything is God. Master says, yes, that is true. The Mahut, the elephant trainer, he is also Brahman. He was giving you instruction, run, save yourself. Why did you not listen to the elephant God? Why did you not listen to the Mahut God? Why did you think only the elephant is God? Please understand. This guy thought elephant is God, but this guy did not think that Mahut is also God. The elephant trainer is also God. The different levels of knowledge. Here, Patanjali beautifully describes the levels of knowledge. First level, perception through senses. What you perceive. This is the first level knowledge. Second level, conclusion arrived at through that cognition. Means you start calculating. If this is this, then these two together must be this. Means development of mathematics, science, evolution of art, poetry, evolution of great things which you don't perceive with the ordinary eyes, but which can enrich your life. Those things starts evolving. That's the second level of knowledge. Please understand, science can never evolve just from the first level knowledge. First level knowledge is perception through senses. Means what you see. What you see. The second level knowledge, the conclusions which you can come by calculating. by understanding, by analyzing. That is the second level knowledge. Third, words of an enlightened master. Third level knowledge. First level knowledge is a primitive society. They don't know anything except what they see with their eyes. Very primitive. Very primitive. They just live with the food. If they see their food, they kill and eat. If they see that they will become food, they run and save themselves. That's all. Either they eat or eaten. That kind of lifestyle. That is what is first level, perception through senses. Please understand, if you are living with that level, even if you live with all the wealth, all the name and fame, power, prestige, everything, you will be depressed. Because you are running only through one channel. It's like you have a TV, you can see only one channel. What will happen to you? You will be bored to death. You will be bored to death. Only one channel you can see. You can't go to the next channel. Either you see this channel or keep quiet. What will happen? You will be bored to death. The other day, I was reading a beautiful story. One guy, great king, practically conquered the whole world. He was searching for immortality. All the kings always search some medicine, something which can make them immortal. This is a big problem. Almost all the kings, whoever has conquered the enemies in different countries, they think, now I should think of immortality. He goes to an enlightened master and asks, tell me some way that I should become immortal. That guy says, why do you want to become immortal? Understand, this is the nature. This guy says, I am not here to listen to you about your teachings. I am asking solution. Can you give or not? And the master says, I think your time is bad. What can I do? He says, there is a stream in the cave, nearby cave. Go inside and drink that water. You will become immortal. This guy did not even bother to ask that master, if you know the technique, why don't you drink? No, he did not even bother to ask. He got the secret, he ran. He went and saw the cave. Really, there was a stream. And he was about to drink the water. One crow was sitting on the cave. He was shouting, don't drink, stop, stop, stop. This king said, why are you stopping me? With my great effort, I learned this secret cave from that master. I am about to drink. Why are you stopping me? This guy says, no. Listen. That crow says, without knowing, I drank. I am sitting here for last 3,000 years. I can neither die nor live. I have seen everything, whatever world can offer. I have done everything. All the people whom I know are dead. All the things which I know are dead. I have done everything. I am utterly depressed. I can't even commit suicide. I tried so many methods. I decided I'll sit here and tell my story to everybody. Whoever comes here to drink the water. Understand my story. Now if you want, you drink. First time that king had a shock. Yes, oh God. I am gone. If I can't die at all, what will happen? If I am going to be here forever, I can't see any change. What will happen? He just did one big namaskar to that crow and escaped from that cave. Just ran away from that cave. He said, no, that crow is right. That guy is right. What will happen to me? I would have done everything. I would have enjoyed everything. All my friends would have gone. Everything would have gone. I'll be depressed, but I can't even die. Can't even die. Please understand. Seeking immortality, trying to become immortal. This is also one more game. This is also one more game. If you become immortal, even if you become immortal, if you are living just through the perception of senses, please understand, you will be dead and depressed. You will be dead and depressed. It's like you can only have one channel. You can't go to the next channel. Life is like that only. If you have only one channel, means perception through the senses. However, you may have wealth, relationships, cars, bungalows, whatever you want, you will be in depression. I have seen people living in depression, deep depression. They have everything, but deep depression, because they do not know how to open the second channel, how to open the next level of knowledge. Understand, life is knowledge. Expansion of knowledge is life. Unable to expand after a certain level in the knowledge is depression, is death. When you are unable to expand further, it's a depression. You are dead. There is nothing else to be done. Many times, people who are very successful in the outer world life, they come to me and ask, we don't know what to do with the life, Swamiji. It has become a big burden. We are just dragging. Neither we have courage to die, nor we have energy to live. We are just dragging. Means you have opened only one channel. Perception through senses, that's all. Perception through senses. Very rarely people start the second channel. Only they become scientists, artists. For example, if there is a stone, if you just perceive it through senses, you will see it as a stone, that's all. But if you can start inferring, if I remove this part, if I remove this part, if I remove this part, it can become a sculpture. Inference. Trying to come to the conclusions through cognition. If I put this line, if I put that line, if I put this line, it's a painting. Who is able to infer the second level knowledge? The beautiful word. Pratyaksha Anumana. Pratyaksha is the first level knowledge. Many people stop with that. Please understand. I always tell people, try to spend little time in some little painting. Actually, whoever has entered into that second level of knowledge, only they become scientists. They become artists, the great artists, great creators, great sculptors, great poets. All of them have entered the second level. You can see science there actually needs that. Every scientist, he has to think, he has to infer. If this and that happens, then this must be the thing. He has to go into that second level of knowledge. Means he has to come to Anumana. Third level of knowledge, very rare. Very intelligent civilizations only accept and experience, internalize the third level of knowledge. The words of the awakened ones. The words of the enlightened ones. Please understand. If you accept only the first level of knowledge, pratyaksha, perceived through the senses, your first 33 years will be joyful. There are many countries, many civilizations. You can spend only first 33 years. They are not useful. They are not worthy for second 33. Second 33 you will be bored, depressed, empty in that civilization. That has nothing to offer to you for second 33. No. Very rare civilizations, countries offer for second 33. Means opportunities for science, opportunities for art, opportunities for creativity, exploring the inference dimension, anumana dimension. Very rarely, only few civilizations gives you the opportunity to experience the third level of knowledge, the agama, the knowledge, words of the awakened ones, words of the enlightened ones. Please understand, if the civilization evolves to the next level, if the civilization in the very primitive level, it accepts only pratyaksha, perception through senses. If it has evolved to the scientific level, it accepts pramana, it accepts anumana, means inference. Only if it has evolved to the very subtle, very sensitive, very intelligent level, it accepts agama, means words of an enlightened master. Words of an enlightened master. There are some civilizations, primitive, they offer life only till 33. Even after you become 33, you have to have the entertainments only for things which is designed for below 33 people. You have to go to the same theme park which is designed for kids. You have to enjoy the same thing which is created for kids. Please understand that civilization has nothing else to offer. It has nothing else for you. It has only below 33. Some civilizations, artistic, scientific civilizations, they can offer material for you, entertainment for you till 66. 2/3. Very rarely, I can say, only Patanjali civilization. The civilizations which produced great people like a Patanjali, only that civilization offers. When I say that civilization, I don't mean geographical India. Please understand. Bharat is not geographical. It is spiritual. Wherever the science is practiced, the spiritual knowledge is alive, all that place is Bharat. All that place is Bharat. Please understand, only a civilization which gave birth to a great masters like Patanjali can offer entertainment, things for you till 100. Till 100. Only that can entertain you for your whole life. See, the civilizations which has reached only to the second level, it can't entertain you after 66. That is why all over the world, so much of suicide after 66, so much. The elders committing suicide. No media talks about it because they are not directly useful to society. If youngsters commit suicide, it becomes a big news. But elders committing suicide, all over the world it is happening. It's a big problem. The other day I read in a newspaper, in a report, the Swiss country is allowing, Switzerland is allowing elders to have one assistant, the government will pay for the assistant. They will give everything for you, entertain you, but please don't commit suicide. That's all they are asking. Please understand, there are many civilizations which has nothing to offer. If you have crossed 66, if you have finished 2/3 of your life, there are only two, pratyaksha and anumana. They don't have agama. That is why after 66 you feel life is empty. First 33, pratyaksha, enjoy, blood is hot, enjoy all the things. Then after 33 to 66, anumana, start creating the science, art and all those things, enjoying. After 66, that also will be bored. Now you need agama, the words of an enlightened masters, the third level knowledge. If you can go next to next, you are a complete human being. You will live as a fulfilled being. That's what I call gracefully aging. If the third part, agama, has not happened in your life, means feeling connected to the words of the enlightened ones. If the third part of the knowledge, the higher level of the knowledge is not opened in your consciousness, please be very clear, you will be in depression in the third part of your life. That is the worst thing can happen to a human being. Being in depression in the third part of your life is the worst thing can happen to your life. The Vedic civilization, they have done such a great good to the humanity by awakening the third part in every human being. The Vedic civilization is such, if you go through first part and second part, automatically interest for the third part will be awakened in you. Because all their games they play below 33 and below 66. Both are related to Agama. They are Pratyaksha and Anumana. Both are related to Agama. Means the words of an enlightened master. So you don't have a problem. By the time you cross 66, you don't have a problem in sitting in meditation. You don't have a problem in sitting with enlightenment. You don't have a problem in sitting in contemplating. Because you are prepared in the first part and second part of your life. The first level knowledge and the second level knowledge, both are constantly guiding you to the third level knowledge. So, you age gracefully. You age gracefully. You live gracefully. If we have to avoid this serious problem world is facing, the elders committing suicide, the one and only way is awaken the third channel. Awakening the third channel is the greatest service you will do to yourself and to the world. You will do to yourself and to the world. Please understand, when the blood is hot, when the pratyaksha, perception through senses are happening, you will not bother. When the pramana, means inference, is happening, you will not bother. Only when both are bored, if you are bored of both, if you are tired of this both, if you are completely depressed with this both, if you have not opened your third dimension, life will be hell. Don't think you will go to hell after death. No. You will go to hell if you are not able to touch the third dimension, if you are bored in these two dimensions, if you continue to live after the boredom. Blessed are those who die in the young if they can't open the third dimension. People come and ask me, Swamiji, give me some technique that I should keep healthy and should live long, 100 years. Please teach me how to keep the body fit for 100 years. I tell them, please understand. First, prepare your mind to live for 100 years. Awaken the third part, Agama, means feeling connected to the knowledge of the enlightened ones. Then, prepare your body to live 100 years. If you prepare just your body to live 100 years and did not prepare your being for the third part of the knowledge, means feeling connected to the master's words, Agama, the third part will be the hell for your life. Never do that mistake. It is better to die with the nature as early as possible without living in that hell. Anybody who is interested to live long, please prepare your mind first. Awaken the third channel first. Feel connected to Agama first. The third part of your knowledge means the words of an enlightened master. Start living that first, then prepare the body, then do yoga, exercise, run, do jogging, prepare your body to live long. If you just prepare your body and not the mind, you are creating hell for you. I have seen elders, they come and cry. We can neither be useful to society, nor we are feeling completely happy, and we are not dying also. We can't commit suicide. We don't have the courage for suicide. It goes on and on and on. Please understand, the first thing you need to do for your future, I can say this is the best retirement plan. This is the ultimate retirement plan. feel connected to Agama, means the words of the enlightened master, enlightened masters. You have done the ultimate insurance plan. Relax. If you have not done that, whatever retirement plans you create, you may see that beautiful retirement feelings only in those photographs. I am seeing in this country all the retirement plan advertisements. See how 10 million people are traveling towards their safe retirement. I'll see a photograph of a beach home, and an elderly couple just relaxing, talking with each other. Please understand, only in photographs it will be great. Only in photographs it will be great. Unless you connect to that Agama, means feeling connected to the words of enlightened ones, awakened ones. If you not done that retirement plan, please understand, the old age will be hell. Because you may have money, you may have food, you may have health, you may have relationship, but what will you do? You will have nothing to do. You will not have expansion. You are not entertained. You are not engaged. What will you do? Then you will start brooding over your first 33. If you start brooding over your first 33, it's all fantasy. Your mind is ready, but body cannot cooperate. What will you do? And the second 33, inference. It's all intellectual jugglery, maths, science, art, everything. But again, even for that, your body will not be ready. How long? How much you can do? Your body will not be ready. If you open only the third dimension, the most subtle dimension, subtlest dimension of your being, you will have something to do. You have something to do. You have you for you. Please understand, I can say this is the ultimate retirement plan. Pratyaksha, Anumana, Agamaha. Awaken the Agama dimension, that is the right knowledge. In these two sutras, Patanjali gives a beautiful understanding about wrong knowledge and right knowledge. These two sutras, I can say, is the essence of life. When I look inside, I really understand. I wanted to tell you, I have seen my own grandfather. He lived very old, and one of my grandmother, she lived 103. Fortunately, my grandfather is awakened to the third dimension, that feeling connected to the words of the enlightened one. He lived such a wonderful life. Unfortunately, this grandmother whom I am referring, she was not awakened to the third dimension. She was stuck with the second. I have seen her life was hell. She had so much wealth. All relations. In India, you know, it's a huge joint family. Joint family. One grandmother will have at least 20 grandkids. And one grandchild will have at least 20 grandmothers, grandfathers. And sometime only you will not know the names. Now, such a huge family. Even then, she was in such a deep depression. Such a deep depression. Please understand, Alzheimer's happens because you don't want to think anything. Constantly you give instruction to yourself, unconsciously. You don't want to think anything. You don't want to think anything because whatever you think, you are not able to live. If you are not open to the third dimension, if it is only the first and second, what will you do? You don't want to think anything. So enter into the Alzheimer's, it's a lot better. It is a lot better. I have seen the people who have not opened the third dimension, their old age, that's a hell. I have seen the same way who has opened the third dimension. They live in heaven. See, in all over the world, the maximum suicide profession is psychiatric doctors. And people who die very early are physical doctors, the medical doctors. India, Swamis are the people who are doing both the job. They live up to 90, 95. I have seen in many monasteries, the youngsters will be waiting for the seat. This fellow will not leave. He will be sitting. He will be 95, 100. He will not leave. Not only will not leave, he will be very happy. That's another one problem. At least if you are not happy, depressed, they can say, no, you are not able to manage and maintain all the responsibilities of the monastery and ashram. Please get down, we will sit. These fellows will be very happy, going around morning for a walking, doing yoga and remembering every devotee whom they met at the age of 30, 20, 25 and asking about them, talking to their parents, grandkids. They will tell, oh, your grandfather is my devotee, that fellow has gone long before. And this guy is sitting happily. I have seen. Swamis don't die quickly in India. The thing is, they open the third dimension. They are connected to the Agama part. Understand? This is the ultimate retirement plan you can do to yourself. How to judge whether your life is successful or not? You can judge your life only based on the last part of your life. If you are open to that Agama dimension, the connection to the words of an enlightened master, you have lived your life. Otherwise, old age is hell. Please understand, not only, you see, we all save money for the old age, social security, and put it in the share market, it goes. That is different. Forget about the money part. Prepare your being for the old age. Prepare your being for the old age. Sometimes I feel so connected to these great masters. I feel so grateful for them for creating this great Vedic civilization with such a strong spiritual vision. With such a strong spiritual vision. Anybody lives that Vedic civilization, lives that Vedic life in a very normal way. By the time they are 66, already the third dimension is awakened, they will not know any depression. They will just smoothly pass, and they know they have something to do. They have something. They have a deep fulfillment, and they feel deeply connected to something. The words of the great enlightened masters, and their life is filled with joy, ecstasy. They live in heaven before they disappear into eternity. If you have not prepared yourself, you live in hell before you enter into eternity or next birth. So prepare yourself. This is the ultimate retirement plan which you can do to yourself. Share this knowledge with your kids. This is the best ultimate retirement plan you will give to your kids. Preparing them consciously to the Agama means feeling connected to the master's words. These are the three things for right knowledge. One is pratyaksha, direct perception through senses. Second, inference, the decisions, conclusions you come through the cognition, through analyzing. The third, the great master's words. The civilizations or societies which are not able to accept the great master's words, they always did live and die in a deep depression. They spend so much of money to keep their elders out of depression, out of suicidal tendencies, but they always fail. In India, I have seen whoever lived these three dimensions, understood these three levels of knowledge, living in ecstasy and sharing the ecstasy. So, please understand the both sutras, right knowledge and wrong knowledge. Avoid, move away from wrong knowledge and experience right knowledge, and prepare yourself for your whole life. Next sutras, Patanjali speaks about, beautifully speaks about Vikalpa, means imagination. Tomorrow we will work on the sutra in which he is talking on imagination, the Vikalpa, then Nidra, sleep. Patanjali is talking in these few sutras about different modifications of the mind. So the first modification is right knowledge, second modification is wrong knowledge, third is imagination, fourth is the Nidra, means sleep, fifth is memory. So tomorrow we will see the Patanjali's ideas about imagination. Next day on sleep. Then after that, the next class, we will see what he says about memory. Each day we will work on one subject, what Patanjali has to offer and what Patanjali teaches to us. So today, please understand the right knowledge and wrong knowledge. You have one homework. Please don't avoid. Take it sincerely. Go back to your house. We don't have time. Otherwise, I will make you do here itself. We don't have time. Go back to your house. Sit for 1 hour. Analyze the wrong knowledge. How many decisions, wrong decisions you made just because of your past conditionings about people, about situations, about races, about countries, about different things. And then you understood, you made a wrong decision. It was because of wrong knowledge and realized, corrected yourself. Just 10 incidents, right? You will internalize this truth. Next time when you take any wrong decision, you will remember that you are doing it out of wrong knowledge. You will have remembrance, patience, intelligence to come back to right knowledge. People have all weird ideas. The other day I heard one guy was started telling, my Kundalini is awakened, now I need 2 wives. God. If your Kundalini is awakened, you may not need even one. They have their own weird ideas. I was shocked when I heard. The other day I was reading one advertisement, yoga for better sex. Oh God, if Patanjali hears, what will happen? The first thing which he says is brahmacharya before entering into yoga. He says, ahimsa, brahmacharya, asteya, satya, aparigraha. Anyhow, we have our own weird ideas. So don't have your wrong, weird ideas. Come to the right knowledge. So try to do this homework in the house just to internalize this idea, how many mistakes you make by your past conditionings, trying to interpret based on the past conditioning, which leads to misconception or wrong understanding. So, I bless you all. Let you all experience these truths in your consciousness and live enlightenment. Live as Jivan Muktas. Let you all achieve and radiate the eternal bliss, Nithyananda. Thank you. नित्यानन्देश्वर परमशिवसमारम्भाम् नित्यानन्देश्वरि पराशक्तिमध्यमाम् अस्मदाचार्यपर्यन्ताम् वन्दे गुरुपरम्पराम्. I welcome you all with my love and respects. I welcome everyone sitting with us all over the world through Nithyananda TV and two-way video conferencing in Adi KAILASA, Uttara KAILASA, Paschima KAILASA, everywhere with my love and respects. Today's subject is experience thoughtless state. Understand, before entering into the satsang, let's bow down to Paramashiva. Today is 4th day of the Brahmotsavam. Paramashiva is gracing us in Sarvalankara in Adi KAILASA and all over the world in all our temples. Let's first receive his blessings and then enter into the satsang.
कर्पूरनीराजनं न तत्र सूर्यो भाति न चन्द्रतारकं नेमा विद्युतो भाति कुतोऽयमग्निः तमेव भान्तमनुभाति सर्वं तस्य वासा सर्वमिदं विभाति. श्रीनित्यानन्देश्वरी पराशक्तिसमेत श्रीनित्यानन्देश्वर परमशिवाय नमः. कर्पूरनीराजनं सन्दर्शयामि.
Let's enter into today's satsang. Thought is nothing but your inability to cope up with reality. The definition of a thought as per Paramashiva, inability to cope up with the reality. Whenever you are complete with the reality, you just function without something called thought. If you know you are thinking, there will be an incompletion and itching, irritation. If you are acting out of completion, there will not be any thoughts. There will be signals, there will be instructions, there will be orders from your consciousness to you. But there will not be thoughts. Understand? Signals coming from your consciousness, instructions, orders, commands coming from your consciousness to function, to be alive, to be active, to do something is not to be confused with the irritating, itching, confusing, incomplete, internal incompletion thoughts or thought currents. Listen. Thoughts are not needed for the consciousness to own, possess your intra-organ, internal organ and your body and move your life. You need to know, you confuse between your thoughts and the instructions of your superconsciousness to your consciousness, to your consciousness, to your intra-organs, from your intra-organs to your internal organs, from internal organs to your body.
Don't confuse that and this. Listen carefully. Paramashiva moves this whole universe without thoughts, being in the state of Paramashanta Swarupa. That shows thoughts are not needed to run your existence as Paramashiva manifested it. Thoughts are your feeling something is missing, inadequate, not enough, incomplete. That insecurity, suffocation, incompletion, that generates something cranky, worms going in your brain. Parasites running in your intestine. That crankiness. The thoughts and thought currents generated by that crankiness is not needed to run your life. This is the most powerful, important cognition you need to cognize. Understand, Hinduism fundamentally does not believe in belief system or faith system. It very clearly explains the methodology of powerful cognition-based functioning system. I am not going to tell you, believe, you don't need thoughts to run your life. No. I am going to say, Shravana, listen, Manana, internalize, Nididhyasana, start living this powerful cognition. So the powerful cognition I am giving you now, Paramashiva, running the whole universe, much more than what we are running in our life. He is running it from the space of Paramashanta Swarupa, without any thought currents, out of pure intelligence. When he can run, you can run. Decide, you will be in the space and state of Paramashiva, Paramashanta Swarupa, and live your life. You will see thoughts and thought currents become redundant. They just fall off from you. Like an old skin getting peeled off and falling. The old hair falling. Old nail falling. Just like old things fall off from you, the ideology you need thoughts and thought currents to run your life will fall off from you. Meditate on this powerful cognition. Internalize it. Internalize it. Manifest it. Do Shravana Manana Nididhyasana of Paramashanta Swarupa. Paramashiva, who is so big, he does not need thoughts even to run this whole universe. Even to run this whole universe, he does not need thoughts. Why do you need thoughts to run your life? Too small. Decide to be in his space by listening, internalizing and manifesting this powerful cognition in your inner space. Live and experience thoughtless space. There is a space below your heart center, above the navel center, Anandagandha chakra, where all the 21 chakras, above 7, middle 7, below 7, all the 21 chakras merge in. In that Anandagandha space, remember you are Paramashiva. What you feel as Paramashiva, what you feel as I and Paramashiva is one and the same. With that decision to cognize Paramashivoham, Paramashanta Swarupa, Paramashivoham, He will manifest more and make you cognize you don't need thoughts and thought currents to run your life. Without thoughts and thought currents, just by directly manifesting his intuition and Paramashanta Swarupa, you become more and more efficient, more and more energetic, more and more alive, more and more spiritual, more and more strong, more and more enlightened. Your breathing and his breathing is one and the same. Please understand, this is the real good news he wants to tell you. If you are breathing, he is breathing inside you. Your breathing touches his breathing and comes back. Every time when your inhaling goes in and turns to come out, it touches his breathing and then comes out. So where your inhaling breath takes a turn as exhaling breath, that is where he is residing, he is available to you. His breathing and your breathing connects, only then takes a turn. That space is Paramashanta Swarupa. With this, I bless you all. Let's all radiate with integrity, authenticity, responsibility, enriching, causing, living Shuddhatvaita Saivam, Paramashivoham, the eternal bliss, Nithyananda. Thank you. Be blissful. Nithyanandeshwar Paramashiva Samarambam, Nithyanandeshwari Parashakti Madhyamam, Asmadacharya Paryantam, Vande Guru Paramparam. I welcome you all with my love and respects. I welcome all the devotees, disciples, Sajis, Satsangis, Shri Mahans, Mahans, Anidar Kottari, visitors, viewers, sitting with us all over the world through Nithyananda TV, two-way video conferencing, YouTube Live, Facebook Live, KAILASA TV, Hinduism Now TV, Twitter, two-way video conferencing, having Nayana Diksha. I welcome all of you with my love and respects. Paramashiva's message from Sri Kailasa directly. Listen. Principle, P-R-I-N-C-L-E, principle, knowledge. Listen, principles of
principal knowledge, principles of principal knowledge. Root and source of all knowledge, existence, is Nirvikalpa Samadhi. Understand? The principle, source of the principal knowledge, principles of principal knowledge. I am trying to put it in multiple ways. Straight, simple, in one line I can say, source of all knowing is Nirvikalpa Samadhi. It is too easy to achieve because every breath takes turn touching your Nirvikalpa Samadhi space. Means if you are breathing from Nirvikalpa Samadhi. If that Nirvikalpa Samadhi stops reflecting on your body, it becomes dead. Nirvikalpa Samadhi is a tattva. Only if that is reflecting. For example, if a sun is reflecting on the mirror, only that mirror is lit, alive. If the sun is not reflecting on the mirror due to some reason, the mirror will not be alive, lit. Your body is like a mirror. Only if it is reflecting Nirvikalpa Samadhi for some reason, it is alive. The moment the Nirvikalpa Samadhi stops reflecting, it is dead. So please understand. My mission is to teach the whole world the principal source of knowledge, principles of all the principal knowledge. Understand? Is Nirvikalpa Samadhi. Listen. Whether the knowledge about the cosmology or astrology, astronomy, physics, chemistry, biology, any level, any knowledge, I tell you, the source is Nirvikalpa Samadhi. If you can touch that, you will have something original in your life. Authentic. Till you touch the Nirvikalpa Samadhi, every knowledge you know is somebody's vomit. Maybe you can nicely cook and arrange others' vomit. That ability cannot be called as your contribution. My every Gurukul kid will have original contribution because I am grooming them, growing them up with the Nirvikalpa Samadhi. Understand? Paramashanta Swarupa.
living with no reactionary assumptions, fully awakened non-mechanical parts, fully awakened including non-mechanical parts of the brain. Understand? Nirvikalpa Samadhi. Paramashiva resides in Nirvikalpa Samadhi and radiates it in the form of Dakshinamurti. In all our temples, Dakshinamurti radiates the biology of Nirvikalpa Samadhi. Anybody wants Nirvikalpa Samadhi, go to our temples, Dakshinamurtis, and touch the Dakshinamurti deity, do puja, sit in the front of Dakshinamurti, sit in front of the third eye of Dakshinamurti and just see him with your third eye. You will fall into Nirvikalpa Samadhi. He carries the very bio-memory, conscious decision, will to be in Nirvikalpa Samadhi. In Nirvikalpa Samadhi, all will melts down. That Tattva, Nirvikalpa Samadhi Tattva, radiates as a living will in all our Dakshinamurtis. Understand? Whether you are a kid studying for your school examination or an adult studying for some interview or presentation, or a CEO studying to present something to your team, or an enlightened being teaching to your disciples, or incarnation wanted to reveal the Paramashiva's message every day. The source you need to look in is only one, Nirvikalpa Samadhi. Nirvikalpa Samadhi makes a tireless inner space. So, it's an amazing combination of ultimate memory power, ultimate usefulness, stability, and pure power of enlightenment. Understand? How much ever attacks happen, injustice done, you can see every day I come and sit, go on revealing original truths. Listen. Every satsang is I am opening my inner space, Kailasa, for all of you to taste. You can see very clearly all the assassination attempts, or lawfare, injustice, defamation, abuse, done in every level. Nothing touches that inner space. Tirelessly go on downloading the highest truths and go on radiating and manifesting. Actually, if you accept that I am Paramashiva, you take me for granted. People who say that I am not Paramashiva, they realize my glory more than people who declare I am Paramashiva. Because many times, you just declare that Swamiji is Paramashiva and take me for granted, and
Because you don't know much about Paramashiva. You just push me aside. But people who think that I am not Paramashiva, they only, oh God, if he is not enlightened, if he is not an incarnation, what kind of a metal he is made? Nothing could be done to him. He is just going on and on and on. The other day I heard one of the great Tamil preacher, Shaivite preacher, Rukmini Ammal, passed away, left the body. Somehow I felt so... See, actually, she was the one. Not only multiple times I have heard her discourses and satsang, I was glad, feel blessed, fortunate to sit at her feet, sit at her feet and learn, listen. She is so egoless. Once she heard that I became enlightened and I am manifesting Paramashivatva, she came and sat at my feet as disciple and attended the satsangs and received initiation. We have photographs and videographs. Even though I refused to allow her to touch my feet, she said, don't refuse that blessing for me. Because I taught you, you should allow me and give me that blessing of touching your feet. She asked me that as a Guru Dakshina. I said, all right. She told, in Tamil she asked, Eluttarivittavan Iraivan. Do you understand? Means, even if I taught one alphabet to you, I am God to you. I said, yes, you are. You have not taught one alphabet, you have taught too much to me. And she said, then give me this as a Guru Dakshina. I said, whatever Guru Dakshina you ask, I will give, because you have done so much to me. She said, allow me to touch your feet and allow me to attend your class and take initiation. She attended and had initiation. Extreme humbleness. Honest preacher. Honest preacher. மீண்டும் சைவ உலகம் இவர்களைப் போலெல்லாம் மாதரசிகளை பார்க்குமா? சொல்லின் செல்வி ருக்மிணி அம்மையாருக்கு என்னுடைய மரியாதைகளும் வணக்கங்களும் அவர்தம் குடும்பத்தாருக்கும் நண்பருக்கும் ஆழ்ந்த இரங்கலும் தெரிவித்துக் கொள்கிறேன். நிச்சயம் ருக்மிணி அம்மையார் சிவகதி அடைந்திருப்பார். அவருடைய நேர்மையும் சைவத்திற்கு அவர் ஆற்றிய தொண்டும் ஆன்மீக திருப்பணியும் அவரை நிச்சயம் பரமசிவ கதியில் சேர்த்திருக்கும். Listen, let me come back to the satsang. When I heard she passed away, the way my inner space responded, I can actually take a printout and give you all, because every response happening in my inner space is happening in the pure Nirvikalpa Samadhi.
people who think I am not Paramashiva, they literally break their head to find what kind of a metal I am made of. I was telling about Rukmini Ammal. I remember listening to her discourses and coming back to home and repeating. There was another one lady, Geeta Kokilam, who used to recite Ramayanam, well-known person. Geeta Kokilam, Rukmini Ammal, all of them, if they come to Thiruvannamalai, I'll be in the front row. As a child, my grandfather used to take me, and then that became my lifestyle. From that time till now, I am talking. In 20 years, we have video records. I am only wondering, I am really wondering, when I look back, even I am wondering the amount of spiritual material produced. And if you see what I was talking at the age of 15, 16, we were thinking that we have the earliest video record of me is only at the age of 17, but now we have got some more from Thiruvannamalai. Older means the clips and recordings, audio, video, from the age of 14, 15. The earliest videos available from that till now, if you start listening, you can see absolute consistency, but high creativity. Absolute consistency, nitya, eternity, expressed in such extreme creative ways, Ananda. Understand, it is just because of Nirvikalpa Samadhi. Anyone who thinks I am little intelligent, even my enemies think. Even the people who cherish enmity towards me can't deny my intelligence. I am modeling for Nirvikalpa Samadhi. Understand? How people say, oh, this toothpaste is the secret of my teeth. Or this drink is the secret of my energy. How people try to advertise, model. If you think I am intelligent, I have memory, any of the mental resources, qualifications I have, I want to tell you, I am modeling for Nirvikalpa Samadhi. Nirvikalpa Samadhi is the source of my mental stamina. And mental resources and tireless inner space. I tell you. Tireless inner space which is required for a leader who wants to evolve beings who are enlightened. Understand? Training one disciple is equivalent to building 100 ashrams. Training one disciple is equivalent to building 100 ashrams. Just the other day, somebody sent me a Facebook message that Gita Press is getting closed. I said, no, nothing doing. If the information is true, immediately we should reach out and make sure it runs. Whether we need to pump in money or people, we should make sure it runs, because the Gita, the service it has done to Hinduism, nobody can imagine. The work Gita Press has done for Hinduism, nobody can imagine. If Hinduism is still alive, I'll surely say Gita Press is one of the reasons. If still Hinduism is alive in India, Gita Press is one of the reasons. If I have to mark top 10 reasons why Hinduism is alive, in the 10 I will put Gita Press as one reason. Immediately I remembered, yes, surely I have enough disciples who have dedicated their life. See, some may be sannyasis, some may be grihasthas, some may not want to be sannyasis, grihasthas, but they are passionate about Hinduism and working for Hinduism. The moment I think of these projects, I can see very clearly how many trained disciples I have in front of my eyes. They are the pillars of Hinduism, not just money. The resources for Hinduism is the trained disciples, and to train a disciples, the kind of the vast inner space you need to have. All the tantrum they throw, it's like a lioness feeding the cub. Cubs don't just suckle the milk. They bite here and there and even make lioness bleed. But the patience lioness needs to teach and evolve the cubs. Producing commanders is not a joke, especially with the spiritual strength. Constantly attending, guiding, being a support available, training. I know why Arunagiri Yogeshwara came in my life as Guru. Because the dimension of Guru
is going to be the greatest contribution I am going to do to this world. It is much more than establishing the KAILASA nation. Establishing the KAILASA ecosystem is job of Guru. Establishing the KAILASA nation is much easier than establishing the KAILASA ecosystem. That is the real work. When I see the old photographs, I see how much of energy, support, excitement, enthusiasm, training I have given and kept my inner space for how many thousands or millions of people. And I tell you, still my inner space is available for millions and millions more. People can come, get enriched, strengthened. If they want, they can stay back. If they want to go, they can go. But my inner space is continuously available. I tell you. Source of that tireless inner space, source of all the mental abilities, source of all the knowledge, and source of all the mental resources is Nirvikalpa Samadhi. Even when you are eating, before eating, just sit for a few seconds and bring your breathing and remember the reality. Nirvikalpa Samadhi is breathing in you. Paramashivam is breathing in you. That is the truth. There is nothing to imagine and visualize and realize. Reality does not need to be realized. It is the truth. Understand? It's a truth. Highest possibilities, mental resources, conscious resources manifest from Nirvikalpa Samadhi, unclutched space. Turiyavana Sampannam.
time you spend on unclutching is the only time useful in your life. Every minute you spend in unclutching, your life will be rewarded with years. Understand? Unclutching or even effort to unclutch is like a rebooting. Means you are alive and upgraded. KAILASA releases the upgrading software every day. My everyday satsang is upgrade alert. You can choose do now, or you can say remind me later. That is alive satsang. Or not now. It is up to you. I am just everyday satsang is update alert. Every day sitting in unclutching is like rebooting your whole system, upgrading yourself. Not just software, hardware, everything. Understand? Not just software, hardware, everything. I tell you, conscious resources awakening intense, pure, unclutched space. Listen to these two words. Conscious resources, awakening, pure, unclutched space. These two supports one another. If you start manifesting power, conscious resource, that inspires you to unclutch. Unclutching makes you experience more conscious resources. More conscious resources makes you more unclutched. Like a Nirahara Samyama is one of the conscious resource. Ability to deal when your stomach is throwing tantrum. I need food, I need pizza, I need burger. Ability to handle your stomach when it throws tantrum is a conscious resource. And that inspires you to unclutch. And unclutching makes you manifest more conscious resources and makes you manifest powers. When you manifest power, you know the Kundalini Shakti oozing out from inner space and does wonderful, miraculous things around you. I was reading about my Paramaguru, 291st Guru Maha Sannidhanam. He has written a beautiful book on connecting with Kailasa space and the beings who are in Kailasa after leaving the body. Videha Muktas, connecting with them and receiving their help to reach Kailasa. He is master in this field. He is adept in this field. one of the gem, the Guru Parampara. 291st Guru Mahasannidhanam of Madhurayadinam, my Paramaguru, Guru's Guru, Paramaguru Sannidhanam, Somasundara Jnana Sambandha Desika Paramacharya Swami. I was reading some of the books written by him. Not only the knowledge, the experience and strength, the great Yoga Purusha lived in very high Samadhi state, very high spiritual enlightenment. I tell you, once you start unclutching consciously, all those beings from Kailasa automatically reach out to you and manifest through you, support you, inspire you, educate you, awaken you. Like how Satyajnana Darshini, the great Kailasavasi, who achieved Kailasa, he comes and initiates Megandar and teaches the Sivajnana Bodham. So they come through the Akasa space and teach you, awaken you, give you many conscious resources. How Paramashiva and Parvati themselves came, and Paramashiva and Parashakti themselves came and gave the knowledge milk, enlightenment milk to Jnana Sambandhar. They are constantly available. Just sit in unclutched space. Even if you try, that is enough. Consciously, sincerely trying to unclutch is enough. You will have all the knowledge showered on you. With the grace of Paramashiva, by the grace of Paramashiva, due to the grace of Paramashiva, Avan Arulale, today I'll really give this Nirvikalpa Samadhi as a gift to all my disciples and devotees. Get ready. Taste unclutching, pure unclutching, Nirvikalpa Samadhi today. Yes. Now, sit with this one conscious decision to be unclutched, be in Nirvikalpa Samadhi. That's all. Understand? Decide, I am going to be in Nirvikalpa Samadhi, absolute, unclutched, pure space. Come what may. By the grace of Paramashiva, I'll connect all of us to Paramashiva and make the Nirvikalpa Samadhi manifest in all of us. Sit straight. Let's start. Paramashivoham Om Nithyananda 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 Paramashivoham Om Nithyananda
Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om 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 Nithyananda
Yes. With this, I bless you all. Let's radiate the state, space, powers, being, superconsciousness, KAILASA of Paramashiva. My blessings, this will also make you absolutely experience unclutched Nirvikalpa Samadhi, oneness with Paramashiva. With this, I bless you all. With this, I bless you all. Let's all radiate with integrity, authenticity, responsibility, enriching, causing, living Shuddhatvaita Saivam, living and radiating the state, space, powers, being and superconsciousness and Sri Kailasa of Paramashiva, the eternal bliss. Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. The eternal bliss, Nithyananda. Thank you. Be blissful. the Aushadha, it directly works on your system, puts you in that same state which is programmed in that Aushadha. This Aushadha is basically for Nirvikalpa Samadhi. This Aushadha is programmed for giving you the state of Sadashiva, the pure, unclutched space of Kailasa, complete completion, Nirvikalpa Samadhi. All the best things expressed from that state. That is the fundamental first priority. Understand? Everyone tells me, no, Swamiji, that is supposed to be the last. When Patanjali writes Ashtanga Yoga, Yama, Niyama, Asana, Pranayama, Pratyahara, Tarana, Dhyana, Samadhi. When Sadashiva writes Shashtanga Yoga, again Asana, Pranayama, Pratyahara, Dharana, Dhyana, Samadhi. Listen. Whether Geranda Samhita, Nata Sampradaya, Gorak Nata, Maschendra Nata, or Bhairava Sampradaya of Kashmiri Shaivism, or Lagulisha Sampradaya of Saurashtra, or Adishaiva Sampradaya of Agamas, or Padanchala, all of them keep the Samadhi in the last. How can you say, Swamiji? That's the most fundamental. Understand? They all know, Sadashiva knows the human mind. First thing when you pick up a book, you go to the last chapter only. All this blah, 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 blah. Let me go to the last chapter and find the conclusion. They know where you will look. That is where they kept the fundamental first thing. They know us much more than we know us. They know us. That is why the fundamental truth is kept as last chapter. Understand? Shashtanga Yoga. 6 components, parts, Anga. Anga means parts, not steps. Nirvikalpa Samadhi is the fundamental. Fundamental. That is where life starts. That is where life begins. With this Aushadha, when you start using, suddenly you will see automatically completion happening. Inside you and outside you, more and more completion happening. When you start using, you are supposed to apply on the forehead, both the temples and third eye. When you start applying, suddenly the tremendous completion, Nirvikalpa Samadhi, unclutching. Like how when you are tired, automatically you are sucked into that withdrawn Sushupti space. When you are high, automatically you will be withdrawn into that restful awareness. Turiya, Turiyatita, unclutched, Nirvikalpa Samadhi. Automatically, the completion will start happening inside, outside, everywhere. You will be thoroughly prepared to receive the ultimate when you come here for Mahasadashivoham. Nirvikalpa Samadhi manifests tremendous bliss material in your system. Bliss material, Ananda, becomes your fundamental cognition.
I have a question about practically unclutching every moment. The industry I work in thrives on showing the logical connection between two thoughts and ideas. Every moment I'm at work, I am trying to establish this rather convoluted yet connected thought flow. Given this situation, how can I unclutch on the inside, mamakara, but project connected thoughts on the outside, ahankara? Even if I do this successfully, will it create a conflict in me? Thank you. Rajiv Ramnath, IA ID number 57.
Please understand, this question comes before you start practicing. Start practicing, you will understand. I only wanted to ask you one question. In your experience, you would have seen thousands of people from your birth. Have you seen anybody more coherent, logical, connecting the thoughts and ideas than me? I tell you, I am resting in the ultimate unclutching. So I am the living example that somebody can be resting in the ultimate unclutching, constantly connect thoughts, ideas logically, coherently, without any convolution, go on presenting it to the world, but go on living in a complete unclutched space. Understand? See me and be inspired and be encouraged, be assured it is possible. Logically, I cannot give you answer for this question. Only experientially I can give you inspiration for this question. You would have heard, I don't know, hundreds or thousands of hours of my discourses. I may go different parts, areas, zones during the discourse. But you will see exactly, I'll bring it back and connect the whole thing. Very logically. Sometime you will feel, I will start with one idea, suddenly I would have gone somewhere else. Only when I bring back, you will think, oh God, he left from here, na? You would not have remembered from where I left. But I remember and bring you back and connect to it. This is because complete restful awareness and unclutching. Rajiv Ramnath, if you do this unclutching as a continuous practice, not only you will be successful, you will not have any conflict. Don't bother at all. Don't worry at all. Only when you don't unclutch, there will be so much of conflict. See, conflict is nothing but too many thoughts trying to get connected to one source at the same time. Unclutching is nothing but connecting too many thoughts to the same source one by one. Unclutching works on time. When it works on time, all your thoughts will be connected to same source, but there will be time gap, so that the emotion from one thought to the other thought is not carried as it is without getting nullified. Please understand, when you unclutch, the emotion is not transferred from one thought to the other thought in the same vigor. It is like you don't inherit the diseases and karmas of your parents. See, every thought, your earlier thought is the parent for this thought. If this receives the karmas, the loaded emotions and diseases of the earlier thought, it inherits the same old sufferings and karmas and diseases. Here, when you are doing the unclutching, it's like you doing inner awakening. The moment you go through inner awakening, your inherited karmas and DNA setup or the disease, everything is broken, destroyed. Same way, every moment when you go through the unclutching, your every thought goes through inner awakening. It does not inherit the load of the past, the suffering of the past, DNA, the mental setup, karma, patterns of the past. It doesn't inherit. So I tell you, every moment you unclutch, you are awakened to the fresh energy. You are awakened to the fresh being. Every moment of unclutching, your mind goes through an inner awakening. Let you all achieve, experience, live, express, radiate, share, and explode in eternal bliss. Nithyananda.
Nithyananda Dhyanapitham, Nithyananda Nagar off Mysore Road, Bidadi, Bangalore 562109. Contact 097422033111. www.nithyananda.org. www.youtube.com/lifeblissfoundation.
Yoga chitta vritti nirodha. Let us understand that. I'll give you a simple diagram, simple drawing for you to understand what is mind. Mind is not linear like this, so that you can just put a barricade, stop it, you are a yogi. No. Mind let me exactly present the visualization what Patanjali taught when he used the word yogaha chitta vritti nirodha. Understand this example, this visualization. There is an ocean. Few fishes are jumping randomly, spontaneously, for no reason. Those few fishes are the random thoughts you continuously get. Unfortunately, you cannot look at the scene as it is. You want to make meaning out of everything. If you see a rose, you want to make a meaning out of it. If you see a moon, you want to make meaning out of it. If you see a light, you want to make a meaning out of it. Please understand, when you see a rose, you just don't directly enjoy or perceive it. You start thinking, oh, it's beautiful. It's a rose. Then all the roses you received in your life or you gifted in your life, the memories comes. Then the mood associated with receiving or giving the rose. Then the reactions of receiving or giving the rose. By the time you are out of rose. Same way with the moon. With anything, you do not perceive as it is. Very beautifully, J. Krishnamurti says, when the perception happens without the interference of the mind, you are free from what you perceive. Freedom from knowing and the knower and the known is freedom. It's a very important truth, but powerful truth. Understand, your mind is like an ocean where few fishes are spontaneously jumping, randomly jumping, because you do not have awareness, patience to look at it as it is, you connect those fishes and try to create a picture. Let me give you the plan. This is the plan of the mind. Means from the top view of the mind I am trying to present. Then I will give you the front view and side view. Top view of the mind, ocean. One fish just jumps here. One fish jumps from here. One fish jumps from here. One fish jumps from here. These are the random thoughts. You can look into your mind. If you just sit 5 minutes with your mind and pen down whatever is happening, you will see it is a random, spontaneous, unconnected, illogical, independent thoughts happening. Suddenly you will see, wow, cold evening, hot bhaji will be really nice. No, I should go to Madurai and see my parents. It will be really nice if I stay in the ashram. No, the family needs to be taken care. If you just look inside, the thought which is happening continuously has no logical connection. Just 5 minutes, if you do this experiment, whatever comes inside, pen down as it is, but never show it to others. People will be frightened. Just pen down as it is. You will see it is completely illogical, independent, irrelevant, irresponsible, unconnected, and unclutched from each other by its nature. By its very nature, thoughts are not connected because they are happening randomly. There is no logic between why this fish is jumping, what height this fish is jumping, why it immediately went back into the water. But we don't feel comfortable looking at anything as it is happening. As we are not established in pure awareness, we somehow want to make meaning out of this. Then we start creating a rectangle. Trying to create the rectangle between the different spontaneous random movements of the fish is what I call mind. Please understand, mind is not the movements of the fish, random movements of the fish. Mind is you trying to connect something and make something out of it. When you try to make something out of random movements happening inside you, you create mind. It is the second layer illusion. Please understand. The first layer illusion is this fishes jumping. The second layer illusion is trying to make something concrete out of this random spontaneous movement. Anybody who understands from the second layer illusion and relaxes himself, he is called udasi, liberated, taking things simply. It's okay. Please understand. As long as you trust these diagrams which you make out of these fish movements and make strategy planning, every day you will be making new strategy planning and invariably failing. nobody can win making any strategy out of this rectangle or diagram you try to make. What you do? Oh, it almost looks like rectangle. Why not move this fish point from here to here so that it will become perfect rectangle? That is what is your strategy planning. But you don't understand the funny thing. You are doing all your strategy planning in second layer illusion. First, you dream. In your dream, in a night, you dream. You have a huge house and huge property and lot of workers, an obedient wife, which you can see only in the dream. And you start now doing the strategy planning, how to maintain that house beautifully. Understand? Suddenly, in a moment, you wake up. What will happen to your whole strategy planning? The strategy planning happens in the second layer illusion, not even in first layer illusion. If you are making a strategy planning, how to have a dream of very pleasing, pleasant, wealthy, you are working with the first level illusion, first layer illusion. But you have the first layer illusion and doing a strategy planning for the second layer illusion. It is illusion on illusion. That is why we miserably fail. The miserable failure happens. Please understand. When you make this strategy planning of correcting this rectangle, even if you are successful, you will feel empty. That is why you do not want to face the emptiness. You go on comparing. So all the other people also live the same way I am living. This is the way life is. You try to satisfy yourself by comparing with others. Understand? Just because everybody else is in depression or lonely mood or empty feeling, you don't need to be. If you think, no, whole society is like this, how can I be separate? I also should be like that only. Then that is what I call social conditioning. Very few courageous people who are bold enough to stand and say, no, just because society is constantly feeling lonely and in illusion, I don't need to be. When you stand up and reclaim your truth, you are called controversial. This is the top view of the mind. Let me give you the side view. The side view will be, this is the ocean. One fish jumps here, one fish jumps here, one fish jumps here, one fish jumps here, and you try to create a rectangle out of it. This is the way you try to create the thought. See, these are all independent movements. Fortunately, the fishes do not have any group meeting, team coordination, when you will jump, when I should jump, how much height we should jump, and when we should land back. No. It is a random, spontaneous movement. But the mind, the ego, cannot operate on spontaneity. It has a basic necessity to create a kind of an understanding, create a kind of a boxing, dowholing. See, whatever information comes to you, you try to dowhole. In the post office, they say, when thousands of letters are in front of them, they say, oh, Bangalore, Chennai, Kolkata, Mumbai, how they dovehole the letters in the box, pigeonholing the letters. Same way, anything happens randomly, spontaneously in your inner space, you try to pigeonhole it. The pigeonholing happens by creating or feeling this illusory connection. All you need to do to become a yogi is just avoid the second layer illusion. Means trying to create this square or rectangle and make it as a perfect geometric figure. That's all you need. Just stop connecting these random spontaneous thoughts and trying to create meaning out of it. Understand? The ocean is an ocean, fish is a fish. They are all completely free beings and they jump as they want. They fall into the ocean as they want. They live as they want. They dance as they want. Do not try to create the points and make lines. After making lines, oh, if this corner is little adjusted, it will become a perfect geometric diagram. Don't waste your energy in the second layer illusion of creating perfect geometry or diagrams out of the spontaneous random fish jumping. That is what I call yogaha chitta vritti nirodhaha. The moment you stop making these diagrams, taking these fish points as an important points and making this diagram, the moment you stop, suddenly you will see you are in samadhi. You are in samadhi. This making of the diagram is chitta vritti. Trying to constantly make diagrams out of the spontaneous random things happening in your mind. Understand? If you just sit and look, see inside, you are getting so many hundreds of unconnected, irrelevant thoughts. But you don't see the whole thing as it is. You pick up, oh, this thought is connected to this thought. This thought means this thought. Let me make meaning out of it. You start making plans, greeds, fears out of random movements of your mind. Very random movements of your mind, you somehow pick up this thought, oh. If you talk to people, you will see, I have seen, they saying that my whole life is a suffering, Swamiji. It is not actually. If whole life is suffering, you will not be alive now. There are enough of joyful moments in between. But unfortunately, you pick up only those random suffering fish jumpings and try to make diagram. And the most funny thing is sometime, here, if you see the side view, the height of the fishes jumping varies. Some fish jumps 2 feet, and some fish jumps only 1 feet. Some fish jumps 3 feet. Some fish only half a feet. You try to make the diagram with various height fishes and various height experiences. You try to create different figures, means you try to understand joy experience as suffering, or suffering experience as joy, or fantasy experience as reality, or reality experience as a dream. That is what I call perversions of the mind. It is a third level illusion. The first level illusion is thinking that fishes are jumping after a clear strategy planning meeting. As a team, they are working. That's the first illusion. Second illusion, trying to create a logical diagram out of those jumping points. Third level illusion is analyzing the diagram and trying to make it logical geometrical diagram by altering or correcting or adding. Understand the illusions, the layers of illusions with which we are suffering and struggling. Only when you understand the layers of illusion, layers of struggling, layers of suffering, you will be able to get out of it. It's a very deep but strong truth. Just by understanding can liberate. Just this understanding can liberate you. Just by understanding, liberation is possible. Because the moment you understand, all the thoughts happening in you are irrelevant, independent, illogical, unconnected, irresponsible, and unclutched. You will not bother too much to respond to those fish jumpings. You will not try to create a diagram first. Then you will not try to geometrically alter it. You will not try to fit it with what you call as a perfect figure. You will not be wasting your time and energy in the second level or third layer illusions. Wasting or putting any energy into the second layer illusion or third layer illusion is utter waste. It's like you doing strategy planning for housekeeping of the house which you have seen and living, having in the dream. You can do any amount, you can spend any amount of time doing a strategy planning for housekeeping. For this glass, you need that kind of an acid to clean. For this floor, you need this kind of an oil to clean. For this restroom, you need this kind of phenyl for cleaning. You can go on doing the strategy planning. For this garden, you need this lawn mower for maintaining. You can go on doing the strategy planning, ordering for things, buying it. But unfortunately, the house is being seen in dream. The house is experienced in dream. So, the strategy planning done based on the random movements of the mind is what I call second layer illusion. Now comes so many other questions. Then what really Patanjali means when he says yogaha chitta vritti nirodhaha? Please understand. What really Patanjali means? Just understand whatever is happening in you, your consciousness is the ocean. Any thought which is happening is the fish jumping spontaneously and randomly, and do not try to connect those fishes and make any diagram, meaning, geometrical structure, logical understanding and conclusions out of it. Just relax. Just with this visualization, yes. So anything happening, whether my fear or greed or love or anger or hatred or any thought happening is just random fish jumping in my consciousness ocean. Suddenly, the huge weight of necessity to do the strategy planning and necessity to protect your so-called identity and necessity to do all the things which you never want to do, but which is forced on you as you have to do by that 34-letter word duty. Please understand, you have only one duty towards yourself, to be duty free. To be a Jivan Mukta, nothing else. Everything else follows. The first preference, first priority, I can say not just first priority, the only priority for the human beings is living enlightenment. Being a Jivan Mukta. Suddenly you will see the wealth, strategy planning, whatever you think as necessity for existence is happening around you without even you being involved in it. Just understand this one sutra and relax with it. This one sutra can lead you to samadhi now. You don't need anything else. Just visualize, just understand. You don't even need to visualize, just understand. Your consciousness is a ocean, and any thought happening is just random jumping of some fish without any logic, unconnected, independent, illogical, irresponsible, and unclutched. Do not try to create a logical geometrical diagram between the points of this fish jumping. Understand? Birds do not leave their footprint in the sky when they fly. Fishes do not leave the point when they jump in the ocean. So don't try to create a point and create a geometrical diagram. Just relax. Birds do not leave footprint in the sky. Fishes do not leave their fingerprint when they jump. Don't try to catch the fingerprint of fishes jumping and make a logical diagram. That's all you need to do. When you understand this, oh God, my being is a consciousness ocean, and any thought which happens is a random jumping of the fish, so I don't need to connect and make meaning out of it. Immediately you are in samadhi. The restful awareness which happens to you is what Patanjali means by the word yogaha chittavritti nirodhaha. Suddenly you will see the restful awareness. Oh God, that's right. The spontaneous disappearance of the movements is mentioned or explained, expressed by the word nirodhaha. Nirodhaha does not mean stopping. It is spontaneous disappearance. If Patanjali was having the idea, mind is linear, he would have used the word arodhaha or virodhaha, which means stopping. But he is using the word nirodhaha. It means he is very clear, mind is not linear. This is what is the exact visualization Patanjali was having in his consciousness when he expressed the sutra, yogaha chittavritti nirodhaha. How can we trust or understand? This is what Patanjali was having in his inner space when he uttered those sutras. See the result. Just with this visualization, understanding, sit with yourself, see the restful awareness happening, see the nirvikalpa happening, see the settlement happening, see the relaxation happening, see the chitta vritti nirodha happening. The happening is the proof that sutra or the formula or the equation is truth and rightly understood. Happening, experience is the solid proof that expression has been understood rightly. The end decides and justifies the means used is right. So understand, just sit with this simple understanding of mind and do not create the geometrical figures of suffering or pain or joy or meanings you make out of the random movements of the fish jumping. Just relax from that movements. Just relax from that second layer illusion. Then suddenly, not only you are not doing the second layer illusion, even the first layer illusion of the fish jumping stops. Fishes are encouraged to jump when you create more and more diagrams and struggle with those diagrams, trying to correct them. They have fun seeing you jumping and running around them. When they see nobody is jumping, nobody is attending, they just lie down and rest. Or go to the deep sea. Only when people enjoy, dolphins jump. When there is nobody, they just relax. So stop creating diagrams, creating theorems, creating logical conclusions out of the fish jumping. This right understanding this right thinking takes you beyond thinking. Person who makes techniques out of each sutra is a teacher. Person who makes savigalpa experience out of each sutra is a master. So, understand this one sutra properly. Sit for a few moments within yourself. You will see the nirvikalpa happening in you. A restful awareness settling in you. That is why always emphasis on the importance of learning, listening the sutras from masters who experience the same consciousness of Patanjali, same inner space of those great masters who created the sutras. From ordinary teachers, when you learn, you will understand mind as a linear movement and stopping is the goal of yoga, and struggle with some techniques or method, blowing your nose or blowing your mind, finally you will blow your life. 30-40 years of struggling, ending up in deep frustration, depression, and losing trust over yourself, losing trust over the system, finally losing trust over everything. So, find the right source, the right person, right visualization, right understanding. Naturally, it will lead you immediately to the right experience. Buddha says, the first thing, first step is right understanding. J. Krishnamurti says, right listening is God. Right listening is God. Right listening will lead you to God. You don't need something extra more than the right listening. So understand, whatever is happening in you is random fishes jumping. Just random fishes jumping. You don't need to connect those diagrams, connect those points and create square or circle or rectangle or triangle and feel, I think this one corner is little disturbed, I think I can complete it, I should complete it. Having a strategy planning to have a logical geometrical diagram. No. Relax. Just see the fishes jumping randomly in your inner space and do not create diagram out of it. You will see, you relax into the restful awareness which Patanjali calls as yogaha chitta vritti nirodhaha. I'll ponder over the next sutras in the next continuous sessions. So now spend little time just with this one sutra, this one truth, with this one revelation. This 53 days in prison, constantly I was meditating on the space of unclutching, to come up with more and more deeper and deeper understandings and techniques and methods to unclutch different kinds of human beings, different kinds of human problems. Almost, I can say, 200 new understandings, methods and revelations, techniques happened just like unclutching. I'll go on, be talking on every revelation, every truth, every deeper method to transmit that experience into you all. From this Guru Purnima, I am going to spend time with small group of people, disciples, directly transmitting this deep, huge, strong understandings and the process, this 200 different process to transmit this living enlightenment. It is not even a technique, it is just transmitting those understandings and transmitting those experiences through the process. Because now, the understanding I gave you, it will work on you for a few minutes and give you the restful awareness. Within few minutes, few times you try this method, your mind will master this technique also and will not yield even for this understanding. You may have this understanding, but your mind will continue to think. Then you need another one understanding. You need the next level of understanding. It's almost like till your mind is done, more and more and more understanding and revelations need to be added. This is what I call process. See, anything which gives you the restful awareness immediately is process. Without practice or struggle, which gives the restful awareness immediately, nirvikalpa immediately, is process. But human mind is so cunning, even if it experiences that restful awareness immediately, it will slowly develop methods, technique to beat the techniques. So from Guru Purnima, 48 days I am going to work with a small group of disciples working and transmitting all these great understandings and process and see to that at least that group lives enlightenment. I am very serious. After this whole scandal, even I am not interested in taking my presence for granted in the planet Earth. I am not interested in taking my presence and the ability and possibility to teach for granted. Of course, I am going to be in the planet Earth for a long time. I am going to be teaching for a long time. That's different. But I don't want to take it for granted anymore and delay the great processes which I always want to do. So from this Guru Purnima, 48 days, I will be doing this process, the small group of people. Anybody who has done LBE or Inner Awakening are welcome to join the program. The program is gift from me. It's a pure gift from me. So I am not asking any economical commitment, but I am asking psychological commitment. Psychological commitment. Anybody who has done LBE or Inner Awakening are welcome to come and be part of the program for 48 days. It will be called as Living Enlightenment Process. I am doing this process basically for the ashramites, the chosen few. So I will be happy to have the people who are really sincere and interested to go through the process, and all the discourses I give during that process will be available in YouTube. All the techniques I express during that process will be available in YouTube for the people who register themselves as satsang centers. Whoever registers themselves as satsang centers, again, for a satsang center also there is no economical commitment, but the sincerity, the psychological commitment. Whoever registers as satsang centers, all the techniques also will be available. See, all the intellectual ideas will be available in YouTube free for everybody. All the techniques will be available for free in YouTube. Whoever registers themselves as satsang centers, and the presence will be available only here, and the process will be happening here directly for all the people who want to come and directly experience. Whoever has done LBE or Inner Awakening, you can apply, and we'll be happy to have you and make you enlightened. I'll continue to express the deeper secrets of Hatha Yoga, Swami Atmarama's, Swami Swatmarama's sutras and Patanjali sutras. Patanjali sutras is a public satsang, and the Swatmarama sutras is a classes for a close groups. But both will be available to the public freely in the YouTube, as I described. Patanjali Yoga Sutras for all the public in YouTube, and Hatha Yoga process and techniques, Smatmarama Sutras for the people who register themselves as satsang centers, because it needs little more attention from you to digest those great sutras. They are deeper level lessons. We'll continue in the next sessions. Now, just sit with this one understanding. With this one understanding, your whole inner being is an ocean of consciousness. All the thoughts happening are fish jumping randomly and spontaneously for no reason in different spots, in different places, as fear, greed, worry, shy, suffering, pain, as different way it is jumping. Do not try to connect all of them. They are movements, and make any diagram, geometrical diagram, logical understanding out of it. Just sit with whatever is happening and be in restful awareness. Please close your eyes and just sit with this one clarity. Try to sit with this Savigalpa, which leads you to Nirvigalpa, the restful awareness. For next few days, it will work on you for few days. Then your mind is so powerful, it will take over this technique also. Then I will give you the another one Savigalpa, next Savigalpa. No mind can survive more than 10 or 20 Savigalpas. So I am going to express 200 Savigalpas. So be very clear. No mind can create nuisance more than 10 or 20 Savigalpas maximum. Even the worst cunning intellectual, violent brain cannot handle more than 20 Savigalpas. I'll go on be giving continuously the different Savigalpas. See that you are established in Nirvigalpa. So I request all of you to sit with this Savigalpa for next 3-4 days till I give you the next Savigalpa. And I invite all the devotees and disciples from around the world to take whatever I am offering as early as possible. As early as possible. This 48 days, the living enlightenment process will be unique, one of its kind program, spontaneous. We will be sitting whole day and night and working on different revelations and Savigalpas happened in me during this R&D, research and development, and conscious scanning of all the Hatha Yoga, Patanjali Yoga methods and processes. So I sincerely tell all the devotees not to take me for granted. Of course, I wanted to live in the body for a long time, and I wanted to share this experience with the world for a long time. But the people who are cherishing enmity towards us seems to be more powerful than us. So we do not know how long they will let me do this job of sharing this enlightenment. Because for this, so many things are needed. One, my body need to be safe and healthy. Second, the Sangha, the place need to be available. So many things are necessary. And the people who cherish enmity towards us have shown their powers. They were able to snatch me away from you all for no reason. And not only they seems to be powerful, they have proved their power at least once. So don't take me or my teachings for granted, thinking I'll do next time, I'll do this program later on. I do not know whether I'll do this living enlightenment process one more time. I don't know whether we'll have time, or even if we have everything, I don't know whether I'll be interested in doing. That is the reason I do not want even the economical barrier. I am giving this as a gift from me. I just wanted to share it with the world and feel that I delivered what I wanted to deliver. I have shared what I wanted to share. Even when you have the Nirvikalpa for few moments with this kind of processes, your mind is so cunning, does not stay there itself. It just comes out. It gets bumped out. So again and again, using some 20-30 process, I think 20 will be more than enough for any intellectual mind to go through that process. It can be established in Nirvikalpa. Here I am going to work on 200 different processes and methods. So I welcome all of you from around the world to come and experience, live and radiate enlightenment. Let these great truths, techniques and process work on you. Let you all achieve, live and radiate enlightenment. Let you all achieve, live, express, radiate the eternal bliss. Nithyananda. Thank you.
नित्य नित्य गुरुदेव भवभयहरण नित्य नित्य गुरुदेव भवभयहरण आदि शंकरा हरिनारायण.
श्रीमदात्मने गुणैकसिन्धवे नमो नित्याय धामलेश धूतकोकबन्धवे नमो नित्याय नामशोषितार्णवद्धबान्धवे नमो नित्याय पामरेतरप्रधानबन्धवे नमो नित्याय कालभीतविप्रबालपालते नमो नित्याय शूलभिन्नदुष्टदक्षपालते नमो नित्याय मूलकारणाय कालकालते नमो नित्याय पालयाधुना दयालवालते नमो नित्याय इष्टवस्तु मुख्य.
I welcome you all with my love and respects. Inner awakening. This program aims at reproducing all components of Jivan Mukti, living enlightenment in you. Please understand, if I have to introduce this program, I have to introduce Jivan Mukti, living enlightenment. Even the word living enlightenment looks very superficial. So I will better use the word Jivan Mukti. From time immemorial, all the thinking, actions, everything humanity does is towards this Jivan Mukti. Maybe they take a short route or long route, but the goal is Jivan Mukti. Just how the Upanishad describes, Anandena Jatani Jivanti. From bliss they come out, towards bliss they move, in bliss they dissolve. All of us continuously, knowingly or unknowingly, move towards Jivan Mukti, living enlightenment. I have designed so many programs to reproduce one component of Jivan Mukti. Each program aims at reproducing one component of Jivan Mukti. See, a Jivan Mukta radiates. A person who is living enlightenment radiates so many wonderful qualities, so many different energies. One is unclutched being, engramless mental setup, and pure energy centers, health, mental wellness, constant excitement for no reason, causeless, auspicious feeling that everything is auspicious for no reason. Just the whole thing, the whole existence is causeless auspiciousness. All these things are different components of Jivan Mukti. So each one of the programs I have created aims at reproducing one component of Jivan Mukti in you. For example, LBP program, Life Bliss program, that aims at reproducing the component of Jivan Mukti of the pure energy centers, which results in physical wellness, physical health and mental wellness. LBP level 2 aims at creating an engramless being, engramless mental setup. Mental setup without any samskaras. And demystifies the secrets of death and after death. LBP level 3 I have created to live in that constant ecstasy, bhava samadhi. That's what is Bhakti Spurana. And Atma Spurana is created, LBP level 4 is created to live an unclutched life. Living in an unclutched way is one component of Jivan Mukti. Living in Bhava Samadhi, causeless ecstasy, reasonless excitement, reasonless joy. That's what I call causeless auspiciousness. You will constantly feel everything is auspicious, but you don't know the reason. In Sanskrit, we have a very beautiful word, Shiva. Shiva means causeless auspiciousness. That's the exact meaning of the word Shiva. Feeling like Shiva. Knowing very clearly that everything is auspicious for no reason. Without any reason, feeling everything is auspicious. To reproduce this component, I have designed the program Bhakti Spurana. Living the Jivan Mukti in all three states, dream, deep sleep, and waking state. For that only the healer's initiation, Jivan Mukti Diksha. And radiating the enlightenment in all its components, not just in your personal life, expressing it in the form of pure wisdom. Please understand, when you start living enlightenment, you start developing a nadi called Meda Nadi, which is responsible for pure wisdom, taking decisions without dilemma. To reproduce this component, the Nithyanandam, I have designed the program Nithyanandam. Now, through this inner awakening, I am collecting all these programs and adding something more. Whatever I wanted to say, I was not able to say. Whatever I wanted to express, I was not able to express because of so many reasons. I am adding everything and reproducing all components of Jivan Mukti, living enlightenment in every being. Scientist is a person who creates formula to understand the happenings of the outer world. Mystic is a person who creates formula to reproduce the experiences of the inner world. Scientists creates sutras, mystics create shastras. This whole inner awakening, in a way you can call it the shastra expressed from my very experience. Through Nitya Yoga, I am reproducing the Jivan Mukta Sarira, the body of a living enlightened. Through LBP, reproducing the energy centers of Jivan Mukta. Through LBP level 2, reproducing the engramless mental setup of a Jivan Mukta. Through each program, I am reproducing different components of Jivan Mukti, living enlightenment. I invite all of you to go through the whole program intensely and experience, radiate all different components of Jivan Mukti. All I ask from you is just be physical. This is exactly what I am saying in all Inner Awakening introductions. See, in each introduction, Inner Awakening and LBE, I add many things new, but there is one thing which I never delete, or which I can't delete, is this one instruction. Be physical. We forgot how to be physical. We lost touch with our very body. We have traveled too much away from our body. Please understand, your bodies are no more vehicle for you. It's not home for you. It's more or less like a hotel room. Just keep all your luggages, go wherever you want in the daytime, do whatever you want, come back and sleep in the night time. Because you are sleeping, you are not even enjoying what is there in the room. We lost touch with our bodies. Please understand. All I want you to do, just be physical. So, you will be completely open to this very presence of the Master. Please understand. Just day before yesterday, I came back from Salem, where we had one of the biggest NSP, second level LBP program. Thousands of people attended. One small girl, maybe you would have heard about that girl, who gets chocolate from my photograph every day. She brought one bag full of chocolates, all international chocolates. Nothing is available in India. All international brands. She's staying in a small town near Bangalore only, Hosur. You can't imagine. Sure, I can say surely that those chocolates will not be available in Hosur. She's bringing all these international brand chocolates. She brought in a full bag and said, Swamiji, these all came from your photograph. The other kids or the other people, they were also asking, Swamiji, how come only she is getting, we are not getting? What is the secret? Let me tell you the secret, just one line. When she asked me, she was physical. There is no theories in her mind. There is no concepts in her mind. There is no her own meaning for my words in her mind. It is simple, straight. Please understand. I am not promoting the idea of getting chocolate from the photograph. Please understand. I am not promoting that idea. You can get chocolate from the shop. Why unnecessarily waste an enlightened master's energy for chocolate? I am not promoting that idea. All I am saying, being physical makes you experience miracles in your life. It makes you completely available, open for everything. Any spiritual process is possible only with a person who is physical. The word devotion, vidarka, surrender, all these words are loaded with too many different meanings and used in wrong places many times. That is the reason I don't want to use any of these words. And all these words has some component which may not be directly required for enlightenment. See, even this surrender has so many components which is not required for enlightenment. Maybe it is required if you are going to become part of my Sangha. But many of the parts of the surrender is not required for your enlightenment. That is why I don't want to use the word surrender. No. Even devotion, not required. Devotion is not required for your enlightenment. If you are interested in taking these signs to others, at that time you may need little bit. Otherwise, you yourself to radiate enlightenment, you don't need devotion. Same way Vidarka, please understand. I am even dropping the necessity of Vidarka. Even Vidarka is not a requirement. If it is there, you will enjoy even my physical presence. You will just enjoy the actions or the happenings. It may be little juicy, it's almost like a lubrication, that's all. But it is not a basic necessity. It's not a basic requirement for your enlightenment. But being physical is a basic necessity for me to start the process. For me to start this Jivan Mukti process. If you are just sitting with words, then any word I utter, it will only touch your intellectual zone. Just that word zone. Any word I utter, you will give some meaning. Oh, I heard this word, I know this word. It will be just nothing but repeating the buzzwords which you know and I know, that's all. It will be nothing but confirming the buzzwords which you already know and which I also know, nothing else. Maybe we will spend time in knowing more and more words, which really I am not interested. If somebody is interested just with words, my YouTube discourses are enough. I wanted you to know whatever you are going to listen from me verbally in these 21 days, everything, every word, every concept, every truth is already in YouTube. You don't need to be here 21 days. It's available freely. In the Hindu tradition, we believe knowledge is free. So if you are here just for knowledge or words, everything is already available in YouTube. So if it is just word game, you want buzzwords, knowledge, then YouTube is enough. You don't need to be here physically. I am not here to do word game for these 21 days. I am very sincere about reproducing all the components of Jivan Mukti in you. So I sincerely request all of you to be physical. Means just be body. If you are just body, any movement you do inside my presence, any small movement, that gap, every gap happening in you, every movement happening in you will absorb intense spiritual energy. All meditation techniques are nothing but method to make you physical. Come back to the body. If you are back to the body, you will radiate Jivan Mukti. Please understand. If you study Vedanta in a superficial way, many people who study in a superficial way start talking, or at least start thinking that they are not bodies. No, it's wrong. I can say this is one of the worst thing happened to India and the Vedic civilization is Naham Deham, means I am not the body. This is one of the worst thing happened to the Vedic tradition. That is not the truth. I am body also is the truth. Please understand. I am not just the body. Same way, you can't say I am not the body. You are body and something more. So this subtle truth got lost with this huge statement of Naham Deham. I am not the body. The big problem is, when you get caught with this kind of ideas, naturally you start excluding the body. Please understand, anything which encourages you to be centered on the ideas and intellect and brain will become popular because it makes you forget your presence. That is so entertainments. See, why do you spend so much time with all these entertainment things? Because your body is made to forgotten. You don't need to remember your roots. You don't need to be aware. You don't need to be sensitive to the whole. Almost all our Vedantic teachings has taken the turn of entertainment. They have become more or less like an entertainment. The moment you have one wrong understanding, you are not the body, the whole thing is useless. I don't want to say you are just the body, but I don't want to say you are not the body. You are body also. So start from the body. Yoga and Tantra, when these two components are removed from Vedanta, it becomes more or less useless, not only useless, dangerous. So I wanted the Yoga and Tantra components of Vedanta to come back to life. So start from the body. Be physical. I can give you a simple technique, method to be physical. Breathe, inhale and exhale through these 21 points. Understand? 10 the hand, 10 in the feet and the head. Sahasrara. Just always remember, you are inhaling and exhaling through these 21 points. You will be completely centered on the body. You will be physical. Only 1 or 2 days you will feel a little awkward because you are trained to believe you are breathing only through nose. I am not saying you will inhale air through these 21 points. No. But if you visualize, you will start inhaling prana. Please understand, prana is not air. Prana is not air. You will start inhaling prana. If you come to Kumbh Mela, you can see. I have seen in every Kumbh Mela, at least 100, 200 sadhus, they will bury their head for 21 days. And they will breathe through their hands and feet. I have seen. There is no gimmicks, nothing. Don't think there is a tube below their head, under the underground, nothing. I have seen. Full 21 days they will bury their head. They have mastered that art of prana. I am not asking you to bury your head. No, that is not needed. At least for enlightenment it is not needed. But if you start inhaling and exhaling through these 21 points, you will be completely settled into the body. You will become physical. So you will be ready for the process. You will be ready for the process. Please understand, George Gurdjieff says, you don't have soul, you need to create it. I really agree with it. Please understand, it is completely against Vedanta. Vedanta says, you are already enlightened, just remember. George Gurdjieff says, you don't have soul, you need to create it. I agree with George Gurdjieff more than I agree with Vedanta. When you have the idea, you are enlightened, you need to remember, you start working more with mind. Working with mind is straight way to failure. Do not have any pressure. One more thing, you don't need to remember anything. Whatever I am uttering, you don't need to remember. Just be liberated from the pressure to remember any of these things. Just be liberated. If you need to remember, it will be recorded inside you. If it is not recorded, forget it as early as possible. So from this moment, I liberate all of you from any pressure of remembering any ideas or the words I am uttering. Nothing. You don't need to remember anything. If it is required, you will just see, it will stay in you. See, I will be throwing hundreds of truths, definitions of living enlightenment. Wherever you have problem, that truth will hit you there, and the truth which you need will get recorded inside. Other things will not even go inside you. No need. You don't need to remember all the things which I am uttering. Please understand. You don't need to remember. I need to remember because I need to work with all different people. You don't need to remember. So whatever hits you, if you remember that, that's enough. Whatever hits you, you won't even be able to forget. That's the truth. So just be liberated from any pressure to remember or recall or memorize, nothing. Understand? In Vedanta we have 3 steps. Shravana means listening. Manana means internalizing. Nididhyasana means living, radiating. So I remove one step, manana, from your practice. No need. When you hear the truth from a living master, straight listening is expressing. Shravana is nididhyasana. No need for manana. If you need to do manana, then I have not done manana. If I have done manana, if I have done internalizing, then I know all the problems. If I have done internalizing, if I am expressing, you don't need to do internalizing. Understand? Internalizing means what? Trying to work with the truth and customizing the truth for your lifestyle is internalizing. So I have done that job. Customizing the truth for your life. You don't need to do it. Just relax. I am liberating you from manana. Just listening is enough. You will radiate. You will radiate. So do not have the pressure that I need to remember to tell yourself or to tell others. For both reasons, you don't need to remember whatever I am uttering. If it is needed, it will get recorded inside automatically. You don't need to think or plan or take notes and later on scratch your head. Oh, what did I mean when I took these notes? So don't worry. We are inhaling and exhaling through the whole body. Through these 21 points, 10 in the feet, 10 in the hands, the Sahasrara. Feel you are inhaling. Just you can even remember you are inhaling and exhaling through these 21 points. First 1 or 2 days you may feel a little awkward. That's okay. You will settle down. You will be completely grounded. You will become physical. The process can start very beautifully. Very beautifully. And I can say just this one truth, be physical, will take care of everything. The right attitude which is needed to feel connected, to do the process, everything will be taken care. Just with this one truth, be physical. Be physical. Usually the masters expect surrender or devotion, all these things to start working with the disciple. I feel it is not required. It is not required. just this being physical takes care of how much is needed, that much happens. How much of the feeling connection is needed for you to go through the process, for you to experience that enlightenment. That happens automatically if you are just physical here. One more thing, when you start breathing like that, automatically you will be brought to this space, this very presence, this very energy space, energy field, this very maybe I can use the word here now, but even that word is loaded now with too much of meanings. See, any word loaded with meaning takes you away from body. So I am not going to give you much of technical knowledge in these 21 days. It will be more program based on technique and process. Please understand. The whole thing which we are going to do in these 21 days can be classified as 3 parts. 1, technical knowledge. Means introduction to the concept or to the truth, ideologically clearing the doubts and inspiring you. That's the technical knowledge. Second thing, technique. Exactly the process which you are required to do. Your part, how you need to move your body, how you need to move your mind, how you need to move your being to cooperate. That's a technique. The third is the energy process. It's my part, my side. It is my job, means awakening you, awakening the dimensions of you which is unknown to you. There are many dimensions inside you, even which you are not aware. That happens by an enlightened master's presence. Just be physical. We will start the process. These 3 things only we will be doing. Technical knowledge, technique and initiation. The process. Initiation is what I call supporting your body and mind to retain the psychological revolution which happens in you through the technical knowledge and technique is initiation. Please understand. Technical knowledge will help your conscious mind to be clean, to be pure. Technique will help your unconscious mind to be pure. So both causes psychological revolution in you. So initiation makes your body to be fit to retain that psychological revolution permanently in you. Bolting the samadhi state in your body is initiation. It's like whenever you go through a psychological revolution, your brain, if it is not ready to hold that experience, if your brain grooves are not sensitive enough, if you have not developed the new sensitive brain grooves to hold that psychological revolution, you will come back, you will fall back to the normal state. It will disappear. Psychological revolution without body being ready is called satori, first experience of samadhi. Psychological revolution, when it happens along with the body, when the body is also ready, it's called samadhi. So here, through technique and technical knowledge, I am giving you the psychological revolution, the satori. By giving initiation, preparing your body, I am bolting that satori state in your body. Means helping you to stay in samadhi. So this whole program, this 21-day program, I am aiming at creating samprajnada samadhi. See, there are 4 levels of samadhi: samprajnada, asamprajnada, savigalpa, nirvigalpa. So the first level samadhi, I am aiming at reproducing I am trying to reproduce. No. Let me be direct. I will reproduce the Samprajnata Samadhi in all of you. Please understand, I guarantee the Samprajnata Samadhi, the reproduction of Samprajnata Samadhi in you. Of course, you have options for the other things also. A little more intensity means being physical. See, I have a methodology. Any kind of human being can be put into the Samprajnata Samadhi. And with your part, little more cooperation, if it can happen, simply you will step into the next level Samadhis. Next level Samadhis, the methodology is powerful enough to put anybody into Samprajnata Samadhi. Anybody who cooperates, are a little more involved, or more intense, be very clear. All other 4 level Samadhis are open and available to you. The technology can put you in any level Samadhi. I can say that if you are already living in Samprajnata, many of our devotees are already living in Samprajnata. I can define Samprajnata. From morning till night, whatever you are doing, if I am there as undercurrent in your memory, I don't even want to say that me, maybe sometime, for some people it will be me, for some people it will be unclutching. That idea, that attitude, if it is there constantly as undercurrent, be very clear, you are living in Samprajnata. So if you are already living in Samprajnata and here, you can surely expect at least Savikalpa, one big jump. One big jump, Savikalpa. Savikalpa means more than 80% of unclutching. Unclutched, more than 80%. I can say Samprajnata is more than at least 51% is Samprajnata. More than a percentage, if I give you this kind of definitions, you will be able to understand. From morning till night, if I am there as undercurrent in all your actions, you can be sure you are already living in Samprajnata. I guarantee you will experience the Samprajnata, and the Samprajnata will be bolted into your body, into your system. So these 21 days we will be working through technical knowledge, technique, and the initiation. Means awakening to retain the psychological revolution in your system permanently. For example, one component of Jivan Mukti, I'll give you the example. Living in a boundaryless way. Just living, feeling the whole cosmos as your boundary. This psychological experience can be created by technique and technical knowledge. In the brain, if this part is awakened, this is the part responsible for that experience. When that experience happens, this part only gets lit up. If that part is awakened through initiation, this experience stays with you permanently. Some of you might have read some of the researches done on my brain when I was in Samadhi. Some devotees, of course, some doctors, who are our devotees also, they did research through PET scan and different methods. They were able to, I can say, record the effects of different components of Jivan Mukti in the brain. When a person is in Samadhi, I was describing to them some 5 or 6 components of that Samadhi. See, the Samadhi itself can't be described. Its components only can be described. So I described its components. So they studied the brain and they say that exactly the components which I am describing, those corresponding brain parts, those experience which I am describing, those brain parts are either intensely awakened or completely silent. They are not normal. They are not normal like any normal human being's brain. So, in the very brain, if the awakening happens, means physically helping you to retain that Samprajñāta Samadhi. This happens through the initiation. Now, we are already working. Maybe in 2-3 years, we will be able to come up with a clear research report. I personally feel every time when some disciple goes through an initiation, for what purpose he goes through the initiation, which component of enlightenment is getting reproduced, that part of the brain gets intensely active, alive, and retains that experience. It can be physically measured. It is quantifiable, measurable experience in brain. Of course, in psychological state you can't measure. That we don't have scale. But physically, in brain it can be measured. It's my personal experience. Maybe in few years we will come up with research reports, research papers to prove what I am talking. Now we are able to prove this happening in my brain, but I feel whoever gets initiated in all those brains, it is happening. It is happening. Of course, experientially we proved. Thousands of people have experienced. We maybe in few years we will do the paperwork and bring it to the world. Anyhow, understand these 3 things we are going to do. Technical knowledge, technique and initiation. For technical knowledge, you don't need to be physically here. So I am not asking you to be physical for technical knowledge. Only for technique and initiation, you need to be physically here. You need to be physically here. So, especially for initiation, for the process, I need you to be physical. Completely physical. Even if you feel your whole body heavy for 1 or 2 days, it's okay, perfect. Continuously breathe through all the 21 points. Continuously breathe through all the 21 points. Even if you feel your body little heavy, it's perfect. It's perfect. It will really awaken you. It will really help you to go through the process. So the essence is be physical. I do not want to give too many ideas. If I give too many ideas, you may forget the main truth, the core. So I wanted to stop with this one idea in the introduction. Just be physical. And one more thing, I have not introduced the program to you. Please understand. I only gave a few suggestions and tips to get the best out of this program. The program itself can't be introduced. To tell you honestly, the program can never be introduced because every day is an introduction. If you talk to the people who already done this program, they will say every day is an introduction. Just this basic few things is enough. Whatever I spoke now are too broad, you can't understand. I know. Even this Samprajñāta Samadhi, what will you understand? I know for sure. I just have to utter some word to make you feel you understand something. So you are given an introduction. It's almost like a respect, courtesy. No, I'm telling you. After giving introduction, I'm telling all this. But what to do? See, I have to be a little courteous. And people should feel, oh, Swamiji gave a beautiful introduction. When you go out. So just for that, a broad introduction, that's all. Where you can't have some model or frame with which you can go on measuring the program. So just enjoy the whole program as it goes. As it goes. I can tell you one thing. Understand? I understand my responsibility. Understanding my responsibility, I am very clearly telling you, I can say at least more than 2 crore people accepted me as guru, teacher. Means who gives technique and technical knowledge for them around the world. And at least maybe 1 lakh people worship me as a god in their puja rooms, in their shrines, in their personal day-to-day life, doing Guru Puja and worshipping me. Maybe I can say few thousand people. For them, I am not only God or Guru, I am a life for them. I am a prana, life force, life source for them, life force for them. See, with all this background, I understand my responsibility, because whatever I am uttering, whatever I am doing is going to directly affect this many millions of people. So with this responsibility, knowing the huge responsibility I have on my shoulder, I am telling you directly, I am telling you the straight truth. I promise this science works for everybody. So just internalize and enjoy. I am promising straight away, directly, be physical here. You will experience Jivan Mukti. It is my responsibility. I am telling you directly. Please understand, I am not giving any false claim, because I know my responsibility. For millions, I am master. For a few lakhs, few hundred thousands, I am God. For few thousands, I am life force, life source. I am life. With this responsibility, I am telling you, I know whatever I say gets recorded and people take it sincerely. I am also sensitive to the devotion shown towards me. I am also sensitive and feeling responsible for the love and devotion, commitment I command with my disciples. So with that sensitivity, with that responsibility, I am giving you the promise. The science which I am expressing, the methodology which I am expressing, straight away works. And it is successful. It is successful on every human being without any exemption. Please understand, I am not saying 99.999% it works. No. Then you may think, oh, I am that 0.1%. No. It works on all. When I say capital letter A-L-L, on all. So, just be physical and go through. You will experience Jivan Mukti. You will radiate enlightenment. Nothing else needs to be done. You don't need to. Drop all other ideas, limitations, anything you have. Don't bother. Some people have a problem. Oh, I don't pray to deities. I can't connect with the deities. Don't bother. See, I am like a supermarket. I need to make all components of the Vedic tradition available here. So I need to make everything available here. So if you are not feeling connected to any one item, don't bother. I am like a mall. I need to make everything available. So whoever feels connected with that, people, please understand, there are millions who became enlightened just with stones and deities. So do not think somewhere they are lower. I am not saying they are higher or lower. That also has helped for millions. There is so much of traffic jam in the throat. So many ideas wanted to come out. Everybody is fighting with each other. I am first, I am first, I am first. One thing I can tell you, usually when I start any program, what happens inside me, with that I can very clearly predict what is going to happen outside me, in all of you. I can very clearly predict. So with that clarity, I can tell you, this is going to be the best inner awakening. I can see very clearly so much happening in me. So much happening in me. One fortunate thing is, yesterday is my Deepam festival. In my native place, around 50 lakh people gather. 5 million people gather to celebrate the Devi's enlightenment. Devi became enlightened yesterday evening. That Kritika Nakshatra Kartika Masha Purnima Atiti, the Sukla Vaksha. That's the time Devi became enlightened. So that was the Devi's enlightenment time. To celebrate Devi's enlightenment, the people gather and a huge festival goes on. So yesterday evening itself I was in different samadhi. Usually it settles down by next day morning. But today morning I saw it was not settling down. It was not settling down. Usually when I do my physical movements, I will find out whether it is settled down or not. Some of you may be aware, still I can't do yoga. If I do yoga, body falls into samadhi. You see, if the chakras are aligned in a proper way, suddenly like a spark of fire, energy jumps from chakra to chakra. That kundalini like a crackers, and it bursts and body falls into samadhi. So I never do yoga. That is why I was putting on weight continuously for last 2 years. Now I reduced it because I don't do yoga even now, but I hold on to some steel frame and move my body and do some workout. Holding on to something physically, which is matter, so that I will constantly remind that boundary of the body. I will not fall into the samadhi. I'll be balanced. So today morning I saw very clearly the intense energy and the expression of the samadhi. I know this is going to be the best program. This is going to be the best inner awakening. I know for sure the energy is so strong, it will simply reproduce at least Samprajñāta Samadhi in all of you. When I say be physical, maybe if you understand these few things, it will help you even to understand be physical and how to be physical, because we completely lost the idea of being physical. See, do not carry these identities which you brought when you came inside. For example, if you are a doctor, just drop that identity. If you are a lawyer, drop that identity. If you any identity you brought, just drop. These 21 days, at least these 21 days, this identity is not going to be useful for you. Pick it up when you go back. Just leave it in the reception. Maybe you can leave it in your locker. That will make you completely physical. Understand? It is your identity which constantly interferes and removes you from being physical, being body. Understand? If you are a doctor, you can't enjoy the body. If you are a lawyer, you can't, not only you can't enjoy, you will not allow anybody else also to enjoy the life. Understand? Any identity which comes stops you, reduces the ability to live, reduces the ability to relate, reduces the ability to be. So decide these 20. And one more thing, your conscious decision is powerful enough to solve all the problems you consciously created. Please understand. Your conscious decision is powerful enough to solve all the problems you consciously created. Your identity is problem you created consciously, knowingly, with your will. So now, just your decision is enough. People always think, no, Swamiji, I created this identity without knowing. Now I don't know, just by my will, how can I drop? No, you can. Everything happened with your silent cooperation. So now, I am not saying identity itself is wrong, but I am saying identity is wrong. Sometimes I need to be a little polite. Anyhow, I can say in a way, not knowing how to relax from identity takes away many beautiful dimensions of your life from you. That's all I am saying. So these 21 days, just learn to be like a Naga. Decide. You will all live like a Naga these 21 days. Naga means identityless. No identity. Just live like a body. Be physical. When you go back, pick up your identity, I tell you, if you just learn the knack of being without identity, you learn the knack of how to create your own vacation even while you are in your office. Your boss will be thinking you are working, but you will be having vacation. See, vacation is nothing but the freedom from identity. Why do you go to a place which you don't know always for vacation? Why? Because the place where people know you and you know them, your identity is rooted. Your identity is strong. So you do not want, you feel suffocated everywhere people know you. Everywhere people are behind you. Everywhere people are thinking, oh, whatever you do is gets noticed. So you are suffocated by the identity. That is why you always wanted to go away somewhere where nobody knows you, where you will not be recognized, where nobody knows your identity. Understand? In every one of us, inside, deep down, the deep thirst, yearning to go away somewhere where nobody knows you is there. That is there in every one of us, deep down. That is why whenever you see a beautiful picture of ocean, or a beach resort, or a rolling hills, or a beautiful mountain, you always feel, if I go there, I will be in ecstasy. But when you go there, you are not in ecstasy. Because you have taken the people who are columns of your identity, who are foundations of your identity. Please understand. If you are taking the people who are foundations of your identity, means your first circle, your warm circle, then naturally you are carrying the identity also. So even if you go to that beautiful hills, or go to that beautiful beach resort, anywhere you go, you are there, watched. People are watching you. People are expecting you to behave a certain way, in certain frame, in certain level, in certain way. So you will be suffocated with the same identity. Please understand, that is why all our vacations are failure. Actually, people come back more tired, more disturbed, more depressed from vacations than they went to the vacations. Because they do not know the science of vacation. Vacation means the feeling or the thirst, the yearning which you have inside, deep down, to be away from the identity which you show to the world. These 21 days decide. Do not fit yourself into any identity. And do not remember your identity. Live like a Naga. Live like a Naga means just live as a body. Remember you as a body. Physical. I tell you, if you remember you as a body, you will lose weight. Really. It's a technique for weight loss. I can show you before after pictures. Because I have given this technique to many people. Many people I have given this technique. All I tell them is just be physical. Feel the heaviness of your body. Be physical. Naturally, you will eat whatever your body wants. You will sleep how much your body wants. All your movements will be in tune with your body. Simply you lose weight. Even in the health, the plane of health, it really helps. So just be physical. Drop all the identity. Drop the name or the ideas which you carry about you. Drop the identity. Just be physical. Try to reduce the number of times you remember your identity. If you can reduce, the process can happen so strongly. One more thing. When you go back, when you pick up your identity, you will fulfill that drama, that identity so perfectly. You will be so productive because now you know the signs of unclutching, signs of disconnecting. From anything you can disconnect, you will start loving it. Anything from which you can't disconnect, you will deep down intensely hate. That is why people with whom you are forced to live, you will carry so much of violence about them. Vengeance. Because you can't unclutch. So do not make your identity as your spouse. Do not make your identity as a forced partner of your life. Let it be the choice. So these 21 days, consciously decide, I am not going to remember the identity which I was carrying. See, identity does not mean only ego. Sometimes even the inferiority complex, even that is identity. Ahankar, mamakar, both. Superiority complex or inferiority complex, both. These 21 days decide, consciously, I will not remember. I will not remember. Try to, as less as possible. As less as possible. You will become physical. You will really be physical. That is the meaning of the Nagas. See, Nagas apply the ash all over the body. Why, Once you apply the ash all over the body, nobody will recognize you. The identity is lost. That is the reason. They apply the ash and live like a body. Live as a body. So these 21 days, live as a body. Always remember, inside the cloth, who you are is you. Not what you are showing along with the cloth. Once you connect, once you feel you and your cloth is identity. Just remember, you are Naga. You are not wearing any cloth. Cloth is put on you. Just like how the cloth is put on this building, put on this hall, Rajya Sabha. Same way clothes are put on you. So live inside as Naga. Without any identity. Just without any identity. Try to create new friends, new pillars of your identity, new foundation. Stop, have less minimum relationship with this old identity people who already know you, with whom already you have established identity. Try to move away from them. Try to be as much as possible away from them so that you will not remember that old identity. You are not suffocated. You are not expected to act as you established yourself earlier. Enter into the whole program with a deep sincerity and seeking. Ramakrishna says very beautifully, intense seeking is living enlightenment. Understand? Intense seeking is living enlightenment, nothing else. In intense seeking, the seeker itself is burnt. Seeker is burnt in the seeking. The conscious decision to be physical itself will awaken that intense seeking. See, if you are physical, your base, naturally you will work how you can expand, explode. If you are in mind, you will be given an idea, you are already expanding. If you are in mind, it's like a goat hypnotized and told that it is a lion. If you are in the body, you are a lion hypnotized and told as if you are goat. So, be in the body, you will see the intense seeking will be awakened. The seeking you don't even need to create, it will just be awakened. You just, seeking is the nature of human consciousness till it becomes enlightened. Understand? By your very nature, your very being, you are built for enlightenment. Till then, seeking is inevitable. Please understand. You may be postponing or diverting your seeking in different directions, saying, no, I think I am feeling inside lonely because of this reason, that reason. No. You are feeling inside lonely because you are alone. Be very clear. Human being is alone. Do not divert your attention. Do not bring some pseudo reason. Do not justify your depression. Do not justify your lonely feeling. Just be very clear. This is truth. If you see directly the truth, simply you will start working towards seeking. The seeking will be awakened. Seeking will be awakened. You will start working. You will start. Automatically the awakened seeking will lead you to inner awakening. Will lead you to the inner awakening. Will lead you to enlightenment. So the whole thing starts from the root, be physical. Be physical. So now, consciously decide to be physical and create intense, you don't even need to create actually, just be physical, you will feel the intense seeking. Nithyanandeshwara samarambam Nithyanandeshwari madhyamam Asmadacharya paryantam Vande Guru Paramparam. I welcome all the devotees, disciples, Samajis, Satsangis, Sri Mahants, Kotaris, Tanedars, sitting with us all over the world through Nithyananda TV, Sadhana TV, and two-way video conferencing, having Nayana Diksha. Cities sitting with us in two-way video conferencing, having Nayana Diksha. Belgium, Dhyanapitham, Hebbal, Bangalore, Kuala Lumpur, Palani, Sherman Oaks, New York, Varanasi, Guadalupe, Rameshwaram, Abu Dhabi, Jnaneshwar, Nepal, Port Washington, New York, Philadelphia, San Jose, Madurai, Wellington, North Carolina, Hyderabad, Guptakashi, Amersfoort, Netherlands, High Pine, North Carolina, Dhyanapitham, Hosur, Singapore, Singapuram, Muktananda, Seattle, Surat, Gujarat, Toronto, Kailasam, Houston, Kalahasti, Nithyananda University, Los Angeles, Phoenix, Kanchipuram, Indrani, New Jersey, Oklahoma, Somanatham, Vancouver, Canada, Seattle, Chidambaram, Nithyananda Nagara, Bididi, St. Louis, Festus, Ohio, Prayag, Dakota Dunes, Columbus, Sri Lanka, Dubai, Vaidyanatham, Oman, Sivagangai. I welcome all of you with my love and blessings. Chidambarananda, Dubai, birthday blessings. With all the auspiciousness, you will be with me, I will be with you, blessings. Today I wanted to expand on Advaitic enthusiasm. Understand this important truth. Only when you rewrite your future, the past will be finally erased. Ultimately, the impact of the past on your life can disappear only when you consciously rewrite your future. You can do all type of completion, standing up, standing down, sitting up, sitting down, standing upside down. You can relive, relive, relive. You can do any type of completion. You can have life-size mirror, mirror-size life. You can sit any number of hours in front of yourself, in front of mirror, but listen. Ultimately, the final dirt of the past, incompletions, leave your system only when you rewrite your future with Advaitic enthusiasm. Listen. Only when you start creating the future with Advaitic enthusiasm, the past disappears. You have to make past irrelevant. Only then it disappears once for all. You have to make your past irrelevant. Understand? Only when you rewrite your future, your past becomes irrelevant. Only then your past becomes irrelevant. Your past can never become irrelevant if you don't rewrite your future with a tremendous enthusiasm. As long as you live the life, I told him, he did not do. I told her, she did not do. Means as long as you don't stand up to the whole around you, you will not be living Advaita. You will not be creating your life. Rewriting the future may be theory. Listen. Listen. Only when you rewrite your future, the past impact disappears. That's a beautiful example we read in the young age. Or I can say childhood days. I should not use the word young age. After all, I am still young. Childhood days. The school, there will be story books. So in one story book I read, one boy was very naughty, mischievous, will do all sorts of things to torture others. The family was not able to control him at all. So finally father has decided, there is only one way I can teach him the lesson. Whenever this fellow does something mischievous, hurting others, the father will put one nail on the door frame. First 10 days okay. The nails were only some 30, 40. But when the nails have started growing to 80, 90, 100, everyone in the street started asking, what is this? Why so many nails on the door? Father started telling, whenever my son does some mischievous things, hurting others, I put one nail here. Now it is getting too much. Suddenly the son saw the whole street is looking at him in a different way. See, whatever he said and done earlier, also he is known for his mischievousness, but not so much together. They will always make fun of him and then call him or scold him and forget about it. But it's now almost like all the files put together. Everyone sees his house door frame. Started laughing at this boy. When the nails have grown up to 200, now this fellow felt, no, it is too much. I cannot handle it anymore. He goes and cries to his father, and father says, if you promise me, you will never do this kind of mischievous things to hurt others, I'll remove all the nails. So this fellow also promised to transform himself and not to hurt others and do mischievous things. Then father removed all the nails. This fellow thought he is completely free, relaxed, happy. But next day when he came and saw, he saw that dents of the nails are there. That holes where the nails have been inserted. The 200 holes are there. Still people are continuing to see the holes. They were laughing. He goes and asks the dad. Dad says, it will take a little time for the past to disappear. Then I'll clean the wood and make that nail dent also go away, nail mark also go away. Understand, only when you clean the very wood and do something else on it, the old dents can go completely. Understand, that is why enriching. Enriching gives you new possibility. It is not for me, it is for you. But unfortunately, your self-centered mind looks at everything with a selfish scale. Why should I do this? If you are asked to harm somebody, you never ask any question. You straight go and harm. But you are asked to do some good to somebody or do something enriching, you ask 1001 questions. 1001 questions. Why should I enrich? That is why the harming religions are very flourishing. Enriching religions are very slow progressing. Because human beings, out of their sheer stupidity, harm more easily than enrich. Building a school and giving knowledge to kids, educating them to live their life responsibly will be more difficult. But creating a terrorist camp and teaching them to go and do some terrorist activity seems to be very easy, because human beings are prone to hurting others without asking any logical questions. Understand, enriching is the strength of new life happening to you. Understand? When you enrich, it literally creates a new future. You rewrite the new future, and the old future just disappears. It becomes irrelevant to you. The more you are into enriching, the more your past becomes distant from you. If you want the joy and excitement and bliss and enthusiasm of inner awakening to continue in you, the completion of the inner awakening to continue in you, take up the lifestyle of enriching. People ask me again and again, last few days, this is one of the important questions. The moment people feel the breakthrough, joy, completion, fulfillment, the first thing, how can I retain it? Because they know it is the most difficult thing they got in their life. Now I am giving you the straight answer. That time I was not giving the answer because you were not ready to receive the answer. Now I am giving you the straight answer. Enriching lifestyle. You may ask, what is enriching? Again and again, making yourself authentic, integrated, responsible, and making others experience authenticity, integrity, and responsibility. If you can do it better than me, you yourself do it, making them live. If you think I can do little better than you, bring them to inner awakening. That's all. Simple logic. Enriching is making every human being live integrity, authenticity, responsibility, and helping them to achieve complete completion, perpetual completion, initiating them into unclutching. If you think you can do it better than me, my blessings, please do it. If you think I can do it better than you, bring them to inner awakening. It's a simple logic. Enriching is nothing but making more and more lives live Advaita. You also live Advaita. You living it more and more, making others live more and more is enriching. Don't ever think just because you finished inner awakening, you have started living. You are expected to start living. But it has to become life. Enthusiasm of enlightenment, activism of Advaita should become really, really new. Not giving up on yourself, not giving up on others. Completing with all the tremendous pain and impossibility which always pushes you down. Understand? It is because of that pain and impossibility you even assumed the human body. Don't ask why it came, first of all. That question you should not ask me, I should ask you. Why did you do this to you? People come and ask me, why did this depression come to me, Swamiji? I should ask you, why did you get so depressed? Don't ask me. By asking me, don't try to escape from what you did to you. Make Advaitic activism as a lifestyle. This tremendous impossibility and the pain which goes on pushing you down, burn it away. Relive and relieve them. Complete and get rid of it. The best thing I saw in this devotees of Mahadeva, Shiva Bhaktas, going around doing Kavdiya Yatra, the tremendous excitement and enthusiasm. God. Every break, where do you think I am? We are feeding lakhs of devotees with a huge tent, thanks to Uttarakhand police for giving us permission and allotting us a huge place. It is going on even now. I can tell them to get you the photographs of that service activity. We are giving good drinking water, food, 24 hours. All our ashramites and volunteers are standing and giving. Especially yesterday, the huge crowd and huge Shiva Bhaktas. Please understand. Hats off to their sincerity and enthusiasm. The police is only not able to give permission for our vehicles to go there. Otherwise, I really wanted to take all you guys and show you all. Not only police is not giving permission, we can't actually, all the vehicles cannot go. It is such thick traffic. You need to understand. Don't even imagine people are walking. I can literally say the whole 200 kilometer people are running. The amount of enthusiasm from all the way from Nepal, people have come carrying Ganga water from here. All the way from Nepal, they came by walk, understand. Of course, Nepal is not too long from here, but surely more than 200 kilometers. That much I know. All the way from Nepal, people come here, do this Kavdiya Yatra, then take one more Ganga water pot to Pasupatinath. What an amount of enthusiasm. God. I really wanted to make this as a compulsory for all my sannyasis. You have to do at least 3 Kavdiya Yatra. No, really. Kind of an enthusiasm and excitement. So the excitement in the name of Mahadeva, not for anything else. When I saw that excitement, I was just so happy. I saw in one post where some juice is being served, and then after some 7-8 kilometers, our camp where the food is being served, I saw there also people are running, here also people are running. It's not that they run for 2 kilometers and then they stop, they slowly walk, no. Literally with that bum bum bole sound, they run throughout 200 kilometers. It is like a 200-kilometer marathon. Shiva marathon. Understand? The enthusiasm, excitement they brought in the name of Mahadeva, whatever they understand as Mahadeva. They may not have a complete understanding about Mahadeva. They may think that Mahadeva is only a person who gives them wealth or health, whatever. There are many whom I have seen. I saw they are sincerely interested even in sannyas. We are giving sannyas pamphlets and flyers. People were very interested. There were many. So there were many evolved seekers. There were some simple devotees. Whatever they understand as Mahadeva, out of that truth, they have created excitement and enthusiasm. The same enthusiasm and excitement, if you can create out of Advaita, living enlightenment, you are a Jivan Mukta. Understand? More and more Advaitic knowledge, more and more science of enlightenment makes you more and more excited, enthusiastic, active, alive, enriching. Then you are traveling in the right path. If you become more and more dull, more and more dead, more and more depressed, you are traveling in the path of the arrogance, abusing yourself and others, abusing yourself and the Advaita Satyas. Once you are initiated into unclutching and living enlightenment, Nirvikalpa Samadhi, Advaita, your living hours should become at least 18 hours. Means it should multiply by few times. The depth of your mental activity, physical activity, emotional activity, the conscious activity, all should multiply. Only the depth of your incompletions should reduce. When the depth of your incompletions reduce, your whole being becomes active. Understand, anybody's lip is looking down is not my sannyasi, not my disciple. I disown you. At any time, your lips should be only up. That is where the life starts. Only then you are my disciple. If you put your lips down, you are only getting more and more infused with arrogance. Let your lips be always up, smiling, alive, living Advaita. If it is down, then there is something seriously wrong. Look in. Complete with it. After all, a great Kalpataru process available to you. If you start developing the pattern, completion is not working for me, complete with that pattern also. Because you are so cunning, you create new problems. Till you cannot find solution for your problems, you go on creating problems. Because you think that is the way you can prove, establish you are right. I don't want to say you are wrong, but I don't want to say you are right. Neither waste time thinking you are wrong, nor waste time thinking you are right, nor go in the direction your incompletions are built for you, and neither waste time thinking you are wrong. Just make your past irrelevant by the tremendous enthusiasm, activism, excitement you bring to your life, you bring to your declaration, you bring to your intelligence. Let Advaita become your Atma. Let unclutching become your Atma. Let Advaita become your Atma, soul. Let Jnana become your Atma. Let Dhyana become your Atma. Let Prema become your Atma. Let Vairagya become your Atma. Let Advaita become your Atma. Let bliss become your Atma. Let excitement become your Atma. Advaitic activism become your Atma. Let enthusiasm become your thinking style. Let excitement become your thinking style. Let enlightenment become your thinking style. All the incompletion stops your brain thinking, stops your emotion feeling. Let all those incompletions be burnt. Let you all be the high, powerful energy spaces where you move yourself and the world to live Advaita. I tell you, make enriching as lifestyle. Your past will become irrelevant. That is why I always tell people, if you build one temple, your heart will become temple. Because to build one temple, the amount of work you need to do, the way you need to enrich people, inspire people, everything, by the time you do all this work, your heart is enriched. These great truths are part of become your biomemory. This become your being. I tell you, anybody builds one temple, their heart will become temple. They will be living Advaita. Because one temple building takes for you to go on enriching at least few thousand people, making all of them live Advaita, making all of them live completion, integrity, authenticity, responsibility. The essence of today's satsang. Bring yourself to the highest responsibility and highest enthusiasm, highest enlightenment, highest authenticity and integrity, and highest enriching. Live enlightenment. Live Guru Vak. I bless you all. Let you all radiate with integrity, authenticity, responsibility, enriching and causing eternal bliss. Nithyananda. Thank you.
Nithyananda Dhyanapītam, Nithyananda Nagar, off Mysore Road, Bidadi, Bengaluru. Phone 08027279999, www.nithyananda.org, www.youtube.com/lifeblissfoundation.
I welcome you all with my love and blessings. Today, Nirahara Samyama, third level is starting. First day, I am also going to do Nirahara Samyama with you guys. I am continuing all my activities and routine. So this batch of Nirahara Samyama, third level, next 11 days, I will also be part of you guys. So, the Samyama, 15th day successfully. In Bhagavad Gita, 6th chapter, Dhyana Yoga, 7th verse.
जितात्मनः प्रशान्तस्य परमात्मा समाहितः शीतोष्णसुखदुःखेषु तथा मानापमानयोः.
जितात्मन प्रशान्तस्य परमात्मा समाहितः शीतोष्ण सुखदुःखेषु तथा मानापमानयोः. Translation: the one who has conquered the self, who has attained tranquility, the supreme is already reached. Such a person remains in this state in happiness or distress, heat or cold, honor or dishonor. I'll give you the new translation also. The one who has subdued his self made out of patterns, and is firmly established in the supreme state, remains centered, whether in a cold or warm atmosphere, whether he is in a pleasant or unpleasant situation, whether he receives respect or is dishonored. Understand? Bhagavan is giving you a powerful technique. He is using a beautiful word, Sitoshna Samadukkeshu. Sita and Ushna, warm or cold, attacks you from outside skin. Sugha or Dukkha attacks you from inside skin. Understand? When you are feeling warm or cold, just sit and see what is happening outside your skin all over the body. Without branding, just see what is going on, how I feel. Don't name it as a cold or warm, pain or suffering. Just look. Something is going on. Let me see what happens, how that feeling touches my skin. After that, how the skin is processing that information, and how I am getting agitated or irritated for no reason. How I am responding to it. Why should I get agitated or irritated? Let's see how the nature responds to it. Sit with deep passions. All you guys are now in Kodaikanal. You don't need to go in search of a place. Sit today in the cold and see what happens in your skin. In one day, you will master cold. Cold will not affect you anymore. Same way heat. Do panchatapas, make a fire circle. It is very easy. Your height should be the diameter of the circle. That is the law. Your height is the diameter of the circle. Make the fire circle and sit. You will slowly start feeling the heat and it will increase within half an hour. Then just see what is going on in your skin. In 2 days you will master warm. Both will not be painful. Then come to the next level of experiment. When you are feeling unpleasant, just see. Unpleasantness is nothing but cold or warm which is working from inside the skin. If you look near the chest area, it will start. From inside the skin is being attacked. Warm and cold, heat and cold attacks you from outside skin. Pleasantness or unpleasantness attacks you from inside the skin. Sit with that. You don't need to find the situation. Already you have enough unpleasantness. Just sit with that unpleasantness. How it is attacking you from inside skin. What exactly you are feeling. Without labeling, just see. In 2 days, you will realize there is no such thing as unpleasantness other than your own decision to be in unpleasantness. Same way pleasantness. When you are in joy, happy, just sit and watch. What is this? What is this pleasantness? Why it feels so expanded inside? Feel from your skin, inside the skin. You will master that state also. So pleasant or unpleasant attacks you from inside the skin. Heat or cold attacks you from outside skin. But both heat or cold, pleasant or unpleasantness, all four has no life independently from your will. Understanding this is being centered on the supreme state. Please understand, your will gets contaminated when it connects itself with these four. Fortunately, these four has no independent existence. If your will does not support it, man who has realized it by experimenting with it is established in supreme state. He is called Paramatma Samahita. Equivalent to the supreme consciousness. Such a simple, straightforward thing I tell you. Just try today. Once you realize, even with first thing, see today you try with a cold. The moment you realize the cold is not giving you any more suffering, you will have confidence to work with heat. Then work with heat. Do panchatapas. Maybe 1 hour. 1 hour is more than enough. 2 days. If it is not happening in 2 sessions, just do 2-3 days, that's all. You will have confidence now. Wow, we won the second game. Then go for the third. Sit with unpleasantness. Don't change the sequence. Cold is to grass, easy. Once you win there, you will have confidence to do next. Little subtle, the heat. Then you will have confidence next with the unpleasantness. Then you will have confidence to do with the pleasantness. Once you master that all these four
does not have an independent life over you other than your will's support. See, when you sit and start analyzing, you will understand. It suddenly disappears because the moment you analyze, your will stops supporting this aspect of life. You support the cold and cold related diseases in confusion. You support heat and heat related diseases in confusion. You support unpleasantness and unpleasantness related diseases in confusion. You support pleasantness and pleasantness related activities in confusion. So when you sit and see what is really happening with the passiveness and passions, suddenly you realize without your will, all four does not have independent life. Shadow does not have independent life without the existence of light and object. It is the mixture of light and object creates shadow. The sufferings of cold, heat, sufferings of pleasantness, unpleasantness, everything happens by the mixture of your will and confusion. If the light is switched off, no shadow. If the object is removed, no shadow. If the confusion is removed or if the will is removed, there is no agitation or disturbance by cold, warm, pleasant, unpleasantness. I tell you, man is a fool, asking for cold when it is hot, asking for hot when it is cold, always asking what is not. Try this four process. In such a simple way, you can be centered on what Bhagavan calls Paramatma Samahitaha, centered on pure unclutching. See, this is what is the purpose of mystery school. Mystery school is a place where all these mystery dimensions are revealed. I tell you guys, I tell you all our devotees, all our disciples, especially who feel part of the Sangha. See, 10 years before, we are not responsible because we did not have wealth. But in last 10 years, devotees have poured so much of money on us. Now we have wealth, we have infrastructure. Now we are responsible, making all these samyamas, spiritual truths available to the world. If you are wearing this mala and feel you are part of the Sangha, you are responsible for making all this knowledge available to the world. We are responsible for making Krishna alive. We are responsible for making Jnana Sambandhar alive. We are responsible for making Shankara alive. Because we have properties given to us by devotees all over the world. Center of the head of each center, ashram, should study today my discourse thoroughly. You yourself should practice. See, it is not a big thing. To practice on the cold, have an air cooler in a high speed or sit near the AC. Try. And same way on the heat, next day try sitting with a heater. And the third day, try on the unpleasantness. Fourth day,
try on the pleasantness, you will understand how powerfully it works. Once you master all these four, the confidence you feel, the courage you feel, and the centeredness you feel, the Paramatma Samahita you feel, and the joy, courage now you have to face the life. You should get it first on you, then start sharing it with people, whoever comes. Make every 1 week some program, this kind of programs. See, all programs does not need to be continuously designed by me. I am giving you these truths. Each one of you can pick up. If you become charismatic and you have some experience, you do this first for 4 days. Then you will have strength. You will say, yes. Whatever Swamiji said, Shastra Pramana, is now my Atma Pramana. See, when Krishna tells this truth, this is Shastra Pramana. When I am repeating it from my own experience, it is Apta Pramana. When you experiment and see it, it becomes Atma Pramana. When you have the Atma Pramana, naturally you can talk to people. You can tell, hey, I found a method where I am not affected by pleasantness, unpleasantness in my life, cold or heat in my life. I can teach you that. Come on, 4 days. Only 2 hours a day. Come in the evening. Learn this and go. And there is no risk in this. If you sit with a heater or a air condition, even the risk of Panchatapas is not there. I told Panchatapas because that is the way I was brought up. You guys don't even need to bother about the Panchatapas. Fire. Even in fire you may say, no, there is a risk. What risk is there anyhow? These fellows, everything is a risk. If your time is not right, even by drinking milk you will die. If your time is right, even the poison, if you drink, you will vomit it. Even your attempt to commit suicide, you will not be able to be successful. Anyhow, with a heater or cold, AC, you can control the heat or cold. What is the risk? And pleasantness and unpleasantness. Try. I tell you, this can get people out of all mental disorders and psychological disorders. I have done this. That is why I am telling you. I have done this during my tapas time, my tapas period. I'll go and sit in the hill during the daytime in the sun, just with one towel, the hip, work on that heat. How the heat does not touch me. Then in the night I'll sit in the hill itself. It will be really cold, and see how the cold does not work on the system. Then I'll fight with Raghupati Yogi. That is the only thing which will be unpleasant for me. See, my whole life, only relationships I know is this Raghupati Yogi and Kuppammal, these few saints, sadhus. Never even once I felt psychologically connected to the blood family. So if I have to have some unpleasant moments, I'll go and fight with him. Some ideological fight. Raghupati Yogi is Yogi and Kuppammal is Vedanti. Between these two, there will be a huge fight. Ideological fight. Here body first, here mind first. And if I wanted to create fight with Raghupati Yogi, I'll take up all the arguments of Kuppammal. If you want to fight with Kuppammal, I'll take all the arguments of Raghupati Yogi. But I tell you guys, these two have made me so rich in the spiritual knowledge. God, the wealth they added to me, only now I am realizing. And same way, when I want to experience that pleasantness, I'll take my Ramakrishna's photo and keep it in front of me and fan him. And there's a beautiful, very sweet story of Ramakrishna sung by one devotee. It's called Sri Sri Ramakrishna Bundi. And in English it is called, and the book has been translated, The Portrait of Sri Ramakrishna. That's a very beautiful book. It is not factual. See, the Ramakrishna's biography, he wrote it more poetic way. He does not bother much about facts. He has not changed the facts. He is not telling lies, but he is singing in a very beautiful, sweet way that, oh, who came as Rama and Krishna, you came as Ramakrishna, but this time you did not steal and do all these naughty things of Krishna. But you are not so polite like Rama also. So from the beginning, with that feeling that Ramakrishna is an incarnation, the devotee has sang about Sri Ramakrishna. It's a very beautiful book. Still I can repeat it. It's, I think, 1000-page book. In Bengali verse form. I can repeat the whole thing by heart. Jai Jai Ramakrishna Vanja Kalpataru, Jai Jai Bhagavan Jagatir Guru, Jai Jai Ramakrishna Ishta Goshtikan, Jai Jai. It goes. Sobaya Sarene Renu Mageye Adam. We just have the book. I can repeat the whole 1000-page. I can continue even now. It goes on and on and on. It's a very beautiful, very juicy, sweet, loving way of Ramakrishna's biography described. That's one of the best things with which I experienced highest pleasantness. I'll have a small Singhasan and Ramakrishna's photo, and I have a small fan. Fanning him, I'll sit and sing these whole verses. And I have this book in the hand. Whole day I'll be sitting, and there's a tune to chant that. I'll sit and chant. One great elderly sadhu in Ramakrishna Mission, his name is Nandanandaji. He used to, I have seen him sitting and singing this verse with the tears in joy. And I picked up the habit from him only. I'll sit every day with him. He suffered with little deafness. So I served him, taking him to the doctor and taking care of him when he was old. He was a sadhu from Andhra, very sweet sadhu. So I used to sit and chant this. I picked up this habit from him. I listened to him very attentively, and actually I learnt Bengali reading. So if I chant that book one day, it will take full day to chant 1000-page. At least next 2 months I will feel that I am in that heaven, and whole body will be sweet and pleasant, that whole throat will be filled with sweetness. Because it is the whole, his whole biography is chanted, the created, sung with so much of love, without being much bothered about the facts. It's a Purana of Sri Ramakrishna. So this Sadhu Nandananda Swami, he was about to die. As a tradition, when you are about to die, you have to give your whole, whatever you have, to the person who served you. It's a tradition. So this Sadhu suddenly said, I am going to die tomorrow. Guru Maharaj has appeared. What will I give you? I said, you don't need to give me anything. You are a sadhu, that's enough. You bless me. Then he said, I accumulated one thing in my life. The biggest wealth I accumulated is, whenever I read this Sri Sri Ramakrishna Bundi, I go to Samadhi, an ecstasy. I give you this Bhava Samadhi as my gift. He gave me. And I tell you, after that, whenever I read that book, God, and that sweetness. It's as if his 60, 70 years of tapas has entered into me. If you read some book 60, 70 years and be in the ecstasy, that whole bhava, the depth of the bhava, that whole depth of emotion has entered into my system, I could feel that same emotion just by his blessing. He said, I give you this gift of bhava samadhi. You take it. Because now it won't be useful anymore for me. See, once you leave the body, even your bhava samadhi will not stay with you. Only the nirvikalpa samadhis will stay with you. Less than nirvikalpa samadhi, anything you accumulated is not useful anymore for you. The English spelling is P-U-N-K-T-I. In English, the book is translated as A Portrait of Sri Ramakrishna. Maybe one day I'll sit and chant for you guys. It's my personal spiritual practice, which I did for quite a long time. Some of my personal spiritual practice I never shared with you guys. This Ramakrishna Bunti. And same way, Chandi. Chandi is the Devi Mahatmyam. I'm a great Sakta. So I'll sit and chant Chandi. Devi Mahatmyam is 700 sloka. And Lalita Sahasranama and Trisadi. There are some 6-7 books related to Chandi. Devi Upanishad and all that put together. That will take one day, full one day if you chant. That I will chant with this bell. The same book in Bengali. These all used to be my entertainment. Anyhow, whether it's a heat or cold, pleasantness or unpleasantness, work with it. I tell you, even this pleasantness is not ultimate. Understand that. What I received from that Swami Nandananji is not ultimate. He himself can't take it when he is dying. That is why he gave it to me. Only unclutching, nirvikalpa samadhi will come with you eternally. But unfortunately, when you are training yourself, when you are practicing, you can't be all the time in nirvikalpa samadhi, unclutching. So all this bhava samadhi helps you to raise yourself to that level. Be in nirvikalpa samadhi or be in bhava samadhi with a person who is in nirvikalpa samadhi. That's all. Be unclutched or be clutched to a person who is in unclutching state. That's all. Being unclutched is nirvikalpa samadhi. If you are clutched to a person, being who is unclutched is bhava samadhi. In the beginning, bhava samadhi helps. Now I can remember all the verses. It's coming up. Yes, the same book. Sri Ramakrishna Munti. You guys can see this exact book. Just see whether if it is in Bengali, download. I'll read. If you have interest and intensity, you will find time for everything. Try all these 4. First, I wanted all our center heads, you guys try. Of course, I'm not telling devotees not to try. If all of you try, mainly the center heads, when you try, you will have the confidence and make a beautiful program and start teaching. Everyone can start doing this. For these things, you don't need very organized setup. Start reaching out even in these small ways. Helping people. I really wanted this kind, hundreds of samyamas should be developed and made available from our campus. It should become a pilgrimage center for the people who want to study mysticism. You don't know. Just this 4-day, trying these 4 steps, working with cold, working with heat, working with unpleasantness, working with pleasantness. You will suddenly find a powerful key, tool to live your life. Crossing thousands of disturbances. Human beings can live a rich life if this kind of tools are accumulated. Just this one tool, I tell you, how rich it can make you. Richness is always depending on the zeros. It is not always based on the zeros. It is based on your ability to face life. Richness cannot be always measured based on the comforts of life. It is measured based on the ability to confront the life. It is not just comfort, it is ability to confront also. These are the tools with which you will be able to confront the life. I know many guys sitting on billions of dollars, even a small, very small, they are shaken completely. Ability to confront life, live the life. I tell you guys, all our devotees should have mastered at least like this 5-6 samyamas. Different 5-6 samyamas. That makes you man. That makes you a being. Mastering at least few samyamas gives you the courage to live, confidence to live. Courage which comes by inner richness is confidence. Courage which you get by outer richness is egoistic pride. Which comes by outer richness can be taken away from you any moment. Which comes by inner richness, nobody can touch it. I tell you, really, I wanted this Ananda Yoga. My purpose of creating this Ananda Yogam or this even Biddi Ashram is to create a place where thousands gather and experiment this kind of samyamas and get the courage to leave and go back. I tell you, I really wanted. This is my vision. Why I wanted all these, so many temples and ashrams all around the world. All you guys should pick up all these samyamas, you practice and make a clear instruction, make it available, people come there and practice. Go with a tremendous confidence to live, I tell you. I have mastered this samyama. That is why neither the respect nor the dishonor ever touched me. Otherwise, I tell you really, anybody else who has been abused so much, they would have become mad. They would have become mad. They would not feel like showing their face outside. Shame and guilt. With that, they would have died. They would have started believing that what others are saying may be true. I tell you, when so many millions tell, when so many people abuse you, you yourself slowly start getting believed. What about others? Even you start believing. If you are established in the state of a leader, even if somebody tries to remove the status, even that effort makes you really as a greater leader. it only adds more and more glory to you. I tell you, one of the main reasons for my success, standing throughout the scandals and rumors, is this samyama. This samyama, which I did from the young age, working with the heat and cold and unpleasantness and pleasantness. I tell you, heat and cold hits you from outside the skin, pleasantness and unpleasantness hits you from the inside the skin. But all four of them do not have life without your will supporting them. Is the essence. The one who has subdued his self, self made of tough patterns, and is firmly established in the supreme state, remains composed, whether in a cold or a warm atmosphere, whether he is in pain, pleasant or unpleasant situation, whether he receives respect or dishonor. Tata manopamanayoho. See, when you master the Sita, Ushna, Sukha, Dukkha, the mana, apamana does not touch you. You master it. I tell you, not for pride, I am the living example that mana, apamana did not touch me. Otherwise, one side, millions put flower garlands and worship. The other side, rowdies put chapel garlands and burn the effigies. With both, the inner space is not even disturbed 1 inch. When somebody puts the flower garland and worships, that part blesses him. Whatever you want, let it be fulfilled, blessings. The other fellows, when they try to put chapel garlands and burn effigy, they think of me as a demon. So let the effects of whatever demon does to you guys, let it be done, that's all. When you see as God, whatever God does to you, let it happen to you. When you see as demon, whatever demon does to you, let it happen to you. My inner space is untouched. Mahabharata Shanti Parva gives a very beautiful sloka. I wanted to give this as a reference. Atma kshetranya iti uktaha samyuktaha prakrutair gunaihi. The Supreme Self is not different from the Self in the body. When the Self is bound by the modes of Prakriti or nature, it is called Kshetrajna. When it is free from them, the same Self is called Supreme Self. If you have not worked with the heat, cold, and pleasantness, unpleasantness, you are ordinary human self. If you work with the heat, cold, pleasantness and unpleasantness and liberate yourself, you are called Paramatma. That's all. I really wanted each head of our centers, each one of you guys, or each devotee, each disciple, work on one line. Pick up some one subject. I am like an ocean. Collect all the pearls I have on that subject. For example, one can decide to work on death. Collect all the pearls I uttered related to death and master the concept of death. Just go on conducting classes only on death. Learn to die when time comes. Learn to leave the body when time comes. Make courses, programs, classes by collecting all the things I have spoken about death. Now after all, it is easy for you because already the 2012 team has collected all the pearls from my different discourses on subjects and placed it. Someone can decide to work only on this heat, cold and pleasantness, unpleasantness. Make this as a program. Start teaching. One can work only on ajapa japa. I tell you, if you master ajapa japa, the moment you sit, your body will just vibrate. And if you keep any music instrument next to your body, automatically the music instruments will play the note of your mantra. It will clearly play the note. Om Namah Shivaya. If you become master of ajapa japa, if you are doing ajapa japa, anybody comes around you, their kundalini will be awakened. That is what is happening. See, the mantra with which I did ajapa japa in the young age is Namah Shivaya. Just see. Namah Shivaya. I'm not doing any magic. Om Namah Shivaya. Om Namah Shivaya. Actually, whole day we don't need any meditation, satsang, nothing. I can go on be chanting Namah Shivaya and you can go on be sitting next to me, completely entertained and engaged. Neither I need any other entertainment nor you need any other entertainment. Means that mantra has become ajapa japa. So pick up someone mantra, work only on ajapa japa, extreme. And anybody comes to you for healing or any counseling, just sit next to them and do ajapa japa, you will see that their kundalini is awakened. Master some one subject. I wanted all our disciples to be master of some one thing. So whoever comes, you give them that gift. Each one of you became the masters. If you feel I am an incarnation, if you want to tell that to the world, just singing, oh, he's an incarnation, he's not going to work. That's like a Baba black sheep. No, it is not going to work. You become a master. Then, if you tell I am an incarnation, it is right. If you become a healer and you say, my Swamiji is an enlightened being, that is okay. Only when you become a master and tell, my Swami is an incarnation, it's right. Otherwise, having a small thatched hut and calling it as a Taj Sheraton, Hotel Lee Meridian. No. I am an incarnation only if I create thousands of masters. Each one of these great truths create. I wanted each one of your hearts to become mystery school. Your houses to become my extended campuses. Anybody who has at least mastered these 3-4 samyamas and able to teach this to people, you naturally become a master. And the place where you are living, just adopt 2-3 things like whoever comes, share food. Then your kitchen becomes my extension of my kitchen. Have the ambience where people can come and practice these meditations and go at least one room. Then that becomes extension of my Ananda Sabha. Then naturally your house becomes the extension of my campus, extended campus. This is what really I wanted. Nithyananda Dhyana Pedam, extended campus. Tell you. If you mastered ajapa japa, you don't even need to tell that person to meditate. When he comes in front of you, just sit and do ajapa japa. You will see that fellow is jumping. His kundalini is awakened. He says, oh God, he is doing something. Because the power of ajapa japa makes your whole breathing space vibrate. The space where you are sitting, the whole place will be vibrating. And anybody comes into your space, vibrates with that mantra. And I want all you guys to become yogis. I tell you, if you want to spread the Vedic tradition, Vedic culture, make your heart as a temple. Make the place where you are living as the mystery school. Let your kitchen be the extension of our Anna Mandir. Let your living room be the extension of our Ananda Sabha. Let you be the extension of me. There are so many people who have all these facilities, all our temples, ashrams. You guys have all these facilities. When you have a clear idea and definite instruction, if you have a little confusion how to give instructions and all, you can send an email and we can clarify those doubts. Start doing it and sharing it with the world, that's all. Jitatmana prashantasya Paramatma samahita Sitoshna sugadukkeshu tatamana pamanayo. I'll continue on this verse tomorrow.
Paramahamsa Nithyananda, a rare living incarnation, is named among the world's 100 most spiritually influential personalities today. Paramahamsa Nithyananda has been placed alongside Dalai Lama, Nelson Mandela, Oprah Winfrey, Paulo Coelho and others by Mind, Body, Spirit, the world's top esoteric magazine from Watkins, London's oldest and largest bookstore. A yogi by birth, he has been expressing his power of enlightenment since birth. He has authored more than 500 books in Tamil and English. Translations of these books are available in 26 languages in Telugu, Kannada, Malayalam, Hindi, Sanskrit, Gujarati, Oriya, Bengali, Marathi, French, Malay, Polish, Portuguese, Italian, German, Danish, Spanish, Russian and Chinese. He is also an exemplary speaker with over 10,000 hours of profound life solutions through his discourses. Social services such as Annadan, free medical care, free educational services with ashrams, schools, temples, hospitals established in more than 140 places around the world, offering exceptional services. A powerful spiritual healer who has healed millions of people of diseases from migraine to cancer. A Kriya Yogi who has formulated Kriyas for physical health and mental well-being, benefiting thousands. A living master who offers practical solutions for our everyday problems. He is the founder and spiritual head of Nithyananda Dhyanapitham, a spiritual powerhouse who has revived the sacred Vedic tradition by establishing Vedic temples in places like Los Angeles, San Jose, Seattle, Toronto, Ohio, Oklahoma, Phoenix, St. Louis, Malaysia, Brazil, Paris, Guadeloupe, Dallas, New York, New Jersey, Atlanta, Calgary, Vancouver, Singapore, and places in India like Bengaluru, Hyderabad, Tiruvannamalai. A spiritual guru for 10 million followers, an incarnation who transmits the highest spiritual energy through initiation, a contemporary yogi who has revived the Vedic science of yoga worldwide through thousands of yoga centers, an adept in Ashtamahasiddhis, mystical yogic powers, who has effortlessly awakened the Kundalini of thousands and graced them with spiritual powers, a dynamic young guru who is an inspiration for thousands of youngsters, India's most watched spiritual guru online, a beacon of spiritual light who has triumphed over the forces of religious terrorism and political persecution. Paramahamsa Nithyananda is an eternal Kalpataru, blessing the world with the boons of material abundance and spiritual enlightenment. He is the 293rd pontiff of the world's most ancient Hindu organization, Madurai Adinam.
नित्यानन्दाय स्वागतम् आनन्दानुभवास्वादं सर्वरोगनिवारकं वन्दे पापविनाशक्तं नित्यानन्दाय स्वागतम् नित्यमुक्तं निर्विकल्पं ध्यानलोकप्रदीपकं वन्दे शान्तमयं बन्धं नित्यानन्दाय स्वागतम् आनन्दगन्धसञ्चारं सर्वोपाधिविनिर्मुक्तं वन्दे ज्ञानालयं नाथं नित्यानन्दाय स्वागतम्
Paramahamsa Nithyananda, a rare living incarnation, is named among the world's 100 most spiritually influential personalities today. Paramahamsa Nithyananda has been placed alongside Dalai Lama, Nelson Mandela, Oprah Winfrey, Paulo Coelho and others by Mind, Body, Spirit, the world's top esoteric magazine from Watkins, London's oldest and largest bookstore. A yogi by birth, he has been expressing his power of enlightenment since birth. He has authored more than 500 books in Tamil and English. Translations of these books are available in 26 languages in Telugu, Kannada, Malayalam, Hindi, Sanskrit, Gujarati, Oriya, Bengali, Marathi, French, Malay, Polish, Portuguese, Italian, German, Danish, Spanish, Russian and Chinese. He is also an exemplary speaker with over 10,000 hours of profound life solutions through his discourses. Social services such as Annadan, free medical care, free educational services with ashrams, schools, temples, hospitals established in more than 140 places around the world, offering exceptional services. A powerful spiritual healer who has healed millions of people of diseases from migraine to cancer. A Kriya Yogi who has formulated Kriyas for physical health and mental well-being, benefiting thousands. A living master who offers practical solutions for our everyday problems. He is the founder and spiritual head of Nithyananda Dhyanapeetham, a spiritual powerhouse who has revived the sacred Vedic tradition by establishing Vedic temples in places like Los Angeles, San Jose, Seattle, Toronto, Ohio, Oklahoma, Phoenix, St. Louis, Malaysia, Brazil, Paris, Guadeloupe, Dallas, New York, New Jersey, Atlanta, Calgary, Vancouver, Singapore, and places in India like Bengaluru, Hyderabad, Tiruvannamalai. A spiritual guru for 10 million followers, an incarnation who transmits the highest spiritual energy through initiation, a contemporary yogi who has revived the Vedic science of yoga worldwide through thousands of yoga centers, an adept in Ashtamahasiddhis, mystical yogic powers, who has effortlessly awakened the Kundalini of thousands and graced them with spiritual powers, a dynamic young guru who is an inspiration for thousands of youngsters. India's most watched spiritual guru online, a beacon of spiritual light who has triumphed over the forces of religious terrorism and political persecution. Paramahamsa Nithyananda is an eternal Kalpataru, blessing the world with the boons of material abundance and spiritual enlightenment.
आनन्दानुभवास्वादं सर्वरोगनिवारकं वन्दे पापविनाशक्तं नित्यानन्दाय स्वागतम् नित्यमुक्तं निर्विकल्पं ध्यानलोकप्रदीपकं वन्दे शान्तमयं बन्धं नित्यानन्दाय स्वागतम् आनन्दगन्धसञ्चारं सर्वोपाधिविनिर्मुक्तं वन्दे ज्ञानालयं नाथं नित्यानन्दाय स्वागतम् मीनाक्षी प्रणतोऽस्मि सन्ततमहं कारुण्यवारां निधिम् श्रीविद्यां शिववामभागनिलया ह्रीङ्कारमन्त्रोज्ज्वला श्रीचक्राङ्कितबिम्ब.
Let's enter into today's satsang in Bhagavad Gita, 4th chapter, Jnanakarma Sannyasa Yoga, 37th verse. Yataitetamsi samiddaha agnihi basmasat kurute arjuna jnanagni sarvakarmani basmasat kurute tata. As the fire that is kindled burns into ashes the fuel, O Arjuna, in the same manner the fire of experience burns into ashes all the actions, the patterns that keep making the person repeat the same action. God. These are all straight attack. Understand, Bhagavan is not talking to you in a roundabout way. Simple truths, very straight. He says straight away, just like fire burns the fuel, the experience burns all the patterns. Over. I don't know what to comment on this. Such a simple truth being expressed in such small number of words. Please understand, such beautiful truth expressed in such a small number of words. Just as a blazing fire turns firewood into ashes, blazing fire turns fuel into ashes, the experience turns all the patterns into ashes. So strive in all possible ways to achieve experience. Let me define experience. What is experience? Experience is something flows into your system like a current or a vibration, makes your mind stop working in the same patterns in which it is functioning. Sometimes it can be very light current flow, sometimes it can be a wild explosion, but the vibrations which moves into your system and makes you understand the strong truth about yourself. See, that is the reason the Kundalini awakening and levitation liberates you so quickly, because every time I awaken your Kundalini, you are programmed to my inner space, patternless space. Every time your body jumps, some part of your patterns are destroyed. Every time your body moves, some part of your patterns are taken away. You can see every time when your body levitates, tell yourself, this time I'll be free from this pattern. I tell you, every time it is renovating your system. That's the exactly right word. Renovating your system. Every time the system in which you are living is renovated and rejuvenated. Because experience breaks any number of patterns. You may be thinking, no, not mine. You don't know the amount of patterns I have. But whether it is 1 ton firewood or 1 million ton firewood, kindled fire is capable of burning any amount of firewood into ashes. So the kindled experience, the awakened Kundalini, is capable of burning any amount of karmas, patterns into ashes. Work with all the intensity to experience the ultimate. To experience the ultimate. Experience. Kindled experience can lead you to any level, any amount, any path. Kindled experience can show you the truth. Kindled experience can lead you to reality. awakened Kundalini can program your inner space pattern free. So work again and again and again and again for experience. Every day I am receiving more and more emails that people are practicing prana samyama. I am very happy about it, because wasting the time without working for experience is the crime. That is the reason every day I remind you to work for experience. Every day I insist you put your awareness and energy towards experience. The methods directly leading to experience: unclutching, feeling connection, ajapa ajapa, enchanting, feeling connection, unclutching. Constantly I remind you. I know the modern day youth is really suffering. Humanity has never faced this crisis. I have created a one-year program where you can study the spiritual truths,
Nitya Yoga practices to create healthy body, spiritual discourses to develop mental health, meditations that help balance emotions, kriyas to break mental patterns that create suffering, opportunity to express leadership qualities, techniques that improve creative skills. Learn to break all self-limiting barriers to achieve your dreams. Ananda Yogam.
I am providing a platform for you to think, meditate, contemplate and decide about your future. I am giving you 1 year free food, shelter, clothes, above all the spiritual education and intelligence and intuition to take decision about your future.
Every participant is taught the Vedic truths to live life as it leads in a nurturing ambience, along with inspirational spiritual education that helps bring out the best and achieve one's highest potential.
Youth across the world can come and spend a year in Ananda Yogam to work on you, to discover your future, to discover your destiny or recreate your destiny. I'll open my house for you for 1 year completely free. Come and stay here, discover and recreate your destiny.
Interviews at Nithyananda Dhyanapitham, Nithyananda Nagar, Bidadi, Bengaluru, 97422 03311.
Welcome to Inner Awakening, the most powerful personal transformation retreat you could ever experience. In just 21 days, thousands are already experiencing the shortest route to constantly high energy levels, visible anti-aging, healing of chronic diseases, fulfilling relationships, and higher states of consciousness. What is the secret behind this transformation?
Kundalini means the inner potential energy. Once it is awakened, opens the different doors for the conscious experience in you. I can say which is a master key for all extraordinary spiritual experiences.
This extraordinary program is conducted personally by Paramahamsa Nithyananda in the vibrant atmosphere of Nithyananda Dhyanapitham Ashram. Open yourself to the benefits of Nitya Yoga and practical meditation. Experience physical and mental healing. Discover simple ways to handle life with success. Above all, enjoy individual darshan and blessings from Paramahamsa Nithyananda every day. Take 21 days for yourself and carry home the transformation of a lifetime.
It is for experience. This whole Dhyanapitham is created. For experience, all these temples are created. For experience, I am sitting alive. For experience, to give experience, I am bearing with all this nonsensical, foolish enmity. Yesterday again one bull is sacred for Hindus. One donkey, of course, even donkey is sacred for Hindus. What to do? Everything is sacred for us. All right, one dash is telling me, still he keeps Venkateshwara in all his temples. It is indiscipline. He should not be in Madurai Adinam throne. This fool doesn't know. Still I have Mahavir in my temples. And I have spoken on Jain Sutras. Jnanasambandar conquered Jain monks. The Nithyananda Jnanasambandha has spoken on Jain Sutras. Understand, both are one and the same. He has conquered illusory, experienceless Jain monks into experiencing seekers. I did not conquer. I just try to bring experience to Jain monks directly. That's all. Understand, both is same. He did not fight with Mahavira. He did not fight with Tirthankaras, no. The fellows who diluted Tirthankaras, the enemies of Tirthankaras, enemies of Mahavira only Jnanasambandha fought. Again, just like how Jnanasambandha has to fight with people who are sitting in Jainism but enemies of Mahavira. I have to fight with people who are sitting in Shaiva Siddhanta who are enemies of Jnanasambandha and Appar and Tirunavukarasar, Sundarar and Shiva.
ब्रह्ममुरारिसुरार्चितलिङ्गं निर्मलभाषितशोभितलिङ्गं जन्मजदुःखविनाशकलिङ्गं जन्मजदुःखविनाशकलिङ्गं तत्प्रणमामि नित्यानन्दलिङ्गम्।
ॐ नमो भगवते रुद्राय नमस्ते रुद्रमन्यवपुतो दयिषवे नमः नमस्ते अस्तु धन्वने बाहुभ्यामुदते नमः या च यशः शिवतमा शिवं बभूव ते धनुः शिवा शरव्याया तपतया नो रुद्रमृडय या ते रुद्र शिवा तनोरघोर पापकाशिनी तया नस्तनुभाषन्तमया गिरिशन्ताभिचागशीः या विशृङ्गिरिशन्तहस्ते विभष्ट्यस्तवे शिवाङ्गिरित्रतां गुरुमाहिगुं सेः पुरुषं जगते शिवेन वचसा त्वा गिरिशाच्छावद तामसि यथा नः सर्वमिज्जगदयक्ष्मगुं सुमना असत् अद्य वोचदधिभक्ता प्रथमो दैव्यो वृषगे अहेहश्च सर्वान् जम्बयन् सर्वाश्च यादुत्राण्यः असौ यस्ताम्रो अरुणबुध भभ्रस्व मङ्गलः ये चेमागुं रुद्र अभितो दिक्षु श्रुता सहस्रशो वै शागुं हेडयीमहे असव्यो वसर्पति नीलग्रीवो विलोहितः उदैनं गोपा अदृशन्नदृशन्नुदहार्यः उदैनं विश्वा भूतानि सदृष्टो मृडयातिनः नमो अस्तु नीलग्रीवाय सहस्राक्षाय ईडुषे अधो ये अस्य सत्त्वानोऽहं तेभ्यो करन्नमः प्रमुञ्चदन्वनस्त्वमुभयोरार्तियोर्जा याश्च ते हस्त इषवः परात भगवो वप अवदत्यरनुस्त्वगुं सहस्राक्षशतेषु ते निशीर्याणवागुं उत अनेशन्नस्येषव आपुरस्य निषङ्गतिः या ते हेतिर्मेडुष्टमहस्ते बभूव ते धनुः तयास्मान् विश्वतस्त्वमयक्ष्मया परिभुज नमस्ते अस्त्वायुधाय नातताय धृष्णवे उभाभ्यामुदरे नमो बाहुभ्यां तव धन्वने परिधे धन्वनो हेतिरस्मान् दृढक्तो विश्वतः अधो ययिषुरिस्तवारे अस्मन्निधेहितम् नमस्ते अस्तु भगवन् विश्वेश्वराय महादेवाय त्र्यम्बकाय त्रिपुरान्तकाय त्रिकाग्निकालाय कालाग्निरुद्राय नीलकण्ठमृत्युञ्जयाय सर्वेश्वराय सदा शिवाय शङ्कराय श्रीमन्महादेवाय नमः नमो हिरण्यवागवे सेनान्ये दिशां च पतये नमो नमो वृक्षेभ्यो हरिकेशेभ्यः पशूनां पतये नमो नमः सस्मिञ्जराय त्रिशीमदे पदीनां पतये नमो नमो बभ्लुषाय विव्याधिने नानां पतये.
When you don't have experience, religion becomes load. Religious centers become criminal planning centers. Religious heads become plot strategy planners. If you don't have experience, not only everything is waste, everything is dangerous. See the Vedic tradition, when Buddha comes, all the Vedic Pandits are conquered and they become Buddhists. When Shankara comes, all Buddhists are conquered and they become again belong to Vedic tradition. When Nagarjuna comes, again all the Vedic Pandits are conquered and they become Buddhists. What is going on? When Jnanasambandar comes, again all the Buddhists and Jain monks are conquered and they become Saivites. What is going on? What is truth? Understand, in Vedic tradition, the land of Vedic tradition in India, only one is respected. Only one thing, the experience. If somebody can give me the deeper experience than in which I am staying, I am just ready to follow him. I don't care about anything else. That is the only religion of Vedic tradition. That is why still we are alive even after so much of invasion, attack, persecution and false prosecutions. The experienceless Jews Romans who crucified Jesus, experienceless Jainas who were trying to kill Jnanasambandar, those same fellows are also only back, experienceless Shaivites trying to abuse me. When you do not experience, when you don't have experience, not only everything is waste, everything is dangerous. The wealth they have in their hand, the infrastructure they have in their hand, everything is dangerous. The wealth, the social power, organization strength, everything is just for one thing, only one reason: giving experience, spiritual experience to people. I tell you, we will be alive, growing, expanding as long as we give spiritual experience to people. All our temples, centers, devotees, organizers, remember this one thing: as long as you conduct spiritual classes, programs, inspire people, share spiritual experience with them, you will be alive. Continuously put your energy in that direction. Even giving our book and telling them to read is sharing spiritual experience.
The Ingenious Program, a field of all possibilities. The children in the Ingenious Program are directly under the guidance of enlightened Master Paramahamsa Nithyananda. Nithyananda is an incarnation and exudes the knowledge of conflict-free living. He states that enlightenment is our birthright. What an incredible gift for your child, a once-in-a-lifetime privilege to live and thrive in the energy field of all possibilities and give enlightenment to your child. Where every child can become a genius. Learning can unveil the genius in every child, provided it stimulates higher order thinking skills, positive self-esteem, teamwork, and an internal locus of control. Research has proven that holistic teaching methodologies paired with meditation stimulate whole brain functioning and result in self-directed, spontaneous, and creative lifelong learners. An enriched environment. When young children have an enriched environment conducive to early learning in life, they have higher IQ, cognitive intelligence, EQ, social emotional intelligence, and SQ, spiritual intelligence. These early experiences are critical for the development of the child. Peer pressure and destructive social conditioning can take its toll on the child. It can create negative thought patterns and destructive behaviors unless these enriching experiences are provided. An enriched environment includes whole brain activities which stimulate the utilization of both sides of the brain. The right brain is responsible for creativity, intuition, spontaneity, quantum memory, learning in a flash, and computer-like calculations. The left side of the brain is responsible for inner linear thinking and analysis. When both sides of the brain are integrated, performance is optimal. Brain yoga. Brain yoga activates the ability to balance the right and the left brain. This helps open the sixth sense. Children are given activities to balance both sides of the body simultaneously, using distinctive postures that stimulate both sides. The neurological brain patterns move from beta to alpha, increasing alertness and attention. Quantum memory. Quantum memory is a constant downloading of information without interference of the mind. Observation skills are directly related to memory skills. Reading without interference of the mind, reading at quantum speed, will lead to quantum memory without the mind getting in the way. Creative and performing arts. Dance, Trauma, music, sculpting, and design offered in the Ingenious program provide kinesthetic motor stimulation to engage the brainwave patterns, resulting in expanded creativity and resourcefulness. Sattvic food. Children are given the benefit of fresh sattvic food prepared to the standards according to the ancient Vedic lifestyle. The food is fresh, with fruits and vegetables. Vegetarian food creates radiant health in the body. Vedic cultural arts. Sanskrit chanting stimulates the brain to produce full brain coherence, developing clearer perception and integrated thinking. Chanting also promotes inner silence and improves the attention span. Meditation and expanded awareness. Meditation instills a deep silence in the child, resulting in deeper, richer perception and clarity in thinking. Ingenious produces the next step in evolution, a mature human being who functions at a higher state of consciousness. Expanded awareness provides the platform for a vision of all abilities of life, perfect health, prosperity, and life without conflict. What more could you ask for your child?
If I can just teach this one science to the kids, I will have millions of enlightened beings.
Medical camps, Annadan, all this will not keep the Sangha alive. All these are only social services. It is like doing little good, sharing what you have. But the Sangha, the spiritual community will be kept alive only by having more and more spiritual experience and sharing more and more spiritual experience with others, giving more and more spiritual experience to others. See, in the young age, once I had the darshan of Kamakshi. I was walking in Tiruvannamalai. Suddenly in front of me I saw one divine form whose feet is not touching the ground. I rushed and tried to put my hand between her feet and the ground. I could see very clearly she was not on the ground. She was just above the ground. Then I realized she is Kamakshi. And she just started walking. I simply followed. I don't know how many hours it took, but without any non-stop, I reached Kanchipuram. When I came to awareness, I was there in Kanchipuram. I want to tell you this incident because it is very important. Earlier, just 2 days before, I had a discussion with Vibhudanandamuri, Mataji, Kuppammal. There was a casual conversation. She asked me, if God appears in front of you and asks, what do you want, what will you ask? I said, naturally, Atma Sakshatkara. That is the word I know at that time for enlightenment. Atma Sakshatkara, because that was the traditional Tamil word for enlightenment. She said, no, you should not ask for that. I was shocked and asked, what do you mean? Then what should I ask? She said, ask, you should never settle down. Become contented till you achieve the ultimate. I could not understand. Both mean same, na? She said, no. Whatever you understand as Atma Sakshatkara is not Atma Sakshatkara. So do not use any word and limit. If you ask for Atma Sakshatkara, at that time what you remember, what you understand, Devi will say Tatastu. You will have only that and you are stuck with that. As I should not rest until the ultimate, the what needs to be done is done. Please understand. I asked her exactly that same thing. I remembered that Kuppamal's statement. I asked her exactly the same thing. And something happened in my left side of the heart like a black patch. I started feeling an experience, means like a unfulfillment, kind of a discontentment settling in my right heart, the patch of unfulfillment, like a mole on the skin I felt, and it was there for quite number of years, and slowly it started moving in my skin after many years, and around maybe 17 or 18, it went down to my navel center and became white patch. And still that white patch is there. When it became white patch, the discontentment has disappeared from me. After that only, I never had any discontentment. Maybe I can take it in the other sense. What needs to be achieved is achieved in this body. I tell you, if we trace some of my young age pictures, we will be able to trace that small black patch which later on disappeared. I can still remember very clearly. Ask not to get content till the ultimate experience happens. Please meditate on this one thing. Today all of you pray for this one thing from the ultimate. Let me not be content. Let me not feel settled till I achieve the ultimate. Till the ultimate starts happening in you. Because the discontentment is powerful enough to guide you towards that ultimate. Understand, if you feel discontent in money, that discontentment alone is enough, capable to teach you all the methods, to make you find all the methods to achieve money and make you achieve it. Deep discontentment inside your being is capable of showing you the path and making you achieve the ultimate. Do not settle down for anything you think as ultimate. Ask always, what divine thinks as ultimate, let that happen. Unfortunately, so many times you settle down for what you think as ultimate. No. Today, sit with a deep feeling connection, prayerful mood, request the divine, surrender to the divine, asking, let me not settle down, let me not feel contented, fulfilled, till what you think as ultimate is showered on me. Not what I think as ultimate. What you think as ultimate. Till that happens in this body, let me not settle down. Let me not be contented. Let the Master's presence intensely fulfill you all and make you experience the ultimate as per the ultimate. Let you all achieve, experience, live, express, radiate, share and explode in eternal bliss. Nithyananda.
Nithyananda Dhyanapitham, Nithyananda Nagar off Mysore Road, Bidadi, Bangalore 562109. Contact 097422033311. www.nithyananda.org. www.youtube.com/Life Bliss Foundation.